Page 1, Page 2, Page 3, Page 4, Page 5, Page 6, Harper's Aircraft Book Why Aeroplanes Fly, How to Make Models, and a Lab Out Aircraft, Little and Big by A. Hayat Veril Member of Tech Isfk Al Board of the Aeronautical Society of America Author of Harper's Book for Young Naturalists, Harper's Wireless Book, Fully Illustrated Harper and Brothers Publishers New York and London McCI 77-770 copy RLDHT, 1913. By Harper F.T. Brothers printed in the United States of America published September 1913 IN. Contents page Introduction Roman 9 Part I with the Aeroplane Flies Chapter I. Sailing in the Air 3 Reaction Surfaces or Planes Simple Experiments Chapter Roman 2. Moving Bodies in the Air 11 Stability Chapter Roman 3. Steering in the Air 17 Part Roman 2. Model Aeroplanes and Flares Chapter Roman 4. Model Machines 31 Simple Models Tools and Materials Chapter V. Taubled Racing Models 41 World's Model Flying Records, the Pierce Model American Model Flying Records, a Japanese Flyer British Model Flying Records, the Lauder Duration Model, How Taubled Apiali Racer Ground Flyers A Model Hydro-Aeroplane Chapter VI. Flying Theme Models 68, How to Fly A Model Rules for Tournaments Measuring Flights, How to Make a Measuring Device Part Roman 3 Gliders, or Non-Propelled Aeroplanes Chapter Roman 7. Types of Gliders 79 Principles of Gliding, Making a Glide Chapter Veal How to Build a Glider 88 Quantity, and Sizes of Material Assembling, the glider preparing the materials, connecting the planes 281,321. Contents page Chapter Roman 9. Completing the glider 98, making the rudders covering the planes to disassemble the glider Chapter X. Monoplane gliders 107, using a monoplane glider model gliders, Part Roman 4 The Modern Aeroplane Chapter, Excel Types of Aeroplanes 117 Parts of Aeroplanes Chapter Roman 12. Biplanes and monoplanes 125 Leading biplane types, Typical leading monoplanes, Chapter Zeal the Heart of the Aeroplane 143 Operation of Duocycle Motor, Various Forms of Aviation Motors, Operation, Off-cycle motor operation, off the rotating motor Chapter Roman 14. Miniature aeroplanes 159, Out-tobbled Thadial Wright Thespray Hood Biplane making thewings, constructing the planes Thadale, making the chassis the Blériot model Thelevator the fuselage construction Thurudder, making the chassis propellers the skids the Nieuport monoplane model Themotor, constructing the fuselage. Orbody Themane planes the chassis, or running gear Thurudder and Thelevator Part V Hydro-Aeroplanes and Flying Boats Chapter Roman 15. Hydro-Aeroplane 185 Pontoons, or Floats the Flying Boat Chapter Roman 16. How to Build a Miniature Curtiss Hydro-Aeroplane 197, making the planes Themotor supplementary planes, the pontoon and floats, covering the plane's land chassis, to assemble Themane planes flying Themodel Theoutriggers Theminiature, Flying Boat Roman 6. Contents Part VI uses off the aeroplane page, Chapter Roman 17. Aeroplanes in Peace and War. 219 The Sensations, Off-Flight International Aeroplane Records, Aeroplanes Dangerous. Some American Aeroplane Records, Facts and Figures Miscellaneous World Records, Miscellaneous American Records, Chapter Xville Miscellaneous Aircraft, 231 Dirigibles Ornithopters Helicopters Freak Aircraft Box and Tetrahedral Kites Index. 243. Page 12. Introduction I end this book, which explains the making off-model aeroplanes and the operation off large aircraft. The keynote is practicability, and the author's purpose has been to furnish a book on aircraft not only accurate, but simpler and more comprehensive than anything which he has been able to find on the subject. In the preparation of the book he has had the Adanco operation of many of the most noted and successful aviators in America, as well as of his fellow members of the Aeronautical Society, the Aeronautical Bureau, Mr. Edward Durant, Mr. Hugo Rosenstein, Mr. Montague Palmer and other designers and builders of model airplanes. The experiences, suggestions, and advice of such noted airmen as Capt. Thomas Baldwin, Harry Brown, Cecil Pioli, Frank Fitzsimmons, the late Howard Gill, and many others have proved of inestimable value, and have aided the author in substituting facts for theories, while details of construction, plans, and much other material of value have been freely given by many manufacturers. Among them the Ideal Aeroplane and Supply Company, Thomas Brothers, Benoist Aeroplane Company, the Curtiss Aeroplane Company, Heinrich Brothers, the Sloan School of Aviation, and numerous aeroplane motor manufacturers. All the facts obtained from these authoritative sources have been combined by the author with his own personal Roman 9 introduction knowledge to provide a book for boys which will be practical, up-to-date, and he hopes and advance upon anything hitherto prepared for a similar purpose. The object of the book is twofold. First, to explain in a simple, lucid manner the principles and mechanisms involved in human flight. And second, total boy show thee may design and construct model aeroplanes, gliders, and even men-carrying machines. Proceed in design or construction of an Invention ism without first mastering theories and wherefores of the machine, their relation of own part own author, and the vari aus influences and conditions which affect its successful operation, is putting the cart before the horse, a fault all too common in many books intended for boys. Before attempting to build even a model flyer, the builder should have some knowledge of the principles of flight, air pressures, speeds, lifts, and other details, as well as the various mechanical details of aeroplane construction. This book is intended primarily for youthful readers. A great many important but complicated and technical matters have been omitted, and the volume isn't intended as a complete treatise on the modern airship, nor is it a history of aviation. Only the most vital and salient features of construction and operation have been included in the chapters devoted to men carrying machines. For, while it is quite within the power of an boys to construct aerial and practical machine, yet it is more advisable for them to confine their efforts to model machines and letters until thoroughly familiar with the principles and peculiarities of aeronautics, which can only be mastered by actual experience and numerous experiments, all of which may be readily carried out with model aircraft. Many boys have already accomplished wonderful results. Introduction in the invention, design, and construction of model flyers, and the world's records for speed and distance flights of these miniature aircraft are held by American boys. It was in the winter of 1907 that the first model aeroplane club in America was organized in New York by Miss E.L. Todd. Through efforts of the founder and Mr. Edward during the first model flight contest was held a little later in a New York armory, starting the models from the floor. In December, the first public exhibition was held in Madison Square Garden. This enlisted the interest of the West Side Young Men's Christian Association, which established a department of aviation. More and more attention was given to the new sport, larger buildings became necessary, and finally the aviators found it necessary to go out of doors to obtain sufficient space. The contests of the young aviators have become a regular Saturday feature at some New York parks. Junior Aero Club of America was formed, and with the quickening interest on the part of men as well as boys, the New York Model Aero Club was organized in 1910. Numerous thriving model aeroplane clubs are now in existence, and the boy members have regular meets, contests, exhibitions, and periodicals devoted exclusively to the model aeroplanes. In this field of aeroplane construction, there is ample opportunity for boys to obtain a great deal of pleasure, education, and practical knowledge, for the principles of flight in a small model are very similar to those of full-sized machines. It must not be supposed, however, that a model of a certain form or design will work equally well if in large tom and carrying size. For this reason, that fields of experiment and construction are every distinct. Fact that in many books on the subject has been overlooked entirely. Roman 11. Introduction gliders, although very similar in design to aeroplanes, are often efficient when aeroplanes of similar construction would fail entirely. Butaniboy can build a Safine Satis factory glider, and with these simple affairs may taste all the joy and exhilaration of actual flight without any of its attendant risk or danger. Because model aeroplane and glider construction is work so admirably adapted to boys' abilities and needs, a great deal of space has been devoted to the subjects, and the author is confident that this book is unequaled in the amount of practical and detailed information in regard to aerial craft which it contains. While the object of this volume is primarily to teach its readers how to construct model aeroplanes and gliders, yet those interested in realm carrying machines or in the progress or advance of aviation will find herein a great deal of valuable information presented in such a simple manner that it may be readily grasped and understood. How many texts enough? Why does an airplane fly? Is of much greater moment than the method or manner of its construction, and many otherwise excellent books have been published which leave their readers as much in the dark regarding this matter as before. The author of this book believes that he has explained at this puzzle softly, simply, and in such an elementary manner that anyone can understand just we an aeroplane flies and the manner of its flight. In the preparation of this work, every effort has been made to avoid technical terms, involved or abstruse problems and formulae, and to make all tables, explanations, and descriptions as simple, lucid, and concise as possible. Actual facts and results have been substituted for theories, and actual experiences off-noted aviators and builders are Roman 12. Introduction given precedence wherever a question is the most efficient design or construction occurs. For this reason, the descriptions of various types, of machines and motors, have been confined to thoroughly tried and proven forms in common use. And, while a vast number of efficient machines are enunciado de, yet alarmingly variations of a standard types, which Ifen semastered will make the others easy to understand. In the majority of books treating of aerial craft and aviation, more especially those intended for boy readers, far too little attention has been devoted to the most important part of the aeroplane, namely, the motor. Thingenes the heart, soul, and life of the entire fabric, and upon the efficiency and reliability of this wonderful power, the entire success of human flight depends. The aeroplane motor represents the very highest development of the modern combustion engine, and as motors of this type are so universally used in everyday life, every boy adult interested in mechanics should become thoroughly familiar with their principles and construction. The chapter on motors in this book will be found complete, simple, and easily understood, for the motors selected for treatment those of recognized merit and of distinct types. You can foresee the ultimate future of aviation, but in the minds of Thuther and many other leading authorities, the future flying machine for commercial use will be of the hydro-aeroplane type. These machines, equally athom on water or land, or in the air, obviate many of the objectionable features of ordinary aircraft, and combine the advantages of the fast motor boat with the power of sustained and rapid flight. While any boy who can build a boat can also build in Roman 13. Introduction hydro-aeroplane, yet miniature or model flying boats, are better suited to the requirements and capabilities of the average boy. As such models are fairly accurate reproductions of the real hydro-aeroplanes, very full descriptions of principal types of these machines are provided, supplemented by directions for building models and describing the numerous details of parts, proportions, and materials required. Illustrations are selected from hundreds of valuable photographs in the possession of Thuther, placed at his disposal by aviators and builders, supplemented by scale plans and working drawings, some original, and others loaned by manufacturers and by the publishers of aeronautics, aircraft, and other periodicals devoted to aviation. The drawings and plans have been prepared with the utmost simplicity possible, combined with accuracy and detail, and are purposely more or less diagrammatic. To avoid the bugbear of computing measurements from scale, all such measurements have been plainly marked on the illustrations in addition to the detailed tables and specifications of dimensions included in TEDx descriptions. Many boys are under the impression that an aeroplane, only a model, is a complicated and intricate machine, difficult to build, handle, or understand. As a matter of fact, they are extremely simple affairs, very easier to master than an automobile, and safely handled with far less practice than is required to sail a boat properly. Homemade, full-sized aeroplanes are, as a rule, far inferior to those built by professionals, and a boy who builds aerial aeroplanes should never attempt a flight, or even try to rise from the ground, until the machine has been thoroughly tested and approved by a competent aviator, and the builder himself has become familiar with the operation and control of the aeroplane. Roman 14. Introduction. Many boys are ambitious to become aviators, and while Thuther does not advise aviation as a profession, yet some boys become very expert and competent airmen. The only way to learn properly is to take regular lessons from all known and thoroughly competent pilot, numbers of whom make a specialty of teaching aviation. By visiting the various aviation fields and hangars, a great deal may be learned that cannot be mastered by the perusal of any book, no matter how complete and intelligible it may be. And, as aviators and builders of flying machines are invariably glad to point out and explain the various details of operation and construction of their machines to visitors, a great deal of time may be profitably spent in this way. Page 20. Part I with the aeroplane flies. Page 22. Harper's aircraft book chapter I sailing in Thier W. A have, all steamboat sailing against the wind, kites soaring steadily skyward in a brisk breeze, or have watched a hawk, buzzard, eagle, or other bird sailing in graceful curves or circles with no motion or effort off his wings. All these things are so common and so familiar to our eyes that we seldom wonder with the era possibly or how the result is accomplished. When at last success crowned man's attempts to rise and fly in a machine heavier than air, and aeroplanes rose and soared, twisted and turned, and performed marvelous evolutions in air, every one asked textion, why does an aeroplane fly? As a matter of fact, an aeroplane flies for precisely the same reason that a boat sails, a kite rises, or a bird soars. In other words, it flies because it moves in the direction of least resistance, which is forward and upward. The boat, with its sail close hauled, would merrily drift sideways on theater but forth a keel or centerboard, which offers a greater resistance to water than does the stem, and hence, as the wind pushes sideways on the sail 3. HJA. RPER aircraft book the boat moves forward. The simple kite cannot move straight away before the wind, a shall be astring, and some relief must be obtained for the pressure against its surface. It slides edgewise. If the kite isn't properly hung on its string or properly balanced by a tail or similar device, it dips and dives, performs wild gyrations and dashes towards. If properly hung and balanced, the lower edges farther from Thewin's forsethen upper edge, and the sliding from this slanting surface, forces the kite aloft, just as the boat moves forward and allows Thewin to slide off the sail. Reaction it can easily be seen that if, instead of a moving wind and a fixed surface, we substitute a fixed body off and a moving surface, the same result will obtain, and this is completed in the aeroplane. A very important factor in the flight off a kite, the sailing off a boat, the success off an aeroplane, or the power off a windmill is reaction. If a stream off water is turned against a flat surface at right angles, it will spatter off in every direction. If the some flat surface is tilted, the water will rush off the object along the slanting surface. If thighs flappity is so arranged that it can move edgewise but not directly away from the stream, we will find that as soon as the surface is tipped, thus allowing the water to slide off, the surface will move forward toward the water fig. This is caused by the reaction off theater, and while theaction off an air current cannot be seen as scanth current off water, yet attacks in exactly the same manner. Thus a surface exposed to moving mass or stream of air is acted jupitant ways. First, the direct pressure tend for sailing in theater ing to lift it, and second, the reactionary force which tends to drive it forward. In the windmill the letter is the lift force utilized to obtain motion and power. Butin kites and aeroplanes both forces are reemployed to advantage. The amount of force or lift, as well as the amount of reaction, obtained depends upon the speed off the column of air striking the surface or the speed off the surface striking the air. A strong wind will drive a boat or windmill faster than a light breeze, but if we increase the sizing area of the sail off the boat, or the blades off the windmill, without proportionately increasing the size of the boat's hull or the machinery, off the mill nearly, the same power and speed can be obtained with a light wind as the smaller mill developed with a hard wind. Soon as we recognize this law of physics, we can readily understand that speed and area are closely related, and that, while the earliest aeroplanes spread 40 feet or more and traveled slowly, the latest machines have a speed of more than 100 miles an hour and spread askin 18 feet. Surfaces, or planes for a great many yearsmen have realized that if a kite like surface or plane could be driven with sufficient speed against the air, it would lift and fly. But for years this was impossible to accomplish, as an unknown motive power could produce a sufficient speed and power to drive a machine fast enough to lift its own weight. In their experiments, this men designed numerous machines and constructed many novel and wonderful forms of kites. For lacking the power, they strove to evolve forms of planes or surfaces which would develop more lift. Such were the various box kites, the Hargrave kite / Tet 5, Harper's aircraft book Fig. 3 Fig. 4 entering edge point of pressure Fig. 5 Fig. 6 rehedral kites, etc. Some of which were saw steady in flight, saw great in lifting power, and of such large size that they carried men aloft with perfect ease and safety. With Thedvin off the gasoline engine, however, the long-sought power was found, and through his marvelous light, powerful engine, which nowadays does such universal work for mankind, the Aeroplane became an actual fact. The earlier wings or planes were perfectly flat, inclined surfaces much like an ordinary kite, but it was soon discovered that curved surfaces were far more efficient. Just with eyes Issa can be easily seen by studying the diagrams in Figs 2 and 3. In Fig 2, a flat, inclined surface is shown, with the arrows indicating the direction of the wind. In this case, the air strikes the flat surface and slides along it until it slips off T6, sailing in the air the rare jetta. The combined upward lift or pressure off the air at on the reactionary force at B will, of course, force the entire plane towards C. A large amount of the force is wasted owing to the fact that it is so very easy for the air to slip along the flat surface that only a small part of its lifting power is used. If a curved surface, as shown in Fig. 3, is used, we'll see at once that the air striking the undercity off the curve at exerts a lifting power throughout the curve until it reacts or slips off at B. And Thatvin, when thus slipping off its direction, guided by the curve, tends still further to lift the plane. In a semicircular surface of this type, the air approaching the surface at C must act more or less upon the upper surface at D, and this not only tends to retard the forward motion of the plane, but actually produces a downward motion off the forward edge. To overcome this fault, parabolic curves generally used, such as shown in Fig. 4. Here the forward edge does not curve down enough to present the upper surface tothewend, while the long, gentle sweep off the lower surface allows the toked upon it for its entire width. This parabolic curve is now universally adopted in aeroplane and lighter construction, but the exact proportions and curvatures vary with different designers. The forward thickened edge off the wing is known as entering edge, and upon its form and curve a great deal depends. Point off pressure is the particular point or spot upon the lower surface off the wing upon which the wind or air exerts its greatest force, and the distance from the entering edge to the point of pressure has a very great influence upon the efficiency, stability, and success of any aeroplane, glider, or model. Fig. 5. In every aeroplane, the forward edge off the wing lie higher than there are edge, or a 10 angle in relation to 7. Harper's aircraft book the horizontal line, and this angle is known as the angle of incidence, which merely means the angle at which the wings meet the air as the machine moves forward. Fig. 6. When a machine isons in the air, it may be any angle required to rise upward, beautis it rests on the ground and is. Run forward together speed the wings must present an angle in order to receive the lift off the air currents. If the wings were perfectly horizontal, the machine would merely travel on the earth and would never lift. This point should always be borne in mind when building gliders or paste together here pin toe balance. Fig. 10 models, and nearly every maker has a slightly different idea as to the best and most effective angle of incidence. In addition, this angle the wings off most machines are placed at an angle or slope from their tips toward their 8. Sailing in the air center. This is dihedral angle, Fig. 7a, and it has been adopted because it gives greater stability or balance to the machine. In some machines, the uter ends off the wings curve downward, producing drooping wings. Fig. 7b, and such drooping tips in combination with the dihedral angle are often used with excellent results, although the droop alone lacks stability and balance. Fig. 7c. Simple experiments, these various points involved in wing form and construction are of vast importance, and they may be readily tested, and their significance easily proved by very simple experiments with cardboard and paper. If a piece of straight note paper is attached to a strip of card, and the latter held before themeth and blown upon, the action off the end or on a straight plane will be demonstrated. Fig. 8. If the paper is curved as in Fig. 9, the action off the curved surface will be shown. By making little cardboard models of aeroplanes and balancing them with bits of wood, pins, etc. Many of the problems of balance and flight may be grasped, and a great deal of leisure and knowledge gained by experimenting with various forms, curves, and shapes. You will find that a straight, flat card, if dropped, will waver from side to side, and atlas dash suddenly down edge on. If the tips off that card are bent down or drooped, that card will float for a moment right side up, and will then capsize and slide off a tan angle bottom up. If, on the other hand, that card is bent sharply in the center so that woe has area tan angle, that card will float quite steadily to the ground with little tendency to tip over or slide edgewise. Harper's aircraft book by attaching a body and tail to these cards, somewhat resembling the body and tail of an aeroplane. Fig. 10. You may balance them by treeing various curves and weights, that when thrown by hand they will travel forward and even rise in the air for some distance. We have no considered the action of aerowind against the plane or wing, but we have overlooked one very important matter, which is the resistance of the moving body to the air through which it moves. This resistance may be divided into true resistance and frictional resistance, and as they are very important factors and exhibit some remarkable peculiarities, they should be well understood before any attempt is made to build any sort of an aircraft. Chapter Roman 2, Moving Bodies in the Air. A principal form of resistance produced by any 5 asterisk body moving through the air is that known as head resistance. This is the form of resistance which your body presents to strong wind, and you all know how very hard it is to walk against a gale of wind. If the air was not moving at all, and you should run at a speed of 40 miles an hour, you would find the resistance just as great as if you were standing still in the wind was blowing 40 miles an hour. Fortunately, this form of resistance may be greatly reduced by using certain forms and shapes of bodies which offer a minimum amount of resistance to the air. If a square body is exposed to wind or air currents, Fig. I, the currents resulting will flow about as indicated by the arrows. If the body is spherical, as in Fig. 2, the flow will be more regular and smoother, as shown by the rows. In both of these forms, the two separated currents do not meet and flow away behind until at some distance in the rear. If this empty space or partial vacuum is filled in biazolid, the sides compressed, and the forward and sharpened, as shown in Fig. 3. The air flow about it will be very smooth and gradual, or in other words, this form of body will offer practically the least possible head resistance to the atmosphere. This is known as a streamline form, or Fish Roman 2. Harper's aircraft book Fig. 3 body form, and is the sectional shape of most of the spars, struts, beams, and their parts of the modern aeroplane. Skin friction is the friction or resistance caused by the moving air passing along and over the surface of an object. This does not amount to much on a perfectly smooth surface, but if the surface is rough or uneven, a great deal of frictional resistance will result. For this reason, every part of an aeroplane or other machine should be smooth and even as possible, and even the surfaces or covering of the wings should be stretched tight and painted or varnished smooth. As the greatest amount of skin friction occurs on the planes, these are made to for the least possible friction with the greatest lifting area. The form which thus results is a long, narrow wing, as in Fig. 5, instead of a short, wide plane, as in Fig. 4. At first sight it seems as if the short, broad form would lift more than the other, but the rows showing the direction in which the air slips from the surface prove that the long, narrow plane has greater lifting power and less friction than the short, broad form. This is owing to the fact that the air will always flow from a body in the direction of least resistance. 12. Moving bodies in the air as the long, narrow plane presents less resistance to the air from front toward than from front toward things. The air passes directly back, and in so doing exerts its entire lifting force. In the short, broad plane, on the other hand, the air finds less resistance toward the sides than from front to rear, and consequently slips off the sides without exerting more than every small part of its lifting power on the plane. Stability. Another reason why the very long, narrow wings are used on aerial craft is because the short, broad wings are much less stable. Stability is the most important matter in aerial vehicles, and even under the best conditions, only a very little real or natural stability can be obtained. The long planes serve to balance the body at their center, for their extremities act as levers or balancing poles. Just as a tightrope walker maintains high equilibrium with a long pole, so the aviator finds the long wings of value in balancing his craft. Natural stability is the free designer and builder of aeroplanes and models, and recent experiments have proved that certain remarkable phenomena are produced by bodies of peculiar form moving through the atmosphere. One of these is the fact that a body moving through the air causes a disturbance of air for a considerable distance in advance of the body itself. By numerous experiments and very complex formulae, students of aerodynamics have demonstrated that certain forms of bodies and wings will produce a disturbance ahead, which will result in actually adding to the lifting power of the air. By adopting wings designed to take advantage of this peculiar factory, much greater efficiency has resulted. 13. Harper's aircraft book. Another discovery, which has quite recently been made, is the fact that, whereas the old-fashioned curve of wing and wing beams tended toward stability when ascending or descending, more deeply curved wings and thicker and more rounded entering edges result in increased stability. The seeming paradox is the result of center of press. You're changing as a machine rises or descends, and whether this point changes to front or back depends largely upon the curve of the wing section. The diagrams Figs. 6 and 7 make this matter much clearer than explanation. In Fig. 6, a conventional form of monoplane is illustrated, shows the machine flying in a horizontal plane, with the center of pressure indicated by 0. B shows the same machine rising, and it will be noticed that the center of pressure has moved forward, thus tending to tilt the machine still farther up with possibly fatal results. C shows the same machine descending, and Herethero indicates that the center of pressure has moved to the rear, thus tending to tip the machine tail up and cause it to dive. In Fig. 7, a monoplane of the Sama form with improved wings is shown. Illustrates the machine in horizontal flight, with the center of pressure indicated by 0. If this machine ascends, as in B, the center of pressure, instead of moving forward, moves back, thus tending to preserve balance or stability. At C, this a machine is shown descending, and again the center of pressure moves, but it moves forward, thus helping to preserve stability and preventing the machine from diving. In making your models or gliders, or in designating a large machine, you should always bear these facts in mind and try numerous experiments with wings of various forms and curves before finally deciding on the you will adopt. Moving bodies in the Fig. 6 Fig. 7 Na machine has been made which is entirely dependent on natural or inherent stability, for, while small models can be so constructed, in carrying size as the uncertain and liable talk-up size. Moreover, the small machines are not intended for flying in circles or performing figure eights, spirals, etc., which are necessary in real flying machines. The early machines could not at all, and it was a 215. Harper's aircraft book long time after the first flights were made in public before the aviators learned to turn a corner, or van a half circle, in the air. Each turn, twist, or deviation from a straight course results in a variation in balance and stability, and to overcome the constantly changing equilibrium, as well as stolo the pilot turn or maneuver in a direction, various supplementary or auxiliary devices are used. Some of these are used in turning to right or left, others for icing or descending, and still others for maintaining balance or stability. All these things must be under the direct control of the operator, and must be easily and quickly reached and manipulated, for upon them his life invariably depends. These various devices are collectively known as controls / and astivery agrate deal in several types of machines, and as they are in a way most important parts of the aeroplane. They should be carefully studied and thoroughly understood before attempting to make or fly in a sort of airplane or glider. Very few model aeroplanes are provided with controls, but it is great fun to fit them to models, and by sitting them in various ways, watch the effects they have upon the flight of your tin machines. As those used on model machines are identical in action and design with those used on real machines, knowledge often will answer for both, and in the next chapter it will describe and explain the most important controls and their most noteworthy and efficient types. Chapter 3. Steering in the or th main control often aeroplanes that which renders it possible to guide or steer the machine upward when rising from the ground, or steer or guide it downward when the pilot wishes to descend or volplane. This control may be obtained by horizontal rudders in front of the machine, or by a horizontal tail in the rear, or a combination of both. In the older forms of machines, such as the original Wright, the old Curtiss, the Farman, and others, the front horizontal rudders, or elevators, were Fig/ always used. Nowadays, the tendency is to omit the head and depend entirely upon rear elevators. Fig. It shows an old-style Farman machine with the forward elevator, or Harper's aircraft book head, whereas Fig. 2 represents Burgess Wright biplane without the head. The action of either the forward or the rear horizontal rudder is for simple and easily understood. The rudders Fig. 2 consist merely of small planes of fabric stretched on a wooden frame and pivoted or hinged so that they can be swung up or down like a trapdoor or lid attached. If the rear elevator is moved as shown in Fig. 3a, or the forward elevator is swung as in Fig. 3b, the pressure of the air against the angle of the elevator forces the machine to tip upward and ascend as shown by the rows in Theccat. If the pilot wishes to descend, the elevating planes are swung in the opposite direction, and the forward end of the machine will be forced down by the pressure on the elevators, and the entire aeroplane will follow the direction shown by the row. Monoplanes always have the elevating planes in the rear, and while they may vary in size, position, or details of construction, their principle and action are always the same. 18. Fig. 3a Fig. A speed elevator Fig. 4a Fig. 4b Fig. 5 Fig. 6. How to steer an aeroplane. Harper's aircraft book The Elevating Planes of Blériot Monoplane are shown in Fig. 4a, and those often Antoinette in Fig. 4b. The manner in which the elevators are moved or controlled by the aviator varies greatly in different machines, but in the majority of the planes the elevators are connected by wire cable to steering column, or post, and be moving these forward or back the pilot raises or depresses the elevators. Fig. 5. Only every slight motion off the horizontal rudder is required to cause the machine to vary its angle of ascent or descent a great deal. And in building model aeroplanes, you will find that the least variation of the angle of the planes will make a wonderful difference in their flight. For a long time after aeroplanes flew successfully, it was impossible for the apparatus to turn in a curve or circle without upsetting. The tails off the machines were moved like rudders to boats, but nevertheless, a slight turn would upset the balance off the machine and cause disaster. It was not until the Wright brothers invented the warping wings and other inventors discovered ailerons that stability could be maintained in circles, figure eights, and other evolutions performed in midair. If we examine the diagram Fig. 6, which represents an aeroplane turn engine a circle, we will find that the outer wing, A, must travel a great deal farther than the inner wing, B, just as the outer rimafaheel turns farther in making revolution than dosi hub. In order to accomplish this, the outer tip-off, A must travel through the at a much greater speed than the inner wingtip, B. As I have already explained that the faster a plane moves, the more lift it produces, it will be easily understood that the excess in speed of almost 10 tolif theater wingtip and that 20. Steering in theater city off the aeroplane a great deal more than the slower moving inner wing. Of course, this causes the machine tote more and more toward the center, and if carried too far would cause the aeroplane to slide sideways towards or to capsize. In order to overcome this tipping, or banking, and enable the pilot tottern safely, various devices known as warping or flexible wings and ailerons were designed. Fig. 7. The warping wing consists of a flexible portion off the outer end of the plane's connected bicables with the operators control in such a way that the wing or plane may be bent or twisted. Fig. 7. By bending down one wing and bending up the other, the planes can be made to present a greater or less resistance and lift a theater. Thus, in turning a corner, as shown in Fig. 6, the speed of the outer wing, A, may be decreased by warping down that wing, and the speed of accelerated and its lift increased by the SAMA control cables, so that tendency to the pupus neutralized and the machine remains practically on-level keel. 21. Harper's aircraft book. The same result is accomplished by means of ailerons and other machines. These are merely small auxiliary wings or planes which are placed either at hurry edge off the main plane or midway between them, as in Fig. 8. The function of the ailerons is exactly similar to that of the warping wings, for by tipping them up or down one or the other wingtip may be retarded, and its lift decreased. Ailerons and warping wings are known as lateral controls, and are used in maintaining side balance or lateral stability. In addition to their value in turning corners, they are also of the greatest importance in aiding the operator to keep his machine on an even course when flying in disturbed air, in uncertain winds, or, in fact, wherever it is necessary to keep the machine from tilting first one way and then another. Each kind of machine has a distinctive method of operating the cables leading to the warping wings or ailerons. In the Wright machines, it is accomplished by a hand lever, Fig. 9a. In the Curtiss, it is brought about through a shoulder yoke, Fig. 96. In Blériot, it is done by tipping the steering column, Fig. 9c, and another makes it is be foot pedals or steering wheels. Most operators prefer the shoulder yoke for in the system the natural tendency of the pilot tossing his body away from the side toward which his machine tips operates the aileron control and automatically rights the aeroplane. If you watch an aeroplane carefully while in flight, you will notice that the ailerons are continually moving ever so slightly, and in many biograph picturesque this may be seen to splendid advantage. When warping wings are used, they do not show their motion so much, but they are just as constantly in operation, and the pilot depends upon them just as much as in the case of ailerons. 22. Fig. 8 lever operates rudders and warps wings chain. Fig. 9a the function of the ailerons. Harper's aircraft book motion from one side to the other, or earning, is accomplished in the air very much in the same manner as a boat is turned in the water, namely, by a vertical rudder. The rudder of an aeroplane is merely a light frame covered with Fig. 10a Fig. 10b Fig. 10c Fig. 10d fabric and usually placed in thorough off the machine on the tail, with about half of its surface above and half below the horizontal tail end elevators. Fig. 10 shows the rudder on the tail of a Curtiss biplane. Fig. 10b the rudder on the tail of a Benoist. Fig. 10c that of a Blériot monoplane, and Fig. 10d the rudder and elevator off an Antoinette. The size, position, and details of construction vary with each designer and type of machine, and in some cases the vertical rudder is placed in front of the machine in the head with the elevators, or forward and rear rudders are both used, each working in unison with the other. In many forms of machines, the vertical or steering, 24. Steering in the rudder is or das duperate unizode, with the warping control soar with the ailerons, in such a way that when the machine is turned to right or lift the proper aileron or wing tip is raised or lowered, thus more or less automatically maintaining stability. Several typical forms of rudders, and ailerons are illustrated in Figs. Nan 12. Fig. N shows thenu. Harper's aircraft book, right form of vertical and horizontal rudders. Bis the voicen form used on the farm and aeroplanes in conjunction, with ailerons attached to the rear edges off the main planes, as shown in C. Disthefamus Curtiss tailend rudders used with the ailerons between thewings shown in E. The tailend rudders off the Benoist machine, and its ailerons extending beyond thewing tips, are shown at F. These are all typical biplane devices, and several monoplane rudders are shown in Fig. 12. As monoplanes use warping or flexible wingtips and ailerons, the tailsend rudders alone are illustrated. Fig. 12. A shows the Blériot, B. Heinrich, C. Columbia. Any of these forms or their modifications are capable of Fig. 12C adaptation ta model machines, and their Israeli na particular choice as regards their relative efficiency. No matter what system off-rudders, elevators, and lateral controls aerost, all three must be present in some form in any real aeroplane, even if it is off the peculiar tailless type 26, steering in theer made by the late Frank Boland, Fig. 13, or the tailless voicing canard machines. In the Boland aeroplane's lateral control ice-fected by jibs between the planes and the Fig. 13 elevating rudders area head off the machine on an outrigger. In model flyers, the controls may be greatly simplified for lateral stability iso-ability importance, as these miniature 27 Harper's aircraft book machines are intended mainly for straightaway flights. Moreover, for straight flights, vertical rudders are necessary, and the elevation is secured by the plane's or wings being set at fixed angles. Sometimes excellent results are obtained by upright fins or vertical planes fastened across the main planes. These act like the keel off a boat and cause the machine to fly very straight and true. In designing or building any machine, whether man-carrying or model, it must be borne in mind that all horizontal attachments, such as elevators, ailerons, etc., add to the total area off surface and lifting power, while vertical controls add to skin friction or assistance without any additional lifting force. Part Roman 2, Model Aeroplanes and Flyers. Page 50. Chapter Roman 4 Model machines are, i.e. term, model aeroplane. Is an wavery miss one leading, for a true model aeroplane a exact copy in miniature of aeroplane. Such a model may or may not be capable of actual flight, and some of the most beautifully made models of this class, with every detail worked out with utmost care and accuracy, can ever be flown. Such models serve only to illustrate the proportions, construction, and appearance of ethereal machines, and have little interest save as curiosities and examples of good handiwork. Actual flying models of large machines are often seen, and some of these are marvels of good work, accurate attention to details, and are most interesting and instructive, for they illustrate far better than any other method the actual principles and operation of the big machines. Nowadays, that term model aeroplane is more widely applied to small machines, which are very distinct from any man-carrying aeroplane, and are designed and built solely for amusement or for racing or distance contests. These machines are more properly known as racers and flyers, and it is with these that the various model aeroplane clubs hold contests and for which price are offered. Such models are often real value is related to large machines, for oddly enough, a flyer that works well and Harper's aircraft book breaks records would fail literally if enlarged Tom carrying dimensions. If a boy wishes seriously to study aviation with a view to ultimately designing or building aerial aeroplane, much greater progress may be made and much more knowledge gained by building small reproductions of standard machines than by constructing flyers and racers. On the other hand, a great deal more amusement and real fun may be obtained from the flyers than from true models. Flyers are cheap and easy to build, and though never knows when some more untried design may prove to possess remarkable powers. True models are rather expensive and require a great deal of time and patience to construct, and very accurate work and fine adjustment are necessary if the are actually to make flights. When the model is at last complete and really flies, an accident may occur, and your beautiful model, which represents weeks of painstaking care, may be smashed to bits and a second. Is very disheartening, whereas a flyer, even if broken or smashed, which is unlikely, means merely a small loss of time and money. The commonest forms of true models which have been worked out on a small scale and which actually fly are the old-style Wright Biplane, the Curtiss Biplane, the Curtiss Aeroplane, the Newport, and the Blériot Monoplane. These willfully described and minute directions for their construction will be given in an author chapter. Before commencing to build a model of any sort, however, great care should be taken to secure accurate and reliable plans and materials. It is very easy to draw out a scale plan of an aeroplane, but it is a far more difficult matter to build one that will actually fly from any of the plans offered for sale at the present time. 32. Model machines. Simple models. Probably the simplest form of model flyer that it is possible to construct is that known as skeeter. Fig. I. This machine is designed especially for indoor amusement and consists of a very light, straight stick for the body or frame. Fig. 5a with a forward and rear plane of cardboard or onion paper. The propeller may be cut from thin sheet celluloid, aluminum, or stiff cardboard, and is turned by a twisted rubber. 33. Harper's aircraft book band fastened tow hook on the propeller shaft and a second hook on the frame. Fig. 2. These tiny affairs are about 8-1/2 long and spread 6-1/4 across the forward wings. They will fly 30 feet or more, and by bending thewings at various angles and using different sized planes a great deal of fun may be had, and considerable experience gained to start the particular angle off planes and proportion off sizes, which giveth the best results. These models cost but 25 cents ready-made, but any boy can make one in a few minutes at home. Almost as simple as Thesketer is the loop glider, shown in Fig. 3. For pure amusement, this device will prove very satisfactory, for it will flies for 100 feet, and can be made to perform numerous remarkable evolutions such as looping theloop, dipping thedip, etc. This glider consists of a single stick having a tits forward and dowwire hook, A, and a levating block, beta, which is attached to the forward wing or plane, C. Te rear end off the stick is a vertical fin, or keel, D, and above this the main plane, E. Both off these planes, canned E, area attached to the stick rubber bands, F. Either thin wooden or fiber planes may be used, and even thin aluminum planes often prove very satisfactory. In addition to the glider, you must also have assling off-wire G, to which a long and powerful elastic band is attached, H. If you wish a straight flight, with thewend, set the front edge off the forward plane on the second notch in the elevating block and catch the hook, A, on the rubber off the sling. Grasp the rear end off the stick between thumb and forefinger, as shown in Fig. 4. Draw back as far as you can and release the grasp on the stick. If your plane's truly set, little device will sail gracefully upward and away for 100 feet or more. If a longer flight is desired, 34. Model machines you may drive two stakes in the ground several feet apart and use these, as the crotch ta the sling with longer and stronger rubbers. Two people may also hold thenes of a long, stout rubber, and be on or the other off the methods, Vefy long flights off from 300 to 650 feet may be obtained. Care should always be taken, however, to have the glider start at a spot a little lower than the top off the stakes or sling, and at an ascending angle, in order to have it clear the top off the stakes or the crotch off the sling. If instead of flying straight the glider flies tune side, set the main plane a little over to the sama side. Every slight alteration will serve, and it is best to make such changes very gradually until just the proper adjustment is obtained. By placing the forward or levating plane, C, on the upper step off the block, B, and flying the device against thewend, the loop will be obtained, and the glider will come towards, after a long and graceful glide. By varying the position off the forward plane up and down on the steps off the block, and be altering the adjustment off the rear plane from side to side, almost an endless number of solutions may be obtained with this simple device. These very simple affairs, such as Thesketer and the loop gliders, are really mere toys, and are useful simply as serving to demonstrate the principally off-model machines and asserting an insight into the various effects produced on flight by slight changes in balance, angle off planes, and other details. For real sport or satisfaction in model flyer construction and design, you must look for something better, more advanced, and more powerful. Such are the various long-distance flyers and speedo planes, Fig. 5 and Fig. 5A, the Cecil Pioli Racer, the Pierce 35, Harper's Aircraft Book and Man Machines, and a host of other miniature aeroplanes designed for speed, long distance, and accurate flights, and many of them capable of rising from the ground under their own power. Tools and materials, many splendid models Aeroforce already made by the various firms dealing in model aeroplanes and supplies, or the machines may be built from accurate plans furnished by these dealers. It is far more fun to build your own models and work out the parts from the raw materials yourself. I advise every boy to do this. It is practically impossible to secure the proper grades and qualities of wood, fabric, rubber, and other materials in the ordinary shops, and it is therefore advisable to purchase them from a reliable firm dealing only in such things. It is possible to build every good model with only a jackknife and a bradawl for tools, and with a piece of pine board, some silk thread, and an old tin can for materials. But such a model built with such crude utensils will never be satisfactory, and isonly a makeshift. Ordinary carpenter stools are far too coarse and heavy for the fine and accurate work required in building model aeroplanes, and it is far better to provide tools especially suited to the work. Such tools are inexpensive, and save many times their cost in material saved, which would be wasted or injured in attempting to use ordinary tools. One of the most important tools is a small hand drill. This is very essential, as it is necessary to drill many small holes in wood off-frames and planes, and special 36 model machines drills designed for this purpose may be purchased for 25 to 35 cents each. Fig. 6. A pair of small, round-nosed pliers, a pair of small cutting pliers, a hacksaw or a hand scroll saw, and a riffin screwdriver are the most important tools in addition to the drill-sharp knife. Fig. 6. Harper's aircraft book, a small iron plane, plenty of assorted sandpaper, strong silk thread, steel and copper wire, sheet brass and aluminum, small screws and brads, and screw eyes are very useful and in many cases necessary. Wire should be flexible, strong, and very fine, gauges 28 to 34, and the screws and brads very minute. In building models, lightness and strength combined are of the utmost importance, and common wood with knots or weak spots, ordinary cardboard or paper, and common elastic bands will not serve if good results are obtained. Among the fabrics used are silk fabric, bamboo paper, and fiberloid, excellent for certain purposes. The silk and bamboo fabrics should be coated with bamboo varnish or fabric solution, but fiberloid is a celluloid-like transparent material and requires no treatment. Other fabrics can also be obtained, which are already treated and require no varnishing or other preparation. Among these is zephyr skin, a specially prepared material which is lighter than tissue paper and tougher than silk, and which has an exceedingly smooth surface, thus reducing skin friction to the minimum. The size of the skins is about 6x22, but were more may be readily glued to their to obtain any desired size. To those unfamiliar with model aeroplane work and the advances made in model aeroplane construction, a great surprises in store when a visit to dealer in model supplies is made. In addition to selected materials, such as woods, fibers, bamboo, rattan, metal, etc., there is a great variety of dainty carved propellers, metal propellers, and fiber propellers for machines of every sort and size. Shafts, bearings, metal braces, and even ball bearings are constructed solely for models, and an infinite variety, often E38. Model machines, rubber-tired wheels, axles, turnbuckles, gears, sprockets, and other parts are ready-made, and a scare fully finished as their larger counterparts used in real aeroplanes. In many cases, better results may be gained by purchase in such accessories ready-made than by attempting to fashion them by hand. Fourthly, are wonderfully cheap, and unless you are provided with a fine assortment of metal working tools, it is a difficult matter to produce accurate metal fittings for models. Propeller hangers, bearings, braces, and similar fittings may be obtained to suit almost any model, but as most of these are adapted to special designs, it is better, in experimental work, to make your own metal parts. The inline materials which should be kept in hand are various sizes of spruce sticks, T and I-beam section wood, round and half-round rattan or reed, and split bamboo. So you can never tell just what size your firm off wood, rattan, or bamboo you will require. It is best to capago to sort meant on hand. For these materials are cheap, and a great deal of time and trouble will be saved if you have just thing you need and are obliged torn out or send for a piece of wood you happen to want. The spruce in various forms costs buto nortwosens a foot, and the rattan and bamboo about the same. So you can have a splendid assortment for less than $1. If you wish to make your own propellers, you should have several blanks on hand, as these are very cheap, costing from 10 to 25 cents each, and are far better than you can make yourself. It is a similar to whittle a single propeller from a blank, but it is very hard to whittle out two exactly alike where twin propellers are used. The blanks are made of various suitable woods, and are roughly 39. Harper's aircraft book shaped, as shown in Fig. 7, which illustrates some types of ideal propeller blanks. Equipped with the above-named tools and materials, the boy builder need not be afraid to tackle any sort of model, for with industry, care, and accurate work, splendid models can be built even if you have never practiced carpentry or woodworking. Of course, more attractive and handsomer models can be produced by using ready-made parts and merely assembling them, but the satisfaction obtained by building an aeroplane model entirely by yourself is far greater than you will obtain by putting together parts purchased off a dealer. A model aeroplane is much like a model boat or yacht. The boy with plenty of spending money can produce results very elaborate and completely equipped, but the boy who makes every part himself feels an interest in his finished product and knows its whims and peculiarities, and consequently gets better practical results from his model than if he had spent more money and less hard work and pains taking care in its construction. Chapter V, How to Build Racing Models. A model flare which holds the world's record for distance or duration is always of the greatest interest to model flyer enthusiasts. Like real airplanes, however, their cords are often broken and new ones established that it is very difficult to keep track of just which one is really their cord holder. Moreover, official and unofficial records may differ, and whereas an unofficial record may be correct, yet unless it is official it will not stand a fair cord among the clubs and model enthusiasts. A record flight of official must be made in actual competition in a duly announced contest, and under accepted rules and conditions off-model contests. Many off the longest recorded flights are unofficial, among them theft flight off man monoplane, which is alleged tow-have covered 200 feet with a duration of 100 seconds. Cecil Pioli Hazelso made various flights of 500 feet and more unofficially, and the Pierce record of 814 feet 6 inches was also unofficial. For a long time, the Cecil Pioli raced was the holder of all American records, with a flight of 691 feet 6 inches and a duration of 48-5/8 seconds. The official records at present time are as follows. Harper's Aircraft Book World's Model Flying Records Hand-Launch Distance. Armorcelli 2, 653 feet duration. Armorcelli 158-4/5 sec. Off-ground distance. Armorcelli 1, 408 feet duration. Curtis Myers 73 sec. Hydrofoiler duration. GH Kavanaugh 6-2/5 sec. England, single tractor screws. Distance. HR. Weston 252 feet duration. W Genoa 22 sec. American Model Flying Records Hand-Launch Distance. Armorcelli 2, 653 feet duration. Armorcelli 158-4/5 sec. Off-ground distance. Armorcelli 1, 408 feet duration. Curtis Myers 73 sec. Hydrofoiler duration. GH Kavanaugh 60-2/5 sec. British Model Flying Records Hand-Launch Distance. AE Willard 1, 431 feet duration. AF Halberg 89 sec. Off-ground distance. G Rulin 696 feet duration. AF Halberg 51 sec. Hydro off-water duration. GP Bragg Smith 25 sec. Single tractor screw. Distance. FG Hinesley 519 feet hand-launched duration. JE Louch 44 sec. Single tractor screw. Ground duration. JE Louch 40 sec. All British records aero-quoted from flight. The man monoplane, whether it's record ICE official or not, is a very efficient machine designed by an English schoolboy. Its total weight read for flight is but 4 ounces. It flies at about 18 miles an hour in favorable air, and it is very simple and easily constructed model flyer. The machine consists of a triangular body or fuselage, Fig. A 34 inches long and tapering from 17 inches wide at her rear tow point in front. The wings or planes are placed at points 2 inches from the forward and down 12 inches from 42. How to build racing models there are and the whole machine is driven by twin propellers of 5-inch diameter. The triangular frame consists of 2 pieces of selected silver spruce 1/4 square and 34 inches long, with a cross brace at her end off I/X 1/8 spruce 7 inches long. Fig. 1 This rear cross brace ice of streamline section. Fig. IB. To reduce air resistance, and is lashed to the main frame by silk thread glued or shalaced. Fig. IC. A second cross piece is also lashed and glued on the top of the frame 12/4/3. Harper's Aircraft Book inches from the pointed forward end of the frame, and in shape and size is similar to the rear brace. In gluing these cross braces in place, only the finest white glue should be used, and the thread lashings should be wound evenly and tightly, and then coated with a layer of glue and shellac. The 2 forward ends off the main beams should be cued off at an angle, as shown in Fig. ID and glued together. Curved W-shaped piece of stout wire 4 inches long is set over thined in a slight notch, and is lashed and glued as shown in Fig. IE, thus holding that wounds off the beams together and serving as a hook tow hitch the rubber strands are fastened. The 2 curved sides off these hooks are covered red with a piece of rubber tubing. From the junction of the forward cross brace with the side beams wire guys X 10 diagonally to the junction off the rear ends off the main beams with their R brace. These guys are off for a fine piano wire set with small turnbuckles, which may be purchased at any dealers in model aeroplane supplies. Fig. IA. The main aeroplane is elliptical in form, with a total span of 17 inches and a chord of 4 inches. Fig. IF. The frame off this plane is made of 8-gauge piano wire bent to the proper shape and soldered together. In McKinth's frame, it will be much easier if a wooden form or pattern is first cut out and the wire bent around it. By using 1/2 board for the pattern, the wire may be held in position while soldering by tacking small staples over it. The plane has 2 cross ribs, as shown in the figure. These are a 8-gauge wire also, and the are bent or curved upward to give the plane an arc or camber of 1/2. The frame off the plane should be fastened to the main frame by lashings off silk and shellac, as illustrated in Fig. IG. The most difficult part of the plane construction is in covering it with fine waterproof silk, which is kata shape and then laced taut 44. Photo by Frank Wien model Aeroplane rising from the water, Oakwood Heights, Staten Island. Photo by M. Palmer. Hand launching a flying model, Oakwood Heights, Staten Island. Harper's aircraft book with strong silk thread. You will probably have tawdry several times before you succeed in getting the silk just proper sizing and adjusting it in such a way that it will fit the frame snugly and smoothly and yet in a trinkle order. It is next time possible to describe this adjustment. But a few trials will help wonderfully well. And using some cheaper and commoner material for your experiments, you will soon learn technique of getting the covering on smoothly. The forward or levating plan is 7 longs 1-3/4 wide and is made from spruce 1/30 in thickness. The forward edge off this plan is straight when seen from above, with their edge tapering from the center to the square ends, which are 1 inch wide. Fig. IA. That wo sides off the elevating plane tip up from the center at a hedral angle of 30 degrees, while their tips bend down at an angle of about 5 degrees. And upon the curve off these tips depends the elevation off the machine. Plan is easily given the desired curve by steaming and bending, and by making a form off wood and fastening the steamed plane on thighs until dry and cold very accurate results may be obtained. When thoroughly wood should be carefully sandpapered with the finest sandpaper until perfectly smooth. It is fastened to the frame by rubber bands, which are slipped over the frame, and the free loops passed over the projecting ends off the plane. As this thin spruce elevator is very fragile, it should be placed in position only when in use, and several extra elevators should be provided so that iPhone breaks another may be substituted. After sandpapering, the plane should be given 2 coats of fine shellac. The spot where this plane is still placed, 2 inches from the front off the frame, should be marked in pencil on the main frame. The propellers are made of birch or their hardwood 1/20 in thickness and 8 inches in diameter, with a pitch of 24. How to build racing models inches. Instead of being cut from a block of wood as usual, they are bent from Athens strip steaming it. As it is very difficult to secure an accurate pitch in this way, or both propellers exactly alike, which is essential to good flights. It is better to buy ready-made propellers such as Ideal, which may be obtained at a cost of from 75 cents to $1.50 a pair, and are absolutely true, and are sold in pairs. These may be purchased of plain wood, laminated wood, fiber, metal, or aluminum, and will prove far more efficient than anything you can make. The bearings for the propeller shafts are merely L-shaped pieces, off brass with one side fastened toe side off the frame and the other armored with a small hole to receive the propeller shaft, as shown in Fig. IH. Between the brass piecing the tube off the propeller are steel collars, or washers, to reduce friction. One of these is stationary, while the other revolves, and this should be well lubricated with Vaseline. A great improvement over this rather crude construction can be made by substituting factory-made propeller shafts with turned or ball bearings. Turned bearing shafts cost 15 cents each, while ball bearing shafts cost 50 cents each, and for ordinary work that turned bearings answer every purpose. Fig. 2. The brass shaft hangers should be fastened in place of shellac and nibrads, and should also be lashed firmly to the frame by silk thread coated with shellac. End off the shaft is bent in tow can covered with a piece of rubber tube to protect the strands of rubber used as some motive power. Each motor consists of 6 strands of 1/4 flat elastic looped over the forward wire hook and hook on the shaft, and these should be given about 1,000 turns to produce a propeller speed of 750 revolutions per minute. As it is safetiest job to wind up propellers by 447. Harper's aircraft book hand, it is advisable to purchase or make a winder. The ideal patented friction winder, Fig. 3, is a very good form as this ensures even winding off both propellers. Another good form of winder is shown in Fig. 4. This can easily be made from an old Dover egg beater by cutting off the beaters and replacing them with wire hooks as shown. When winding the rubber strands for this or any other model with a winder Fig. 2 Fig. 3 Fig. Or the rubber strands should be stretched taut with their length. Owing to the fact that the sizes of rubber strands did not always agree and confusion often occurred in ordering, the dealers have now adopted Theplin off listing and selling rubber by number. Number 16 was formerly known as 1/16 rubber, and number 14 as 3/32. If the machine is to be used entirely for a single competition, flight's lightweight is most desirable, and no further attachments should be needed. But if the machine is to be used for pleasure and sport, a landing gear or skids of some sort should be needed. The semi be made off light strips off reed or split bamboo 3/32 square and lashed to the lower side off frame. One of these should be placed at his forward end, and donionich main brace near the rear. 48. How to build racing models. How to build a Pioli racer. A splendidly efficient and easily built machine is the Cecil Pioli racer, invented and produced by Cecil Pioli, of New York City, who is the youngest professional aviator, and who has produced several novel and efficient gliders and models, as well as full-sized aeroplanes. This machine, like the man monoplane already described, is of triangular form, with a frame made of 2 long sticks of spruce, each 34 long and 3/6 wide and 1/4 thick. To the rear end of each stick, on the outer side, aero-bearing blocks 3/4 x 1/4 x 1/2. Fig. 5a, which should be glued and lashed in position on the main beams, on their widest side, as shown in Thecot. The opposite sides at the other ends of that fuselage sticks should be cued off at an angle until they meet evenly with their rear ends 5 inches apart. Fig. 5. Plan. Cross this triangular 3 bamboo braces. Fig. 5c, each 1/16 thick and 1/8 wide, lashed in place with silk thread as usual. Through the 2 side beams, where they join in front, a 1/16 hole should be bored and a stiff wire placed through the shoal and bent in a hook 8 side, as shown in Theplan at. That wounds off the main frame should then be lashed and glued as usual. Thin bamboo strips 3/32 wide should next be bent in the form shown in Fig. 5, Psi, C2, and lashed to the lower sides off the main beams, one in front and one rear. It is free isotobin bamboo rat, or than wood by steaming or heating over aspirate lamp, and you should never attempt to bend such materials either dry or cold. In placking the rear skids, C2, in place care should be taken that they slant slightly outward, as shown in the front view in the figure. When the correct slant is obtained, the cross piece of bamboo, /dislashed in place and the V-shaped 49. Page 70. How to build racing models. Space on the skids is covered with bamboo paper and given acotov bamboo varnish. The main plane should no be constructed, and in this work great care should be taken, as upon this depends the success of your model. Forthribs there are 13 pieces of 1/32 bamboo, which should be bent to the curve shown in the cross-section flanes, and these should be lashed, 2 at a time, upper and lower, to the main spar, K, which is 24 long, 1/2 wide, and 1/16 thick at tear centers. All ribs should be bound in place accurately at right angles to the main spar and spaced as follows. Outer rib zone at side, 2-1/2 from end of main spar. Second rib zone at side, 2-1/2 from first. Third ribs, 3-1/2 from second. Center ribs, 3-1/2 from third. This is accomplished slip that auxiliary spars. E, each 1/4 wide and 1/16 thick, between the ribs from one end to the other off the plane, and slide them into position so that they will be spaced 1-3/4 from the front edge, and 3/4 from the main spar, and the other 5/8 from the main spar and 7/8 from their rear edge. Next, glue and lash all the joints off ribs and spars firmly in place, and while these aerodreeing build the front plane or levator. This is built exactly like the main plane, except that no auxiliary spars are used and only 3 sets of ribs are needed. Around the sofach plane strips off bamboo 1/16 thick and 1/16 wide arabent, and lashed between thenes of each pair of ribs and at the end off the main spar, as shown. Cut some bamboo paper large enough to cover the plane, and turn up over thieges and cement or glue this in place. Then cute a second piece just large enough to fit the plane's top, and glue this firmly over thiege soft the brim piece. When dritha paper should be given acotov bamboo varnish. Harper's aircraft book when dritha planes may be attached to the main fuselage by rubber thread, as shown. But before placing the elevator in position, 2 small blocks, each 3/16 thick and 1/2 wide at widest and 3/32 wide at author and 1/2 long, should be attached to each mainframe beam 4-7/8 from the forward end. Front edge off, elevator should then be adjusted torced on the slipping side off these blocks at 5-1/4 from the peaks off the fuselage. The propellers are 6-1/4 in diameter, 1-1/4 wide, and 3/4 thick, and may be cut from blocks by hand, or may be bought ready-made, which is advisable if the best results aerotobe expected. The shafts pass through 1/16 holes in the bearing blocks. Small hooks off steel wire should be made, as shown at, and 18 feet 8 inches of 3/32 x 3/32. Rubber should be wound in asking off 7 strands from each of these hooks to its respective propeller shaft hook. Eraser is no reditoffly. Beauty ow should wait for a comde before trying it, as at first there very likely will be numerous small adjustments to make before a straight and reliable flight is accomplished. By the if a propeller winder, such as already described, or be winding each propeller the same number of times behand, for about 600 to 800 turns, the rubbers may be twisted taut. Hold both propellers in the right hand and raise the model above the head with the left hand. Let go with the left hand, and at the same time give a slight push with the right. If the machine flees upward or climbs, rapidly remove the elevator anchor off about 1/16 from the upper surface off the elevating block. Continue this until the proper angle of ascent is attained. If the model dives, whittle the elevating blocks down until you get more elevation. If it shows an inclination to turn 52. How to build racing models in circles. The main planes out center or warped, and it must be been in ta shape or adjusted so that a steady flight is attained. For delicate front and rear stability, adjustment move the main plane a little, half an inch or so, forward or back. If pushed forward, the machine will climb more. If pushed back, it flies on a more level course. It is best to mark the position when a satisfactory flight is cured, in order to avoid unnecessary adjustments every time. And speaking of fastening various parts, I have mentioned glue. But while good white glue is excellent material, it is subject to weather changes, and a waterproof cement such as ambroid is preferable. Bamboo varnish and bamboo paper are materials especially made for model aeroplane use, and may be purchased off an dealer in model supplies. The Pierce model, another very fast, powerful, long-distance model, which for a long time held the American record for long flights, is the Pierce Monoplane. Unofficial record off this machine is 1/814-1/2 feet, with a duration of 72 seconds. It is a simple, easy model to build, and every boy who takes up model building should certainly build a Pierce. The more styles and types of models you have, the more likely you are to learn just and how a model is superior to another, and be combining the best points of several you may perhaps invent an entirely new and remarkable flyer. The Pierce is a triangular machine composed of 2 sticks of straight-grained spruce, each 34 long and tapered from 3/16 at Hemidal to 1/8 at Heens. 53. Harper's aircraft book. The 2 forward ends are shaved down and glued and lashed to the Rinthasamiwe Ascend man or the Pioli model, and the pex off the frame carries a steel wire hook ashone in fig. 6. This hook is slashed in place of silk thread, and was small s-hooks arrows to connect the rubber strands, Acillus traded in fig. 7. The rear cross species of spruce 1/32 square, shaved to streamline cross-section, and the wind propellers area tack to thighs. The planes are built of puff bamboo strips bent around a light spruce frame, ashone in fig. 8. And are covered with fig. 7. Rice paper. They are of birdwing shape with tipped-up ends, and have a dihedral angle of 90 degrees. The forward plane is about 8-1/2 longs 3 wide, and there are planes 18x3-1/2. The forward plane is cured in position by rubber bands, Ascend man 54. How to build racing models model, and should be about 3 inches from the extreme front end of the frame. There are planes 12 inches from the rear end off the frame, and 8-inch twin propellers arrowed, each driven by 8 rubber strands. In this Asanal twin propeller machine's great care should be to ken to have the 2 propellers of exactly the same diameter, pitch, and speed, and also to have them revolve in opposite directions. With homemade propellers it is difficult to accomplish this, but with ready-made propellers little difficulty will be encountered. If your model flees wickedly and adjustment off planes dos netremedy the trouble, you may be sure the fault is your motor power or propellers. If the machine turns to the left, the right-hand propeller has more power than the left, and vice versa. The trouble may be due to stiff bearing or weak rubber on the left propeller, or to higher pitch or larger diameter in the right propeller. If in doubt, you can readily discover just where the trouble lies by placing the right propeller on the left bearing without changing the rubbers. If the model still curves to the left, it proves the trouble isn't the rubber strands, but if it no flies to the right, it proves that the fault isn't the propeller. The propeller may be slightly reduced in size to match the weaker one, or new propellers fitted. A Japanese flyer in Japan model flying and building has become a favorite sport, although it was first introduced in 1911, when a competition was held at Osaka in the beautiful Nakanoshima 55 Harper's Aircraft Book Park. At his meet a model built BK. Nakagawa won the prize by flying 105 yards in 12 seconds. The Japanese boys and young men atonse became enthusiastic over models, and their aerono over a dozen clubs, and numerous meets are held yearly. The Japanese are noted for delicate and accurate work, and in the construction of model aeroplanes they discovered a field in which their skill and handiwork proved most valuable. Some of the Japanese models are very beautifully and carefully made, and while, as a rule, American models are followed, yet many are very original, and are well worthy of imitation by American designers. The Angel Roman 9. Of Mr. Nakagewa is a typical example of prize-winning Japanese models. This is a monoplane of triangular frame, and while the original is composed of native Japanese woods, spruce and other American products will serve just as well. The main beams are 3/16 x 1/4, each 36 inches long and arrow-connected bicross beams. Fig. 9a-b. The main beams, instead of being square or rounded, are off I-beam section. Fig. 10, which ensures great strength with extreme lightness, and affords excellent means of attaching the cross beams and other parts in a neat and workmanlike manner. The two crossbars mentioned, Fig. 9a-b, are spaced 12 inches from the front and 5 inches from the rear, and are off streamlined section with thenes fitted snugly into the grooves in the main beams. Fig. Lie. A thin strip of sheet aluminum is then bent around the main beam and over the cross braces, and is held in position by glue and silk thread lashing. The strips of metal Aero-Beauty, x1/8 in size, and through a sauce light that it is of no consequence. 56, page 77, Harper's aircraft book, whereas the superior strength and rigidity gained by Thigh's method of attachment is of great value. The lightness obtained by using I-beam section main beams allows the use of metal in many important details without an increase over the normal weight of the ordinary model. At extreme rear ends off the frame beams are the bearings for the propeller shafts. These are made of 1/32 steel, bent ashone in Fig. 12, and attached to the outer sides off the main beams by silk winding and glue. A thin wooden block should be glued into the groove on the beam beneath the plate, as indicated, before winding on the bearings. The propeller shafts are off no. 15 steel wire, and the are fastened to the propellers by a fine wire pin passing through a hole drilled through the propeller and the wire shaft. It is a difficult and delicate job to drill a hole through a no. 15 steel wire, and few American boys could accomplish it, and it should therefore advise the use of an ordinary shaft. If you wish fully to appreciate the exquisite accuracy of the Japanese construction, you may try your hand at drilling the wire, but I assure you that you will find it most difficult. The propellers are 10 inches in diameter, with 15-inch pitch reduced to low-inch pitch near the hubs. The original model carries handmade wooden propellers, carefully wet lead and scraped to perfect balance, and coated with 5 coats of varnish and highly polished. Ordinary ready-made propellers will serve every purpose, however. In the original model, a roundless bead was placed between each propeller hub and its bearing, and while this serves very well when the simple shaft is used, yet regular out-of-build racing models ball bearing shafts or plain bearing swillants were as well or even better. The apex off the frame is provided with a hooked wire, as usual, for attaching the rubber strands, 1/16 square with 12 on each side. The plain seraph light Japanese is coated with shellac and are stretched over piano wire frames. The large plane is 22x3 with 5 ribs of wire been ashone in Fig. 13. The bent ends of each ribber are then wound to each frame by fine copper wire and are soldered firmly in place. The forward or levating planes off the same construction, 10x2 with 3 ribs, and in its forward edge is a thin metal plate with a 1/16 hole, ashone in Fig. 13a. This plate slips over a 1/16 bolt attached to short cross brace on the lower city off the frame and rests up on anute on the bolt. The plan is attached to the frame by a rubber band, and by merely screwing the new to pour down any desired elevation isosceles obtained. Fig. 14. The bolt is fastened to the block by soldering to thin pieces of metal on the upper and lower sides, ashone in Fig. 14a, and the block is attached to the frame by glue and silk thread as usual. Across the top of each plane a stout silk thread is stretched from tip to tip, thus jiving at a hedral angle and trussing the planes also. Beneath the frame a keelorphan is placed extending from the forward cross brace to the rear extremity off the main beams. Fig. 15. This keel serves to stiffen the model, protect the propellers when landing, and aids in producing straight flights, and adds to lateral stability. This keel is attached by elastic bands, and the rear end 59. Harper's aircraft book acts a rudder, which may be slightly moved from side to correct any tendency to fly to right or left. The latter duration model this efficient and simplify won the duration contest at Murray Hill, New Jersey, October 20, 1912, and while the record hasn't been broken, yet its performance at that time was remarkable. Latter duration clavation Fig. 16. Its record flight was 143 seconds. Viewed 8 times, in 8 consecutive flights, this model flew over 130 seconds. The construction of this model is so simple that scarcely any detailed directions are necessary, and its appearance is fully shown in Fig. 16. The Fuselage is 40 inches long, an ice of silver spruce 60. Out-build racing models 1/4, X5/16, tapered toward themes. The main beams Aerofuval section, carefully smoothed and varnished. The front planes 13x5, and the main Aeroplane 27x7, built to puff bamboo and covered with Japanese silk paper. The propellers have a blade surface of 14-1/2 square inches each, and a pitch off 34 inches. They are 12 inches in diameter and off true screw shape. The machine is guyed with no 34 steel wire and weighs, complete, 4-5/8 ounces. The motor consists of 2 ounces of flat strand rubber, driving the propellers at about 500 revolutions per minute. Ground flyers, many of the best types of racing and long-distance models, will not rise from the earth under their own power, but must be started at height off your head, or even given a slight push to start them, in order to make long flights. The earliest models were mainly ground flyers, and many model enthusiasts are now seriously taking up that type after discarding it for the more speedy racing models. It is a great deal more interesting to see model rise from the ground and fly gracefully off than to start it from the hands. And moreover, it is a far better test of the efficiency of the machine to have it rise itself. A great deal of the flight officer depends upon the skill used in starting its flight. The following model is an excellent type of ground flyer. But almost any well-designed model will rise from the ground if given larger planes, skids torsed upon, and the right elevation to the front plane. For building the ground flyer, you will require the following materials: 2 pieces of spruce, each 35 longs 1/4x5/16. 2 6 propeller blank sort wo 6 ready-made propellers. 61. Harper's aircraft book 36 feet 3/32, square rubber. 4 feet of split bamboo. 1 foot 1/16 steel wire. 2.5 feet thin spruce 1/16 thick. 2 propeller bearings and shafts. 1 can embroidered varnish. The above will cost from $1.50 to $3, according to the quality of shafts, propellers, and bearings used. Tobbled the frame cute off the CDO fetch long stick at 1 and English and Lutham toj the rash shown in Fig. 17. About 1/2 from the other ends lash and glue a brace of split bamboo to the upper side off the sticks, and fasten another in the same way halfway between their brace and the pecs off the frame. Fig. 18 AB. Cut with small wooden blocks in the firm off steps. Fig. 17 C. And glue and lash these to the top off the frame sticks 3 inches from the forward end. Through Thetwo sticks, where they are jointed in front, bore a 1/16 hole, and through displace a steel wire bent in the form off a hook 1 each side. Fig. 17H. The bearings are glued and lashed to the outer city off the rear off the main beams, and may be homemade off thin metal bentenbird, as described for the Japanese flyer, or they may be purchased ready-made for instance. The machine carries 6-inch propellers, and while these may be whittled from blanks at home, yet better results may be obtained by purchasing them ready-made. Beneath the model aeroskids off split bamboo constructed as follows: heat a piece off bamboo 5-1/2 long over aspirate lamper flame, and bend it as shown in Fig. 19. Then split thighs in half, and you will have it with skids exactly alike. The braces tothies, Fig. 19, are made in the same way, using pieces 4-1/2 long. 62. How to build racing models. Fig. 18. The braces aerolashed and glue to the skids, and both skids and braces aerolashed to the frame, with the upper end of the braces 4 inches from the rear end off the beams, and the front upper ends off the skids 7 inches from the rear, or in other words, 2-1/2 from thenes off the braces. Fig. 19 AB. 563. Harper's aircraft book from 1 skid to the other Athens strip of bamboo is lashed at hespit where the braces joint the skids, in order to steady them. Fig. 19C. The front skids are made like the rear skids, but the forward skid is 7-1/2 long, and the braces 6-1/2, in order to give the machine a slight upward tilt, oringly off incidence, and this allow it to rise. After the skids are attached, they are covered with bamboo paper and varnished, and then act as skills orphans, increasing stability and producing straighter flights. Fig. 19D. The planes are made from thin 1/16 spruce, the main plane being 18x3. Fig. 18, and the front orlevating plane 8-1/2x3. Both planes are bent or curved slightly by heating fluid and bendingitina shape. The planes are lashed to the frame by rubber strands, with the forward edge off the levator resting on the 2 wooden steps. Fig. 17. Each motor should have 6 strands off the rubber, which should be attached to the wire hook at the forward and by small S-hooks so that the rubber may be easily slipped off, winding with a winding machine such as already described. In winding these rubbers, not over 250 turns should be given, or the strands may break. In winding rubber strands for this Aero-Motors model, the rubber should be stretched out while winding, as otherwise it will kink, and one person must hold the model while the other winds. After it is wound, the rubber is shooked over the front wire hook and the machine placed on smooth ground while the propellers are held by the hand. As soon as the propellers are released, the machine will slide along the ground a short distance and then rise gracefully in flight like aeroplane. 64. How to build racing models if it fails to rise, or recess at most off its power before rising. The front plane should be elevated more be racing get step on the blocks, or the rear plane should be moved forward slightly. Instead, off the fragile wooden planes, you may use planes made off a wire or bamboo framework, with bamboo or silk fabric covering, such as those described for the Man, Pierce, Pioli, or Japanese models. The wooden planes are merely easier to build, and the machine isn't intended for racing. They answer very well. Moreover, for experiments you may use wooden planes of various sizes and curves, and when you decide on the very best proportions you may easily duplicate them in a frame and fabric plane for permanent use. A model Aeroplane. The Aeroplane is in many ways far superior to the ordinary aeroplane, and it is very interesting to build a model off these machines and see it skitter along the water and rise from the surface. A small model Aeroplanes are quite easy to make, and they have proved so successful and attractive that contests and meets for these tinier boats are no regular feature off model clubs. Many of these models have flown 500 feet after running over the water beauty 14 feet. The principal difference between a model Aeroplane and an ordinary model is in floats, or pontoons, as well as in slight details of proportion and dimensions to overcome the weight of the floats. It must also be remembered that every part of a aeroplane must be constructed of waterproof materials. 65. Harper's aircraft book. The fuselage consists of 12 pieces, each 32 inches long, of 1/4 x 5/16 spruce fastened towed throughout the forward end in the usual way. The cross braces are heavier and stronger than an asterisk flying model, an Arabis Satinto I-beam section main beams, as described for the Japanese model. The main plan is 17 x 3, built up of spruce ribs and bamboo edges, covered with bamboo fiber paper on both sides, and coated with 4 coats of embroidered varnish. The floats are 3 in number, 1 in front and 2 in the rear, built off thin spruce and bamboo fiber. Elevating plane R2J forward float and attachments. How to build racing models. The forward pontoon is 4, long and 2, wide and 1-1/4 deep, constructed by cutting 2 pieces for the sides, Fig. 20, separated by 4 braces, as shown in Fig. 19 each 3/16 square. The floats are attached to the fuselage by sewing bamboo strips to the sides and lashing themes to the main frame, Fig. 21. The rear floats are 2-1/2 long, 1-1/8 high, 1-3/4 wide, made in the same way as the front float, and with a cross piece of bamboo connecting them, as shown in Fig. 22. After sewing the floats to the bamboo supports, they are covered with bamboo fiber and given 4 coats of embroidered varnish. In fastening the floats to the frame, they should be set so as to have an incline off about 20 degrees, which will enable the machine to rise quickly from the water. The front plan is attached to the frame by rubber bands and rests upon an levating block, as in other models, with the hooks at the forward end. The propeller bearings and other details are exactly like those already described for racing machines. The propellers are 6-1/4 m diameter, with a low-inch pitch and powerful strands are used as a motor. The machine, if properly balanced, will rise readily from the water, but if not properly adjusted it will turn turtle, and with floats upside down will whirl around and perform wonderful gyrations, with its propellers churning the water like a miniature submarine. After VI flying the models the racing and record holding models, such as those already described, are more or less alike in form, construction, and details, and if you wish to be absolutely sure that your model will succeed and will fly itis-wise to follow designs of thy sort. Builders of real aeroplanes have had remarkable success in producing efficient machines by departing from established forms and building planes with oddly shaped wings, novel bodies, and other peculiar features. In building or designing models, the boy designer may also experiment in true wings and frames, offer reuse proportions and shapes. Bird-like wings, such as those shown in Fig. I have proved most satisfactory on real aeroplanes, and for mod else they should also produce good results. Biplane mod *elsarius are will less successful than monoplanes, but these serve as an interesting change from the other forms, and every boy builder should aim to construct as many types of models as possible. 68. Flying the models by altering the shapes and sizes of planes, and using one or two regular bodies a great deal may be learned in regard to the superior qualities of new planes. And when something is found that produces better results than others, the machine may be laid aside a citizen considered a new design, while further experiments are carried on to improve upon it by the use of another model. Sometimes a very slight alteration in the location or angles of planes, or in balance or proportions of the body, will produce unlooked for and surprising results, and it is only by this experimenting that new and faster models can be evolved. It is in this experimental work that the greatest pleasure can be found, and in you learn the principles of model construction and learn the tools on the minute parts required for models. You will find the work wonderfully fascinating. How to fly a model after you have built your first model, you will be very anxious to try it. And if you do not wish to be disappointed, you should be careful in selecting that and scene which towed him to flight. You should choose a calm or nearly calm day and an open space free from trees, shrubs, buildings, or wires, and at first you should merely try very short flights. Probably your first attempts will be dismal failures, for even if carefully made and a standard and well-designed model has been followed, yet some little adjustment or alteration will be necessary before the model actually flies. 2 people are usually required to fly a model successfully. Beauty will have no difficulty in getting plenty of your boyfriends to help you. And after they have seen a 69 Harper's aircraft book few model flights, they will all be anxious to build models off their own, and Versunia will be able to form a club and hold regular contests. Various clubs are already formed in most of the larger cities, but it is lots of fun to have your own little club. And after you have built a number of models and have learned to fly them well, you may be able to arrange competitions with other clubs just as you would form a baseball ninind. After practicing, challenge other nines to games. Model aeroplanes are now so firmly established, and have become so common, that regular lessened regulations for contests and meets have been formulated and dairy accepted by nearly all clubs, just as baseball or football games are subject to recognized rules which all players must abide by. Of course, agripny contests and meets are unofficial, or are held just for fun or for practice. Oftentimes wonderfully long or fast flights are made at these meets, and unfortunately, such flights do not record as official. The principal rules for model aeroplane contests, a scum piled be Mr. Edward Durant, are as follows: 1. A contest to be official must have at least 5 contestants. 2. Each contestant must abide by the rules of the contest and the decision of the judges. 3. Each contestant must register his name, age, and address before the event. 4. Each contestant must enter and fly models made by himself only. 5. Trials to start from a given point indicated by the starter of that reels, and distance is to be measured in a straight line from the starting point to where the model first touches the ground, regardless of the curves or circles it may have made. 6. Each contestant must have his models marked with his name and number of his models, I, 2, 3, etc. And each model will be entitled to 3 official trials. Contestant has the privilege of changing the planes and propellers ashame seafit. Butanly 3 frames can be used in any contest. If in the opinion of the Board of Judges there are too many entries, to give each 19 flights in 70. Flying the models the length of time fixed, the judges have the power to change that parafrol no. 6 to the following. 6 flights will be load to each contestant, which can all be made with own model or divided up. Due notice must be given to each contestant of the change. 7. Not real is considered as official unless the model flees over 100 feet from the starting point. The qualifying distance can be changed by agreement between the club and the starter provided the trans are notified. 8. Should the rubber become detached from the model or the propeller drop off during that trial, the trial is counted as official, providing the model has covered the qualifying distance. 9. Contests should cover a period of 3 hours unless otherwise agreed. 10. The officials should be a starter, measurer, judge, and scorer. Also 3 orfreguards to keep starting point and course clear. The first 3 officials shall, a sabboard of judges, decide all questions and disputes. 11. A space 25 feet square, with stakes and ropes, should be measured off for officials and contestants, together with own assistant for each contestant. All others must be kept out by the guards and a space kept clear at least 25 feet in front of the starting point, so contestant will not be impeded in making histrial. 12. Each official should wear a badge, ribbon, or armband designating his office and must be filled in his duties. Handicaps 13. At head discretion of the club there may be imposed a handicap for club events as follows. A contestant in order to win must exceed his list record with which he win uprise. Combination and duration events 14. First, second, and third records ta count. Lowest number off points toen. For example, A may have istin distance and 2 din duration equals 3 total points. B may have 3 din distance and istin duration equals 4 total points. C may have 2 din distance and 3 din duration equals 5 total points. Thus awens. Rising from the ground 15. Models tobsaton the ground and allowed ta start off without any push from the contestant. Models must rise from the ground to clear a rope or stick laid on the ground. And Niflight Stobkin 71. Harper's aircraft book cited as official unless it does so. Contestant may start at any length back from the mark het chooses, but the distance is stobe measured on the from the rope or stick. Open events 16. These events airy open toll and no handicaps airy imposed on club members or others. Rules for interclub model aeroplane tournaments for a club trophy compiled by Mr. Edward Durant. The tournament ta consist of events as follows. Duration. Models launched from hand distance. Models launched from hand duration. Models launched from ground distance. Models launched from ground duration. Models launched from water range dates about 2 weeks apart. Tolo time for special model tobe made for the next event. In case of inclement weather, the event to take place the week following. So that the regular schedule for bi-weekly events can be carried out. Each competing club must be represented by a tam of 3 contestants and own a competitor who will act as judge in conjunction with the judges from the other clubs and a manager selected by judges who will issue calls for meetings. There shall be meeting of the judges of the competing clubs at some designated headquarters, at which time the dates and general details shall be arranged. And between events there should be meeting called for general discussion regarding the last previous event. Receive protests and suggestions, and to announce officially their salt off same. The manager shall have control of the various events, assisted by judges, and the shall decide all disputes that may arise, and act task scores and timers as well. Each flyer will be load butte own model and shall be entitled ta 3 official flights, but the shall be permitted ta make any repairs or replace any broken parts. Each event shall close when all the contestants have made 3 official flights, or when 3 hours time has lapsed. To determine results o fence, the best flight o fetch member off the team shall be did together, and the total divided by 3. That team having the largest result shall be declared winner off the event, and shall 72. Lying the models be credited with 20 points. So in case on club wins all 5 events it will have 100 points. The other teams getting points in proportion as their average the winner, and should some member or members not make an official flight, their chord must be figured in their salt as O. For instance, A flies 500 feet, his greatest flight. B flies O no official flight. C flies 600 feet, his greatest flight. 100 feet 1/3 equals 700 feet. The average off the team at Heclos off the tournament am meeting shall be called by them in ager toderman, the net result, by examining the official score for each event, and figuring out the proportion due to each club. In determining what will qualify as an official flight, judgment must busid by the manager and board of judges. Not os the qualifying marks higher than the capabilities of the average flyer off the clubs that will go into the contest. For example, there has recently been held, May and June 1913, a FIV event inter-club tournament in which the qualifying points were as follows. Duration. Launching from hand 60 seconds distance. Launching from the hand 200 feet duration. Launching from the ground 30 seconds distance. Launching from the ground 600 feet duration. Launching from the water. No limit. These high marks were set because the contestants were in the World's Championship class, comprising such flyers as Selly and Herzog of New York M.A.C. Kavanaugh of Long Island M.A.C. Myers of Summit, New Jersey M.A.C. and the Bamberger brothers of Bay Ridge M.A.C. And the results justified the high standard, as the following 3 new world's records were made. W. Bamberger making duration from ground, 81 seconds L. Bamberger making distance from ground, 542 feet geo. H. Kavanaugh making duration from water, 60 seconds but 4th Augusti winds which prevailed on the occasion of the duration from hand and distance from hand. New world's records would probably have been made for these events. The list of events here used covers all styles of flying. Still the number of them can be cut down or modified to suit the qualification of the clubs which may compete. These are special rules for interclub series offense. The general rules for model aeroplane contests will prevail where they do not conflict with the above special rules. 73. Harper's aircraft book Fig. 2 measuring flights. Formerly all flights were measured by a tape or similar method, but with the increase in model aeroplane flying better appliances were produced. and nowadays self-flights era measured by automatic instruments that era simply wheeled over the ground. Some of these measuring devices are very accurate and are also very costly. Butanaboy with a little ingenuity can make a measurer that will serve every purpose and will prove very accurate, far more accurate, in fact, than any tape or roll. The following device was originated by Mr. Edward Durant and will prove very accurate and useful. How to make a measuring device: first, secure a wheel exactly 2 feet in circumference. An old velocipede, bicycle, or baby carriage wheel will answer, or make a wooden wheel by nailing boards together with their grain running in opposite directions, and saw it out round and true. If there is a sawmill or good woodworking shop near nay borhood you can have it sawed on a bandsaw, much more accurately than you can do it yourself. 74 bras asterisk bolt. Lying the models: if you use such a wooden wheel, you should cover its edge with brass or iron as satire top protected. Tune side off this wheel, fasten a small wheel 3 inches in diameter. Fig. 2. And on the edge off the small wheel, fasten 2 pieces of brass or iron exactly opposite each other. Fig. 3. Saw out happy see off blinker board in the shape shown in Fig. 4. And festen the heel in the slot be a bolt for an axle, as hone in thecut, and attach a handle at upper end. Cyclone that registers feet, or that plainly registers the number of revolutions, should be fastened near the upper end of the frame. Saw that the projecting bits of brass on the small wheel strike the lever off the cyclometer, and thus register the distance the wheel turns. Instead of the cyclometer, you may arrange a small bell with astriker, and as you push the device along, you merely have to count the strokes off the bell to know how many feet you have traveled. Both of these arrangements are shown in detail in Fig. 5. And you can easily see just how the device is constructed and how simply to measure distance with this shown made apparatus. Page 96. Part Roman 3 gliders, or non-propelled aeroplanes. Page 98. Chapter Roman 7, types of gliders. Whe now have learned something about the principally of airplanes and have built model machines you will not out long tutorial flying. Relman carrying aeroplanes are hard to build and are expensive, while the motors required to drive them are far beyond the reach of most boys. There is, however, a way to enjoy all the pleasurable sensations of actual flight in a simple and inexpensive way, and that is with use of a glider. Glider is a form of aeroplane which has no propelling power or motor, but depends upon a wind or a jump from a height to carry it forward in flight. Gliders are really very important things. For the various experiments that led to the invention and construction of the first real aeroplanes were made with use of gliders, and had it not been for these simple things, probably aeroplanes would never have been invented. In a way, gliders are merely aeroplanes without a motor, and as no engine or steering apparatus is required and no propellers are used, the glider may be constructed far lighter and more easily than aerial aeroplane. There are a great many forms of gliders, for, like the aeroplane builders, each designer of a glider treat hispis to invent something better and safer than others. And while 679 Harper's aircraft book many proved failures, a great many others have proved so very successful that the are recognized as true types. Some of the best known are the Montgomery glider, the Chanute glider, the Wright glider, the Whittemang glider, and many others. As gliders are ancestors, so to speak, of aeroplanes, they are very similar in form to the more highly perfected machines, and we will find monoplane gliders, biplane gliders, aeroplane gliders, as well as safe multiplane gliders, which have a great many small planes instead of the 2 or 3 large planes off the other forms. Fig. Fig. Aeroplanes are ever dangerous machines in the hands of inexperienced people, and even in the hands of expert men. Accidents often happen and many aviators are killed. Gliders, on the other hand, are every safe, for unless you glide from a great height or in a gale of wind, there is little danger of the slightest harm coming to you even if you fall or upset. And about the worst that can happen 80 types of gliders is to break your machine or get for bruises or torn clothes. In a way, gliders are even more like kites than airplanes, for they rise and sail against the wind. And while at times they glide for quite a long distance and actually rise quite a good deal higher than the spot from which they started, yet a saru let the flight of a glider is comparatively short and is a long, descending slide through the air. It requires but little skill to guide a glider, or if properly built and balanced, they keep right side up and sail steadily with little effort on the part of the passenger. Awful types of gliders, the biplane is perhaps the safest as well as the easiest to build, and the biplane glider invented and perfected by Mr. Chanute, and afterward slightly altered to the Wright style, is as good as Sanata comments on. The cost should not bove $10 to $15, and no special tools are required to build it, but it is a good plan to have a large shed or barn, in which tosset it up. Forven, if built in knockdown form irisisir, tobbled it and assemble it reditofly. It is not wise tobbledir for glider either very large or very heavy. Foroboidos not require as large a glider as a full-grown man. And the larger and heavier the machine, the more difficult it is to glide or control, while in making a landing galite glide great advantage. The dimensions should be closely followed, however, for a slight variation may mean total failure. And if you wish to experiment with alterations and innovations, wise to wait until you have built at least own successful machine off known strength and ability toffly. After you have done this, you can build another with any changes you may think will improve it, or you may try your hand at monoplane or triplane affairs. 81. Harper's aircraft book before commencing to build a glider. Orvin toj the plans or materials ready. You should study the principles and operation of these machines, for you will succeed far better if you know beforehand just what purpose each part is for, and how it affects the whole. Principles of gliding just as the aeroplane flisbibing, driven against the airbeats motor and propeller, saw the glider flisbibing forced into the airbethuit off the operator's body, having 8 indensitoffel. You cannot run with your glider and lift and fly. But if a glider is stowed rapidly behind a horse or an automobile, it will rise and fly through the air as long as the forward motion continues. This is not, however, true gliding, and in order to glide in the proper manner, you must jump into the air while running downhill. And although the same result may be accomplished by jumping off a building, the latter method is excessively dangerous and should never be attempted. You should always run toward the wind when trying to glide. Beauty you should not retausi glitter in a strong, gusty, or uncertain wind. Never try to glide over broken, uneven, rough, or icky ground, but select a smooth, soft slope free from stumps, sticks, brush, or other objects that may injure you or the glider. Even if these things are not in your path, they may influence the air current sufficiently to make flight uncertain or difficult. Few people realize how much a little thing will influence the air, especially on a windy day. 82. Page 103. Harper's aircraft book close to the atmosphere is composed of numerous swirling and confused currents, which constantly rise or fall, and be watching particles off dust or dead leaves on a fairly windy day. You can see this very easily. On almost calm days, these currents still occur, but are far less pronounced, and of an imperfectly calm weather rising and falling currents are caused by various temperature changes, such as Thesson passing behind a cloud, or be other causes which we cannot see or feel. A scold air is heavier than warm air. The latter is constantly rising from the earth while the sun shines and warms it, while the cold air is descending and filling the space left by the warm air. The more unequal the temperature, the more these currents rise and fall, and of an at great heights these varying, unseen airstreams occur and prove most dangerous items in flying. Even when the wind is free steady, a small object, such as a tree or building, will cause the air currents to divide, and the least disturbance thus caused will affect the other air currents for a long distance in every direction. A saw rule, however, that cross currents and miniature whirlwinds, caused by variations in temperature or be objects in the path off the wind, are not great in order to disturb a glitter unless the wind is blowing more than 15 miles an hour. But it is far wiser to try your first few glides in a very light wind. Begin by running against the wind on level ground and making short jumps. As soon as you have learned the sensation of actually traveling a short distance in the air, and have discovered that you can land on your feet and can prevent the machine from capsizing, you may attempt aerial glide from a low hill. 84. Types of gliders. Making a glide, carry your glider to the top off the hill, and if possible have it with your friends, hold themes off the lower plane. Get beneath the machine and grasp the front main beam, and lift the glider on all theorem sticks, tie up beneath your armpits. Fig. 2. Now run quickly down the slope, your friends letting go off themes as soon as you are in motion, and you will at Fig. 2 once find that the machine has apparently lost all weight and is actually trained to lift you from your feet. Now elevate the front edge off the glider slightly and leap into the air. If your glider is properly made and your position is right, you will sail smoothly and evenly finto the air and gradually sail down to the foot off the hill. As you approach the earth, push yourself toward the rear off the glider, so that the machine tilts up. This will cause it to rise a little, but almost instantly it will lose its forward motion, and you will slowly and gently drop to the ground on your feet. 85. Harper's aircraft book. If in your glide you find the machine has a tendency to droop toward one city or the other, you merely have to swing your legs and body toward the higher side, and the machine will come back to level keel. Only every slight motion is required to accomplish this lateral balance, and at first you will probably be swinging too forward too quickly. If you swing the body forward, the center of gravity will be brought toward the front, and the machine will descend. A by swinging thuate farther back, the machine will tilt up in front and will lose its speed and repu towarth. A rule, the tendency off beginnersis to place their weight too far back. But after a little practice, the operator will learn how to handle his weight so to increase the velocity or decrease it at will. The diagram, Fig. 3, show thuate off the operator may be shifted to bring about any desired line of flight. JB2. Fig. 3 at 8th flyer is just starting to run forward on the hilltop. And the line from Auto B shows how his flight or glide starts at first. If thuate is too far back, the glider will continue asin the line to F through C, D, E. If at the position B the operator moves his legs back, ashone, the glider will travel more sharply downward. Ashone by the line from 86. Types of gliders BTOG. H if at that point H, where the machine is traveling the fastest, the legs are swung forward again, as at I, the machine will rise slightly and will finally settle to the earth at F. This sort of glide is the most enjoyable as well as safest, for a longer flight is made at a lower elevation, and with less likelihood of a bad fall. Always remember that a gust of wind from the front will cause the glider to rise, and a gust from there are will cause it to drop. With these few hints in regard to gliding, it will tell you how to build the glider, and if you follow the directions carefully, you will have no trouble in making a flight the first time you try. Chapter Roman 8. How to build a glider before commencing toplin or build any form of glider tispist tobe thoroughly familiar with the names of the various parts, in order more clearly to understand the directions. A glider is composed of comparatively few parts, and these are clearly show T9 the diagram, Fig. I. This illustration shows the glider frame complete, but the ribs on the lower plane and the fabric covering off that wofi, 4 FTTTJRR8E, T Fig. 1 wings and rudder, as well as thetras or stay wires, are omitted to avoid confusion. The two long, slender pieces on the front and rear fatch plane are known as horizontal beams, and connecting the upper and lower horizontal beams, area number of upright pieces known as stanchions. Connecting the hori. How to build a glider horizontal beams o fetch plane from front to back are 6 pieces in each plane, and these are called struts. Crossing the planes from front to rear between the struts are numerous smaller curved pieces known as ribs. Between the two central struts o fetch plane, and placed parallel with the horizontal beams, are short, stout pieces to hitch the long, rudder beams area attached. The latter are connected to tear extreme and sand at another spot between their and sand the planes by braces, or struts. Between these two rudder frame struts, a rectangular frame is placed, which when covered with fabric will form the horizontal rudder. Thus you will see that the frame of a glider or a biplane aeroplane consists of horizontal beams, struts, stanchions, ribs, and rudder frames. A glider, in addition, haste with stout pieces on the lower plane between thetwo central struts, which are used as supports for the operator, and are appropriately known as arm pieces. In the aeroplane, the set pieces are replaced by beams to support the motor. All of these various pieces are made from selected straight grain drispruce, and each must be carefully made and finished, smoothed to as perfect a surface as possible by sandpaper, and then coated with spar varnish. Some builders prefer to coat thuate with glue, then sand paper it smooth, and finally finish with shellac, but the varnish isosier taucine dancers every purpose. It is usually a difficult matter to procure straight-grained spruce of sufficient lengths in an ordinary lumberyard, but if you live near a city where aeroplanes are built or use it, you can secure the material from the builders of the aeroplanes, or from firms making a specialty of this kind of lumber. 89. Harper's aircraft book. If no long pieces can be procured for the main beams, 2 shorter pieces can be split together. Quantity and sizes of material for the horizontal beams you will require: 4 pieces of spruce each 20 feet long, 1-1/2 wide, 3/4 thick. For the struts, 12 pieces each 3 feet long, 1-1/4 wide, 1/2 thick. For the stanchions, 12 pieces each 4 feet long and 7/8 square. For the ribs, 41 pieces each 4 feet long, 1/2 square. For the arm pieces, 2 pieces each 3 feet long, I wide, 1-3/4 thick. For the rudder frame, 2 pieces 8 feet inches long, 2 pieces 3 feet 10 inches long, 4 pieces 2 feet long, and 2 pieces 6 feet long. All of these I square. For the rudder beam supports, 2 pieces 2 feet 11-1/4 wide and 3/4 thick. For covering the planes, about 20 yards of fabric, either silk or cotton, a yard wide. Stout silk or unbleached cotton will answer, but it is better to buy the Aeroplane fabric, for sale by all dealers in aeroplane supplies, as thighs is very tough and light, and is already treated to render it air and watertight. For Stacy, I will need Aeroloft No. 12 piano wire, You will also require 24 strut or stanchion sockets. These may be purchased ready-made, and as thigh should be strong and reliable. The ready-made sockets are far better than anything you can make yourself or have made torter. For the rest, the inlay things needed are copper or galvanized iron carpet tacks, some stove bolts, shellac, varnish, glue, and simple carpenter stools. Preparing the materials, having cued out the various pieces off wood and smoothed them down to the dimensions given, you should proceed to 90. How to build a glider round awful thick corners, and on the stanchions work them in tone elliptical or streamline shape. Fig. 2. The pieces for the ribs should then be steamed and bent on a form made off wood, and curved so stabring thesson tralpar to fetch rib about 2 inches higher than thenes. Fig. 3. By making a form off blanks and nailing thin strips across. Fig. 4. A number of ribs may be readily bent at tone time, the use enduring on a form curve and making the work much easier. The curve required is so slight that little trouble will be encountered in bending them, and they may easily be held. Fig. 3. Fig. 4. Fig. 5. In position while drying, by cleats placed across them and held down to the sides off the form by a hook or by twisted wire, as shown in Fig. 5. Although steaming is the best way to prepare the ribs for bending, yet soaking in boiling water will answer just as well, and for this purpose an old wash boiler will serve very well indeed. After the ribs are steamed and bent, and all the pieces are rounded off on the corners, and the stanchions worked down to the proper shape, they should all be sandpapered. Harper's aircraft book just as smooth as possible and then varnished. When the first coat of varnish is thoroughly dry, it should be smoothed off with fine sandpaper and a second coat applied. When the second coat is dry and hardy, you can proceed to put the glider together. Assembling the glider, select 2 off the long horizontal beams and place them in a smooth, level floor so the are 3 feet apart and parallel. Between these, place 6 off the strut pieces, one attach and the others spaced 4-1/2 feet distant. This will give a rectangle, formed by thetwo horizontal beams and thetwone struts, and divided you into 5 sections, or cells with thetwo central struts 2 feet apart and the others 4-1/2 feet apart. Fig. 6. Be very careful in placing the struts and beams to that thenes off the struts are snugly fitted against the beams, and they attach point of contact is exact right angle. Test the corners repeatedly with a steel square, for if the plane skews or twists, you cannot possibly make a good flight with the machine. If you made sure that the struts all fit the beams perfectly, you should then mark the position ofetch, and carefully cut away 1 inch ofetch and ofetch strut varieties tans of 1-1/2 from thin end 3/4 deep. Fig. 7. When the notches are cut square and even, place struts on the beams and fasten them in position by small wire nails and glue. As soon as the glue has it, the struts should be fastened to the beams by means of clamps, which are merely pieces of sheet brass 1/16 thick, 3-7/8 long and wide, with thenes rounded and a 1/4 hole burred in each end. You can readily cute out these clamps yourself, but as thigh are 92. How to build a glider ****** Fig. 6 Fig. 7 F. G. 8 Fig. 9 Tobe held in position by the stanchion socket eye bolts. You need not be in a hurry about them, but can make them up while waiting for the glue tawdry or at odd times. As soon as you have completed the beams and struts for one plane, you may finish the other in the same way. Next, place one frame with the struts on top, and the other with the struts beneath, and on these place the ribs. The ribs should be placed with the curved side up. Fig. 8. 93. Harper's aircraft book, and on the upper plane thean with the struts on top there should be 20 owner ribs placed 1 foot apart, and on the lower planethian with the struts underneath 20 ribs are placed, leaving a space in the middle 2 feet wide for the operator's body. When the ribs are placed in position and perfectly square with the beams, and with own flush with the letter, and the other end projecting 1 foot by on the beam. Fig. 9. They may be fastened in position. First, tack them in place with fine wire nails, and then place over each a strip of sheet copper or brass 2-1/4 LNG and 5/8 wide with thenes rounded, and fasten thenes to the beam 1 city off rib with no 5 round-headed brass wood screws, about 1/2 long. In using these screws, besurin start a hole with a fine awl, as otherwise you will be reliable to crack or split the wood, and if this occurs, the piece should be discarded and a new piece used. Connecting the planes, the 2 frames off the planes, or wings, having no beam completed and the ribs clamped in position, you can proceed to fasten them together by the stanchions. It is in this work that you will require the 24 metal sockets of aluminum or brass. These sockets are off the form illustrated in Fig. 10, and may be purchased for a fusence each from an idealer in aeronautical supplies. The sockets are made to receive either oval, streamline, or round stanchions, and are of various sizes, suit machines of different kinds. The dimensions of those for the glider should be about as follows. 94. How to build a glider base. 3-1/4 long, 1-1/4 wide, 1/4 thick. Internal diameter off cup 7/8. Outside diameter 1-1/4. Height from base to top cup 1 inch. Holes in base 1/4 diameter, separated 1-7/8 apart. 2 smaller holes 3/16 in diameter should be bored in the base outside off the larger holes. Having the sockets ready, place 6 of them on the front beam off the plane, beginning them at hind off the beam and placing one socket exactly over thindo fatch strut on the opposite city off the beam, as shown in Fig. N. Harper's aircraft book screw each socket in place with small wood screws with round heads through the smaller holes in the base. Next, place the brass clamps you have made for the struts over each strut, and pass the bolt off the socket down through the base off the ladder and through the / holes in the clamp beneath, and screw on the nut so firmly clamp the socket, beam, strut, and clamp together. Fig. 12. Repeat the placing of another set of 6 sockets on the rear beam off the lower plane frame, and when all these are in position, treat the upper frame in the same way, being sure that the struts off the upper frame area above the beam, while those off the lower plane are below. The next step is to substantions in the lower plane sockets, and in doing this you should use a great deal of care to keep things nugent the cups. If the aerotuditos should be rubbed down slightly with fine sandpaper, butender na considera, tion should whittle or plane them down, or trata drive them into place. Having gal the stanchions set upin the sockets off the lower plane, you must know lift the upper plane frame and set it on the stanchions. In doing this you will probably need 2 friends to help you, for the frame is clumsy and ungainly, even though light in weight, and it is a difficult matter to handle it alone, and place the sockets over the upper ends off the stanchions. If 2 of your friends will lift the frame and support it in position, it is for easy to attach stanchion into its proper socket and turn them evenly and tightly in place. The next step is to place the arm pieces in position, which is very easily accomplished by boring 3/16 holes through the arm piece and the lower frame beams, and bolting the pieces in place 6-1/2, 1 inch city off the exact center off 96. How to build a glider beams, saw that a space 13 inches wide I lift between the arm pieces. Fig. 13. The arm pieces should be rounded smoothly on top, so as to flat on the bottom and have round above, as shown in the section A. Fig. 13. 8 inches from their lower beam across piece 211-1/4. Elangan I_4//x3/4 should be fastened between the 2 central struts, and another placed in exactly the same position on the upper frame. Fig. 13. B. These are fastened in position by glue and fine wire nails, and are further secured by small angle irons off brass, aluminum, or steel screwed onto the struts and cross pieces by round-headed screws. The single irons may be made from sheet brass or aluminum, or may be purchased ready-made. The cross pieces are designed to support the rudder frame, and you should now construct the letter and some sockets for fist and engine in place. The rudder frame sockets are very simply fares off sheet brass 1/16, thickened 4-1/2 long. 2 off the sockets are 3/4 wide and 1-1/4 wide, and are bent as shown in Fig. 14. Thines o fetch are rounded, and are drilled with 3/16 holes at heens, as shown in Theccut, while the smaller ones also have a hole through the center, as illustrated. 1 off the larger sockets is fastened to the main rear beams, and the smaller ones to the cross pieces by bolts as shown in Fig. 13. And the utmost care must be taken to place these sockets absolutely in line exactly in the middle of the planes. The frames should no be quite stiff and strong, but they must be still further strengthened by trussing and staying with wire, in order to support the weight off your body and bear the strain and force off the earth against their surfaces. 97. After Roman 9, completing the glider T, properly truss the frames. The framework should be supported on benches or horses, so stow perfectly level and true without any strain coming on any own part. The roll-off No. 12 piano wire should then be placed close at hand with pliers, some short pieces off copper or brass tube 1/8, inside diameter, and about 3/8, long, and soldering tools. There are at home thods off dressing, either one of which is excellent for a glider. But the first, while much the simpler, is also somewhat weaker. For aeroplane useth a simple method is seldom used, but for glider construction it serves very well. And, as it answers every purpose and is much easier to describe and understand, it is the inline thod you need consider at present. In many gliders the builders depend upon pulling taut the wires behand, but thise is a poor and difficult method, and it is far better tausa small turnbuckles. Turnbuckles may be made from old bicycle spokes, but these area up to weekend and reliable, and as first class and standard turnbuckles may be bought off dealers for less than 15 cents each. It is not worth, while Tatras to your life and the glider tow homemade makeshifts. Tatras a section off the frame slip a piece off the copper tube over thined off the wire, pass the wire through ani, pleating the glider bolt in a socket, run thin back through the copper tube, bend thinned off the wire back over the tube, and shove the tube down close to the bolt, ashone in fig. Some builders trust Tothis fastening entirely, but I advise all builders to solder the wire and tube firmly toge their toinger greater strength and safety. The soldering can, however, wait until all wires are in posifig. LT on, and in this way time will be saved and a better job accomplished. Having fastened one end off a wire tone bolt, place buckle on the opposite diagonal corner and loosen it fig. 3 fig. 4 out nearly its full extent. Stretch the wire down to the iron buckle and festen thin through exactly 99. Harper's aircraft book is you festened the other end to the bolt, and pull it taut as possible with your hands before fastening. Repeat the operation of lacing the wire and turnbuckles on the other corners off the section, and the wires will then appear as in fig. 2. Fig. 6 each section, except the small central ones, should be thus wired. Bures the diagonal crossed wires would interfere with the apparator in the central section. Another method is carried out in this. 100. Pleating XKE here a wire is run diagonally from the junction O fetch center strut with the upper beams to the opposite corner. Fig. 6. D. And other wires are run diagonally across from the corners off the stanchions with their R beams, as shown in Fig. 5. D. When all the wires are replaced, the turnbuckles should be gradually tightened until every rectangular solor section is true and square and each wire is tightened sings when struck with the fingers. By tightening her loosening their a perfect alignment can be obtained, and the frame should then be lifted onto wasa horses, one at each extreme end. Take your placing the center section and lift your entire weight by placing your arms or hands on their pieces. If the machine sags or bends ever so little, you must increase the tension on the wires until the frame is absolutely rigid even when you jolt to pan down or at least 20 pounds in weight or your own weight. Picking the rudders it knowingly remains to construct the rudders and cover the planes, and you may do either one or the other first as it suits your convenience. Personally, I prefer to have the entire woodwork completed before touching the fabric, as you can then lay aside all the woodworking tools and have only on sort of work to tend to. The rudder frame consists of 2 rectangular frames joined in such a manner that planes, or rectangles, cross at right angles. The horizontal rudder frame is first constructed by using the 6 rudder frame pieces already mentioned, the 6-foot lengths being joined by the 2-foot lengths, thus 101. Harper's aircraft book forming rectangular frame 6 feet long and 12 feet wide, with cross pieces spaced so that they are 2-1/2 feet from each and 1 foot apart in the center. Fig. 3. The corners off this frame are fastened together by half and half lap joints glued and nailed and reinforced by sheet metal angle irons. Fig. 3a. The vertical rudder frame is built from the pieces 8 feet inches long for top and bottom beams, connected by the 3-foot 0-inch pieces. One off the ladder connects the 2 long pieces at extreme ends, with the second 2 feet from it, and between these, exactly halfway from top and bottom, is fastened the horizontal frame by means of 3/16 bolts, which can be easily removed. The 2 frames, when in position, will appear as in Fig. 3b, and each joint should be carefully made and reinforced with plates of metal or angle irons. For the rudder bears considerable strain while in flight. Tep points marked BB. Eye-bolts should be placed through the corners off the beams to receive the stay wires which support the rudder frame and stiffen it. The frame is merely slipped into the sockets, already provided on the cross pieces off the planes, and is shelled in posi to bolt pass through these sockets, and to steady it and keep it through that rust wires are essential. The rudder frame may be placed in position and afterward covered, or it may be covered first and placed on the frame when finished, which is before the easier method. The method of dressing the rudder is simple, and is clearly shown in Figs. 5 and 6 2 wires run from the top of the vertical rudder plane to the lower sockets on the rear beams off the plane 4-1/2 feet from each wingtip. A and O similar wires run from the lower corners off the rudder to the top sockets of 102, pleating the glider the plane off the sama stanchions. C. 4 other wires, E, F, G, H, brace the horizontal plane off the rudder by extending from its corners to the sockets which support the inner ends off the rudder beams. 8 other wires, I in Thecot, merely serve to brace the horizontal and vertical planes and hold them rigidly together. These pass from the bolts in the corners of the rudder frames to the bolts in the opposite rudder frame, as shown in Fig. 4. Covering the planes upon the covering select for the planes and rudders a great deal depends. Plain, strong silk, unbleached cotton or muslin, plain sheeting, or, in fact, and a strong, light, closely woven cloth will serve. But all such materials are reliable to Europe and allow a great deal of air to pass through their surface. On the other hand, the various fabrics made and sold for covering gliders and aeroplanes area and waterproof, very tough and strong, and exceedingly light. They costly a little more than good silk or linen, and are so much safer and bitter that it does not pay to any other material, unless it is impossible to procure the proper fabric. Nowadays, no boy need go without the proper materials or appliances for building a glider or airplane. For the industry has become so common that large city has firms that make a specialty of aeronautical supplies. Even if you live in the country or far from a large town, you may secure anything you wish by consulting one of aeronautical magazines and writing to advertisers for illustrated lists. 103. Harper's aircraft book. Most of the aeronautical supplies you will require are so light and small that they can be shipped by parcels post, and it will surprise you to find how cheaply all such supplies are sold. In covering the planes, some builders cut the cloth into 7 strips, each 4/6-1/2 long, and sew these together so that a piece a little over 20 feet long is formed. To force the seams, narrow strips 1/1/2 wide are sewed across the cloth and turned over to form a stout double thickness over each rib. While this method of construction is very strong, yet difficulty in getting the seams even and the cloth free from wrinkles is very great, and is apt to discourage an amateur. A method which will serve every purpose is to cut the cloth into strips a little over 4 feet in length and glue the fat strip around the front horizontal beams of each plane, and tack it in place with small copper tacks. Draw the other end back over the ribs and tack the edges off the strip to the ribs as you go along. Placing THEDX through the fabric a strip off narrow felt or tape should be placed under THEDX to prevent their tearing out. But this should be almost as narrow as the width off the tack heads to prevent loose edges, and care should be to ken to keep each piece of fabric very tight, smooth, and free from wrinkles as you tack it in position. As the ribs are spaced 1 foot apart and the cloth is own yard wide, the edges off the cloth should lap on the ribs, and even if you use 24-inch cloth, the edges will still lap. The rear edges off the fabric will, of course, be loose and flexible between each rib, and this is the proper way to have it. Planes covered in this way are known as single-surfaced planes, and a great deal better results are obtained with 104. Completing the glider aeroplanes by covering both upper and lower surfaces of the planes, but for glitters this is not of any importance, and only adds to weight. Probably you will find easier to take the planes apart for covering them. Beauty wirelessly able to strain or break the ribs and beams if the covering is disputed after the frame is trussed up with wires. The surfaces off the rudder frames must also be covered red with fabric, which is stretched over both sides of each frame, passing completely around one end, and is then tacked along both edges. The last edge should be turned under before tacking implicit to prevent any possibility of tearing out. When your planes and rudders are covered, the glide is complete, and all that is necessary is to take it at that proper spot in glide or flight. If the place is comparatively near home, you can carry the glider entire, but if at a considerable distance, the rudder should be disconnected and hurried separately. Out of this, merely remove the bolts that pass through the rudder beam sockets and loosen the guy wires, connecting the rudder with the machine by loosening the turnbuckles. The latter may then be unhooked and the entire rudder slipped away from the glider. If you have to transport the glider for a great distance, you may take it completely apart in a few minutes, for Wright is designed to disassemble readily. To disassemble the glider, having removed the rudder frames and loosened old turnbuckles in the plane sections, unhook the turnbuckles from the bolts. 105. Harper's aircraft book. Lift the upper plane from the stanchions and lay it on a flat surface. Lift the stanchions from the sockets and tie them neatly together. Carefully coil up the truss wires, being careful not to kink or bend them, and tee each coil to its proper socket. Place one plane on top of the other, taking care to attach socket least against its fellow below, and tie it while planes tightly together. To prevent any danger off the planes chafing or injuring the fabric. You should have 8 short plugs off the same sizing shape as the stanchions, and should place one off these in each corner socket and in the central sockets, thus keeping the planes a short distance apart. The coils off wire may be slipped between the planes and the turnbuckles tied to the sockets to prevent their shacking gap out. If turnbuckles with twohokens arrows they may be removed entirely and packed separately. The vertical rudder and horizontal rudder frames should also be separated and pick head flotogther. In this way, the entire glider may be packed in a space 2 foot long, 4-1/2 feet wide, and less than 10 inches thick. It is very easy to set irupagan, for everything fits in place, and after a little practice you will know just how tight the wires should be, and will learn to assemble your glider in a wonderfully short space of time. Chapter X Monoplane Gliders. After you have built a biplane glider such as has been described, and have learned to use it with confidence, you may try your hand at constructing gliders of other types. Most of the biplane gliders are so similar to the Chanute type, already described that the some general directions for building and using them would serve equally well for anyone. The only difference being in details of proportions, shapes of planes, etc. Every different class of glider sits that of the monoplane type, the most successful and safest of which is undoubtedly the Montgomery glider. In a way this is no tetramonoplane, buta-double or tandem monoplane, and it is designed upon such excellent lines and scientific principles that with strong and careful construction and a little care it will prove just as safe as the biplane gliders. Montgomery glider is a patented machine, and therefore I cannot reproduce orus except for experimental purposes without securing permission. Beauty can alter the design slightly or otherwise change the machine and possibly secure even better results than with the original design. Very few owners of patents will object to voice making, or 107. Harper's aircraft book using patented machines for themselves and will usually grant permission for so doing. The general construction and the detailed measurements are clearly shown in Figs I-2-3. The machine is exceedingly simple, but as the planes are of the monoplane style, great care must be taken to have all the parts strong and carefully built, as there is no trussing and bracing possible as in the case of the planes. The framework consists mainly of twilight bars. Tapper it off into spars. I and with a heavier lower beam, and connected to the bars. By the diagonal stanchions. H. The wings are built of paw frames consisting of two spruce horizontal beams attached by metal clips to the bars. And having 58 ribs each. The ribs are curved as described for the Chanute glider, and are equally spaced, save for a space of 18 inches in the center o fetch plane. The covering of the wings is light rubberized silk made, with pockets through which the ribs are passed. Ribs should be of spruce 1/4, wide x5/16 deep, and as the curve is under considerable strain, they are best made from two pieces curved and glued to their uniform under pressure. Thewing bars, or beams, area of hickory 1-1/8, x1-3/4 at the center, and are at a pareto about half this size eat tips. The frame bars, should be of spruce 1-3/4, x2, at the center and to paret off to their ends, the forward end being almost pointed and quite a little smaller than the rear end. The lower bar of the frame N is 1-1/4 thick, and from 3 to 3-1/2 deep at his center. The upper edge is straight, but the lower edge is arced, being thickest a little nearer their arth than the front. 108. Monoplane gliders extending from the bar, end up beside the forward wing bars, and projecting 19 inches above the bars, are at masts secured by sockets to N, and belashing and metal clips to thewing beams. These masts support no. 12 piano wire stays F, which support the forward beams O fetch plane. From the lower city off this forward bar off thewing's other wires, F, are brought down to N. And this must beset up until thewing bars are drooped, or arced ashone in thecuts. There are bars so fetch wing aeronatrust, buter hinged at Q saw that the droop or hang loosely at tear ends quite a bit lower than the forward bars. From thenes of these loose rear bars, control cords E, run over pulleys on N and dairy attached to the short stirrup bar, M, which is 14 inches long and serves a saphotrest for the operator, who sits on the seat P, which is merely a padded bearer saddle and may be made from an old bicycle seat. By pressing on the right or lift city off the stirrup bar the cords, which are crossed, pull down the opposite wingtips. This also aids in balancing the machine. Butte equilibrium is mainly maintained by the automatic action off the huge tailor fin, C, attached to the rudder D. By pressing down on the stirrup bar equally with both feet, all their wingtips are drawn down with a sort of brake effect, which causes the glider to land a slightly asaf feather. In addition to these controls, a very effective longitudinal control can be obtained by pulling down the cord and pulleys on the rear wing, B, which thus alters the curve of their aeroplane as related to the forward plane. That ale, or rudder D, and the fin, C. Airframed from light spruce half and half, jointed and clamped with aluminium angle ironson stayed by wires from onij to the other. 109.
Harper's aircraft book the horizontal tail. D. Is it very close to the rear edge off the plane? B. And ishinge to the extremities of O. Control cords J. K. Pass from the center off the rim off this rudder and lead over pull us at the junction off NAND H and at that off the mast G. And it's around a pulley on O in front of H and they're both fastened toe short wooden barrow toggle L, which is located on a stationary wire, K2. Owing to thingular pull off these cords on the opposite ends of L, the letter stays locked in any position that it may be placed on K2. By removing this toggle up or down the wire, KZ, the rudder is raised or lowered, and the glider descends or rises accordingly. This is a very light machine, weighing complete about 40 pounds, and as the control is mechanical, it is far more like aerial aeroplane than the biplane gliders, in which balancing and elevating are accomplished by swaying the body and thus changing the center of gravity. The larger vertical fin, C, moves up and down with the horizontal rudder, but does not move sideways and acts only as a stabilizer. On several occasions, operators off this type of glider have deliberately turned side somersaults with it, and have descended from heights as great as 4,000 feet, the speed being as high as 68 miles an hour on the glides. Its equilibrium is almost positive, and if released by itself, when at a height and upside down, it will automatically right itself and will glide toward after falling only 4 or 5 times its own spread. Using a monoplane glider, the biplane glider is very easy to use, and is practically perfectly safe, but in the case of the Montgomery type, greater carrying caution should be used. No. Fig/*H. I, *TTJI, 4JJ. TTFLF XLC *SLX1/A1SLT. JOSZTW and details off Montgomery glider construction. Harper's aircraft book in the biplane glider the apparatus Friedhouse says feet in landing, whereas in the monoplane glider the apparatus seated, and the feet are used in controlling the machine, and must be removed from the stirrup bar and drop below when landing. Moreover, touseth this machine with Thebist results it must be dropped from a height, although by having 2 friends hold it and run with it down a slope verifying glides may be obtained. Never attempt flights from a great height, if possible practice over water, where a fall will not injure you. Even with the best of carry accidents will at times occur, especially when learning, and wise tobe cautious and make haste slowly. Model gliders, either biplane or monoplane gliders, may be made in small model sizes, and while miniature reproductions of man-carrying gliders will almost always work excellently, yet gliders designed as models and off 2 or 3 feet spread will not always work at all well when carried out in full size. This is as true of gliders as soft model aeroplanes or fleers, and while all recognized fact, the explanation is so technical and depends so largely upon mathematical problems that it would be very difficult to make it clear in simply understandable language. Boys may make very interesting experiments with model gliders, however. An iPhone is designed, which possesses extraordinary lifting and gliding properties. It would be well worth making a full-sized machine off the Summit type and trying it out. This is the only way that you can be absolutely certain. 112. Monoplane gliders that your design will or will not prove efficient as salmon carrier. Any boy who has designed or built model fleers can readily build a model glider. For the methods of construction are identical, practically the only differences being in the shape and size of planes and the emission of propellers and rubber band motors. The materials, wood and fabric, used are the same for the model glider SAS for model aeroplanes, and to fly them one merely attaches a suitable weight to the lower part of the machine and drips it from a height facing the end. In a way, the flight of a model glider is then more interesting than that of a model flyer, for it sails so gently and easily without any propulsive force of its own that it seems almost endowed with life. Page 134. Part Roman 4. The modern aeroplane. Page 136. After Roman 11 types of airplanes, a true airplane is practically nothing but a strongly built and perfected glider provided with a motor and propeller to drive it through the air. There are many points of difference between the simple glider and the latest types of airplanes. However, but these points are nearly always details which are made necessary owing to the greater weight tobe carried and the more perfect control required in the Aeroplane. Wright brothers developed their biplanes from a biplane glider very similar to the Chanute type, already described, and in fact the earlier Wright machines were merely biplane gliders with a motor and propellers. Even the light and simple Montgomery glider has been equipped with motor and propeller, and has made excellent flights. Aeroplanes vary in size from the tiny demoiselle of Santos Dumont, which spreads but 16 feet and weighs 248 pounds, to the huge 5D-foot passenger-carrying aeroplanes built recently. Many of the most successful and fastest aeroplanes are far smaller than the aeroplanes one commonly sees, for these machines are very high-powered, And if the power off an aeroplane is increased, the spread or surface off the planes may be decreased. 117. Harper's aircraft book The Faster an Airplane Travels the More Agavan Area Will Sustain, and in building racing machines power has been carried toke streams, and wing area reduced until it seems impossible that the machines can actually fly at all. Nevertheless, Vedrines won the Gordon Bennett Prize at Chicago in a machine spreading but 18 feet, and traveled at Hima's speed of 109 miles an hour. The power that drove this aeroplane was AI 40 horsepower motor. However, whereas the power required to safely lift and fly an ordinary machine with a spread of 35 feet or more need not over 35 or 40 horsepower. So if you see every small aeroplane flying swiftly, you may measure it as a high-powered machine. Whereas if you see a broad-winged machine traveling slowly but surely, perhaps with several passengers, you may be quite sure that it is a low or medium-powered machine, and very safe and steady. Wright machines are of this class, and in fact, the Wright biplane has developed and has remained more like its first model than any other type of aeroplane. Americans are every partial type planes, and until recently nearly all the machines made or flown in this country were of this class. Nowadays, however, a great many excellent monoplanes are built and used in this country, but still the great majority of American aeroplanes are biplanes. Biplanes are aeroplanes having one plane or in gab of the other, as in Chanute glider. Fig. It shows a typical form of biplane. Monoplanes have but a single wing or plane like a Blériot. Fig. 2. But some models have a second plane behind the main plane, just as in the model Flyers or the Mont 118. Types of airplanes Fig. 2 Gomery glider. These are known as tandem-surfaced monoplanes. In addition to monoplanes and biplanes, machines with 3 or more wings, one above the other, have been built and flown. These are known as triplanes and multiplanes, and while they have been flown successfully, they are seldom used, and have never proved as practical as singly or wowinched forms. 119. Harper's aircraft book Parts of aeroplanes. The parts of an airplane are mainly the frame, or chassis, the body, or fuselage, thewings, or planes, the rudder and tail, the elevator and turning gear, or alighting gear, in addition to the motor and propeller and the control system. The chassis, fuselage, planes, etc. are similar in construction and detail to the gliders, but in order to withstand the shock offlanding, the parts are made much heavier and stronger, and a running gear is provided. The running gear of the original Wright machines consisted merely of wooden runners or skids, and the machine was started on a track or in way. Nowadays, all airplanes are provided with wheels as well as skids, and using large pneumatic tires on the wheels, as well as rubber bands and coiled springs, a great deal of the shock offlanding is obviated, and the machine can run over fairly rough ground when starting. Types of aeroplanes. The running gear varies a great deal in detail in different types of aeroplanes, and each maker has his own ideas of the best form. Typical forms of running gear are shown in Fig. 3. And by studying the sayow can obtain a very good idea of the way the leading aeroplanes are equipped for landing and rising from the ground. Most aeroplanes are built off wood with metal clamps, sockets, and wire stays, but quite a number have the framework composed mainly off hollow steel tubing. Others have the body built off pressed fiber, or are built off thin wood like a boat. But strange as it may seem, no metal is as strong for its weight as selected spruce, ash, and other woods, and practically all standard machines use wood for their framework, ribs, etc. Aluminum is used only where lightweight without great strength is required for this metal, as well as its alloys, is not strong enough for most parts of airplanes. Steel sockets and clamps, steel bolts, exceedingly strong steel piano wire, and steel wire cables are used wherever possible. Fabric used for covering wings and rudders isofari auskines, and there is but little choice among the various prepared fabrics no manufactured especially for aeroplanes. Rubberized silk, linen, cotton, and many patented cloths chemically treated are used, while some builders use a plain cloth and treat it themselves to make it water and airproof. The motors used are of so many different types and kinds that they must be treated in a separate chapter. And the propellers also vary a great deal in shape, size, pitch, and material. 121. Harper's aircraft book Most aeroplane propellers are constructed off wood, carved out of blocks formed by gluing several thicknesses of different kinds of wood together under pressure. These are known as laminated propellers, and using softened hardwoods in their construction the outer edges Fig. 4 mm Fig. 5 can be made Taurus's chipping injury, while thinner portions may be constructed off softwood, and thus be far lighter than if built entirely off hard, strong wood. A typical form of propeller is shown in Fig. 4. This is the Charave type, and is proved very effective in a great many machines. 122. Types of airplanes. Most aeroplanes have butane propeller, attached directly to the engine shaft. But the Wrights, Burgess, and several others have it while propellers geared to the engine shaft with sprockets and chains, and revolving in opposite directions much slower than the motor. Fig. 5. Whether rapidly revolving single propellers or slowly revolving twin propellers is a question never yet definitely decided. The earlier machines and practical Albiplanes up to 1912 were equipped with propellers in the rear off the Fig. 6 Fig. 7 machine, chapter Roman 3 Fig. 2. But within the past year the tendency has been to transfer the propeller to the forward end of the Aeroplane, where it pulls 5 the machine 123. Harper's aircraft book through the instead of pushing it, and so in reality it becomes a tractor, instead of a propeller. Nearly all monoplanes have always been built with the propeller in front, and this permitted a covered body or fuselage off graceful shape, which made the monoplanes look like huge dragonflies or some kind of birds. Soon as biplane builders commenced to place the propellers in front instead of behind the machine, they realized that the covered and compact fuselage off the monoplane could boost an Biplane and domain C-scores of tractor biplanes which are just as graceful and bird-like as the monoplanes. And in fact, when flying overhead, one can scarcely distinguish Biplane with attractor propeller from Monoplane Figs. 6 and 7. Whether the tractor is really more efficient than the propeller is a matter still under discussion by designers and builders. But it is certain that many propeller biplanes, which have been altered to the tractor form, have proved far safer, faster, and more reliable when the propeller pulls instead of pushes the machine. At the Roman 12 biplanes and monoplanes, Aeroplanes and Ucido de are practically albiplanes and monoplanes, and both types prove equally efficient and reliable in the hands of their operators. There is little real choice between the two kinds of machines. Budasaruletha biplane is a steadier, safer, and slower machine than the monoplane, and is far better adapted to genus amateurs. The fact that waplanes are placed one above the other allows a very simple and strong method of bracing and trussing, as each plane helps to support and strengthen the other. Monoplanes, on the other hand, must depend for support off the wings upon very strong and rather intricate construction and wire stays fastened to masts, or pylons. Biplanes also have the advantage that their lateral balance can be maintained by small auxiliary planes, or ailerons, and consequently stiff and rigid planes may be used, whereas monoplanes usually depend upon flexible or warping wing tips, which require special methods of construction and mechanical devices. In order to lift and fly with a certain weight and a given power, a definite area of wing surface must be provided. Hence, the monoplane requires longer planes than the biplane oval plane surface, which has the area off surface divided in totwo sections, and this again necessitates a 125. Big asterisk the Wright brothers, biplanes and monoplanes more elaborate and complicated system of stays and braces. For these reasons, biplanes Sarian always will be far easier to build than monoplanes, and moreover, they are less liable to break or to develop weak spots than the single winch machines. Leading biplane types probably the best known biplane in the world is the Wright. This isn't because the Wright machine is any better or more widely used than several other types, merely because it was the first really successful aeroplane, and the new hitch opened the eyes off the world to the fact that men had learned to fly. To the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur, Fig. I must be given every credit and honor for having been the pioneers of aviation, and yet o'day the Wright machine is bino means as efficient or fast as many other aeroplanes. Wright machine is a rather heavy, slow, and cumbersome affair, with manufactures unchanged since the earliest models. But it is a favorite model with many exhibition flyers, and especially with aviators who make a specialty of carrying passengers. The Wright machines are made in several models, but all are very similar in appearance and are readily distinguished from other biplanes by the rounded wing tips, box-like vertical rudders, and upturned skids to the running gear, as well as bithet twin propellers and over controls. Fig. 2. The Burgess Wright, chapter Roman 3 Fig. 2 is a modified Wright machine preferred to the latter by many operators. This machine is said by the United States Army and Navy, and by many long-distance and cross-country flyers. It's 9I-27. Fig 2 W Rick HT Model C. Biplanes and monoplanes' most characteristic features are that with triangular vertical planes in front off the lower plane, a feature also found in many genuine Wright machines. Burgess machines are, however, no made in tractor form, and these are scarcely recognizable as Burgess aeroplanes. Almost as well known as the Wright aeroplane Sireth Curtis machines, made world-famous by their record flights in the hands of their inventor, Mr. Glenn Curtis, and that most spectacular of aviators, Mr. Lincoln Beakey. It was a Curtis biplane that first flew from Albany to New York, from New York to Philadelphia, from Key West to Havana, and that first flew from and landed on Thetic off a warship, and it was also the first American hydro-aeroplane to rise successfully from the water. It was in a Curtis machine that Beakey made his famous Fig. 3-129. Harper's aircraft book Flight Through the Gorge at Niagara, and the Curtis machine is renowned for speed, safety, and ease of handling. Instead of the flexible warping wings off the various Wright types, the Curtis uses ailerons between the tips of the wings, and in place off the clumsy box-tail agraceful pigeon-tail orchid-like tail isust. Fig. 3. The shape off the running gear, the ailerons, and the control easily distinguished Curtiss machines even when built in tractor form. Fig. 4. Latest Curtiss models Donathave the head, or front elevator, shown in Fig. 3, which was said now earlier Wright and Curtiss machines, but which has now been generally discarded. In addition to these two widely used types of biplanes, there are many others less familiar to the average person, beaut of splendid efficiency and powers off-flight. Among these are the Benoist, Fig. 5, the Thomas, the Baldwin, the Whitman, the Kirkham, and dozens of others, many of which hold world's records, and are superior in construction and assign to many better-known types. A great many are, however, merely Wright or Curtiss types slightly altered, or with additional or unique features designed to improve them. Many of these machines are known by a special name, but all intents and purposes they are Curtiss or Wright machines. Another very distinct type of biplane is Farman, Fig. 6. In this machine, the ailerons are flaps of fabric hinged to the rear off the planes, while the tail consists of two miniature planes like a small biplane, between which are the vertical rudders. Small flaps at rear off the two horizontal tail planes act as horizontal rudders, and a broad planane front acts as the elevator, or head. Many biplanes which have flown splendidly aerially combinations off the Wright, Curtiss, and Farman types. 130. Page 151. Harper's aircraft book such, for example, as the famous Baldwin Red Devil, flown by Cecil Pioli, the boy aviator. This machine has Farman type off ailerons, the Curtiss control, with some details off the Wright, while many new ideas and original improvements have been added, such as steel tube construction, peculiar rudders and tail, etc. A form off the plane which is very distinct from all others and is absolutely unique when many wasest bowl and tailless Fig. 5. Fig. 132. Copyright Biplanes and Monoplanes Biplane, invented by the late Frank Rowland, and improved and perfected by Boland Aeroplane and Motorcom Paney. Fig. 7. When first flown by its inventor, the machine absolutely amazed all beholders, for it performed evolutions and flew in a manner apparently contrary to laws of aviation, and its intrepid owner drove the odd creation with the same facility and ease with which he would handle an automobile. The machine was flown successfully throughout several months, and was exhibited in South America and the West Indies, and in the island of Trinidad the unfortunate inventor lost his life. The machine is so unusual and so distinct from all others that a dare description and plan serif value toll interested in aeroplanes. The principal and most striking feature of the machine is the fact that it is tailless, and although various other machines of tailless form have been constructed, yet none have operate in the same manner as the Boland. Nacelle, or body, contains the engine, pilot, and passenger, and consists of a boat-like structure near the center of the machine between the planes. This body is off oval section at a forward end but V-shaped at the rear seat and tapper soft o sharp edge at the rear. The engine bed rails from the cross piece, which forms the back of the passenger seat toe point at the rear, where they meet the tapering sides off the body just above the lower wing beam. The body frame is metal, covered and upholstered, and within it are the steering wheels, gauges, tachometer, etc. 13 feet and 8 inches in front off the main planes the elevator is pivoted. This is a curved plane 12 feet wide with 3-1/2-foot cord, and in flight it carries fully half the weight off the entire machine. But its location far 133. Harper's aircraft book ahead off the body gives it so much leverage that the actual weight supported is but 120 pounds. By rocking the yoke off the elevator forward or backward, the machine is made to rise or descend. The most noteworthy feature off the machine is the method of control. Instead of ailerons, warping wings, or dares, the Boland biplane hastewo jibs, one attach end off the planes, pivoted on an oblique and normally in a vertical position. Each off the jibs works in butone direction inward and is controlled by a 5/32 cable leading around the steering wheel. By moving this wheel, exactly as in steering an automobile, the machine is turned to right or left, and as section off the jib tends to retard the machine on the side which is pulled, the jibs act as lateral stabilizers as well as rudders. By turning the wheel to the right, the machine turns to the right and tips banks, just to not prevent side slipping or capsizing. And a tendency off the biplane tip or banquin, traveling through the air may be corrected by pulling in the jib on the high side. Thighs isn't down, however, the machine merely turns a little from its course. The running gear consists of two skids extending far out in front and serving as support for the elevating plane. There are Retwo 20x3 wheels on a long axle situated 18 inches in front off the forward edge off the main planes, and rubber shock absorbers are also provided. The power plant is a Boland V motor of 60 horsepower driven gas-angle propeller. The main planes spread 5 feet in air 5 feet wide and 5 feet apart. The weight off the machine complete with gas, water, and oil is about 900 pounds, and it is capable of traveling at about 60 miles an hour. Page 155. Harper's aircraft book typical leading monoplanes various as different biplanes, even more numerous signs of monoplanes. Most off the monoplane seraf Frankorigin, and est first to prove successful wast bleriot, so de the bleriot type is before the most familiar and most widely known form. The bleriot, fig. 8. Is every graceful and efficient ma fig. 8. Fig 10 fig, 12 Heinrich monoplane, Harper's aircraft book chine, and although minor details of construction, controls, tails, etc., have been altered from the original form, yet it is always readily identified by round-tipped wings, skeel ton body, square, vertical rudder, and peculiar landing gear. Many excellent bleriot-type machines are built in this country, and to Thelame in these are indistinguishable from imported bleriots. Another monoplane of Frankorigin which is almost as renowned as bleriot is the Antoinette, shown in flight in Fig. 9. Although this type is less often seen in the earlier days of aviation. The Antoinette is a splendidly efficient machine and cannot be mistaken for any other design, as the square wing tips, and dingenascroll, the boat-like body, peculiar tail with the radiators beside the body and beneath thewings, give a tonique and striking appearance. Audrins, depertisons, moraines, grades, Nieuports, and dozens of other European monoplanes are in daily use in America, and each differs from all others in some detail of construction or design, even though it may be very hard to distinguish them at first sight. American monoplanes off several makes have no taken their place with those of French design, and Heinrich, Moisant, Columbia, and others are just as good fleers and just as well built as the European machines. Heinrich Figs 10 N 12 13 is a splendid machine, very distinct in design and appearance from most other American monoplanes, which are saw rule are modifications of French types. The Heinrich has a completely enclosed fuselage, with a running gear which combines the good points off both the bleriot and the Antoinette systems. Thewings are semi-rounded at head-hips, and the body is very narrow, thus re 138. -23G Pig, TT Heinrich monoplane Model D. Harper's aircraft book dosing head resistance to the minimum. The tail is broad, rounded, forked, and bird-like, with hinged horizontal rud dares at her and a small vertical rudder between them. The whole machine is very graceful in form, and has proved a most reliable and efficient flyer. Many designers have departed radically from established principles and have produced monoplanes offered or freakish form. Among these Arath Gallaudet Bullet, Fig. 14, and the Waldron monoplane. The Bullet was Fig. 14, a fish-shaped machine off steel tube construction, and with the 3-blade propeller in there are. It was designed to produce great speed, but was not a success. The Waldron monoplane, on the other hand, was a machine which had ailerons like a Farman biplane, with a running gear and controls similar to the Curtiss, and with the propeller behind thewings. It was in effect a biplane with only thew per plane. While it made a number of successful flights, it was always a cranky and dangerous 140. Biplanes and monoplanes machine. Such freaks are constantly appearing, and they'll serve excellent purpose in demonstrating just what is practical and what note in aeroplane design. Only in this way can better results be accomplished and progress made in aviation, for Thebes theories on paper often prove failures in practice. Offering freakish, appearance, beautiful, wonderful power, and efficiency are especially designed racing monoplanes. The depertisan racer, in which Vedrians won the Gordon Bennett Cup at Chicago, is a machine off the type, Fig. 15. This monoplane is constructed with a fish-shaped body built off thin basswood strips 1/8, thick glued toads through in alternate layers over a form which is removed after the body's complete. The wings are very short and small and spread but 18 feet, while the motor is a Gnome developing 140 horsepower. The running gear is very simple, and even thew heels are covered with discs of aluminum Tor Fig. J5 deuce air assistance. With this machine, the fearless French aviator dashed through theater at 109 miles an hour, looking, a Son observer stated, like a huge, winged cannon traveling breech first. Other machines of similar construction have since been 141. Harper's aircraft book built, and while all of the type are excessively fast, yet they require the utmost skill in handling, and utmost dangerous machines in the hands of a novice. Their only value is for racing and reaching high altitudes, and for general utility they are not as good as prosaic and slow-going Wright or Curtiss biplanes or the reliable bleriot or Heinrich monoplanes. After Roman 13th the heart off the aeroplane are i.e. heart, lungs, soul, and life of any airplane are, so one to speak, the light, compact, and powerful gasoline motor. Many people seem to think that the motor is a secondary consideration, and that, having built or bought a plane, they can place an old marine or automobile engine in it and fly. Many boys and men have done this, and because their machines proved dismal failures, they have become discouraged and disgusted. Sameter off fact, the motor for an airplane must possess many features and details that are every distinct from those of their marine, stationary, or automobile engines. Whereas the automobile engine is constantly varying in its work and seldom operates at its maximum power or speed. The aeroplane motor works at uniform and very high speed, and is called on for its maximum power out time it is in operation. To withstand this strain, the strong est and most wear resisting materials must be used in its construction and in failing methods off lubrication and cool, in Gary absolutely necessary. An aeroplane motor must be exceedingly light and free from vibration. You can readily understand how difficult it is to combine these various requirements. It is very easy to construct a reliable engine fairly free from vibration and with long life, provided it weighs from 8 to 15 pounds 10 H3. Harper's aircraft book or more per horsepower, and few automobile motors weigh less than this. Imagine train tobbled a motor off same power, reliability and life and weighing but 2-1/2 to 5 pounds per horsepower. Or a saboteur illustration, think off a 6-cylindered, 6.0 horsepower motor so light in weight that ammon can readily lift it in his hands. Yet this is actually accomplished in many aeroplane engines, and thunder is. Not that aviation motors are unreliable but that the air half as dependable as tire. In place off the cast iron, heavy forgings, stout, long bearings, heavy supports, and thick cylinder walls off the marine and automobile motor, the Aeroplane engine is constructed off the highest grade chrome and vanadium steels, magnesium metal, manganese, bronze, and other selected materials, with delicate ball bearings, featherweight crankcases, and cylinder walls hardly as thick as ordinary cardboard. This means a very expensive engine, for an part can be slighted, and the best possible work and utmost care must be devoted to each and every part and detail. Some idea of the work required tobbled a modern aeroplane motor may be obtained by considering thick crank shafts and cylinders often off the best off the aviation engines. These parts are machined from solid steel bars, and the crankshaft, in thoroughf, may weigh as much as 150 or 200 pounds, but when finished weighs less than 25 pounds. Many air-cooled engines have the cylinders turned and bored from solid steel or iron bars 6 inches or more in diameter, and yet the completed cylinder weighs few ounces, and less than 1/16 in thickness. The work and time required to turn down and finish the many parts off such a motor arrowhat make expensive. And 144. Hard off the Aeroplane many excellent stationary cylindered motors are also air-cooled, and both 1-for-cycle engines are made in air-cooled and water-cooled types. The actual efficiency over their system is about the same, but as a rule, an air-cooled engine is shorter to lubricate, is more apt to troublesome, and is shorter lived than a water-cooled engine. Both kinds are about equally used, and each builder and aviator has his own ideas on the subject. Many of the most successful American motors are air/HA Fig. 19 cooled such as Kemp Fig. 18, while others which have proved excellent aviation engines are water-cooled. Among these are Roberts Fig. 19, Atwo-cycle type, the Curtiss, Wright, Sturdevant, Kirkham, Frontier, and 157. Harper's aircraft book Mercury. The last is particularly interesting, as it practicolius the Litwo-cycle V-shaped motor made, Fig. 20. European makers strongly favor air-cooled motors, and Anzani, Renault, REP, and many others are off this type. Fig. 20. Although so much time and money has been spent in trying to produce a reliable and efficient motor for aircraft, and such splendid workmanship and high-grade materials are used in aeroplane motor construction, yet ideal engine is produced. Probably a portion of the modern aeroplane is prone to trouble and accidents as the motor, and while wonderful progress in motor design and construction has been made, yet a great deal is yet to be accomplished before an aviator can feel absolute confidence in his engine, and may rest assured that his power will not fail at some critical moment. 158. After Roman 14 miniature aeroplanes, it is quite possible for any boy who is adept at using carpenter's tools, and who has a fairly good idea of mechanics to build aerialman carrying aeroplane. The expense is, however, very great, and far beyond the reach of ordinary boys. And any boy who desires tougly, and whose parents do not object to his learning, will succeed far better by purchasing a standard aeroplane than by building one of his own. A great deal of pleasure and much knowledge may be obtained by building exact duplicates of standard machines in model sizes, however, and if these working models are carefully made, they will fly splendidly. It is very easy to build a copy of an airplane for show purposes from cardboard, flimsy materials, and odds and ends, but such models will seldom fly, and are often of particular value. A serial biplane is easier to build than the monoplane. So the model biplane is easier than the model monoplane. And it will therefore first describe how to build a Wright biplane model. For commencing to build any of these little airships, you should have the proper tools and materials on hand. If you have already built model flyers, the same tools you used will answer for building the model aeroplanes, and much of the same material may be used. 11-159. Harper's aircraft book fine drills, brad awls, sandpaper, a small plane, cutting pliers and small, round-nosed pliers, soldering tools, fine saws, and a tin a screwdriver are the most important tools. And strong silk thread, fine wire, glue, varnish, and shellac, fabric, and spruce sticks and reeds are the most important materials. The material for building a 3-foot Wright model should not cost over $6 or $7, even if bought ready cut, and if you get out some of. Apart from rough stock yourself, the cost may be considerably reduced. In building a flying model of aerial airplane, you must use a great deal more care than in constructing a model flyer. For every slight variation in size or proportion, off parts will prevent the machine from flying at all. It is always best to follow standard and try designs at first, and after becoming familiar with details and principles, you can try building models from aeroplanes or along original lines. Any reliable firms, such as Ideal Aeroplane and Supply Company, make especially furnishing working plans and materials for constructing scale models off standard machines. And as these models are guaranteed to fly if constructed AC according to plans, the boy builder cannot do better than to follow them. The plans and directions given herewith are reproduced by permission off Ideal Aeroplane and Supply Company. And if allowed accurately in a machine built in accordance with Theplins will actually fly. It is useless to spend time, trouble, and money working at a model from unreliable plans, only to find upon completion that it cannot possibly rise from the ground. 160. Miniature aeroplanes. How to build the ideal Wright biplane. The materials required for this 3-foot model are as follows. I-foot spruce 5/16, square 4 pieces 5/8, aluminum tube 1/8, 6 feet spruce 1/4, square inside diam. I-foot spruce 5/32, square 3 feet 1/4, x 3/16, spruce 12 feet spruce 1/8, square 14 feet 1/4, x 1/8, spruce I-foot breast 3/32 diam. Round and feet 3/16, x 1/8, spruce 1I/I2 yard silk fabric 24 feet reed 1/8 diam. 2 low-inch Wright type propellers 7 feet reed 3/32 diam. 64 feet rubber strands 3/32, 20 feet in wire. 32 gauge glue 2 feet 1/16, brass rod model making nails 2 ball bearing propeller shafts Roman 3-inch special axle, 2 special 3 miniature wheels 1-1/2 diam. Aluminum tube braces 7-inch aluminum rod 1/16 diam. This will be employed for building the model. It will also allow quite a little extra material in case of breakage. And you must expect some breakage and waste in your first few attempts at constructing models from such fragile, thin material as used in making these miniature machines. For commencing actual operations, you should study the plans, figs. I-2-3, very carefully and thoroughly. Fig. I is the ground plan or the view off the machine looking down upon it. Fig. 2 the front view and fig. 3 a section or view from one side. The perspective view, fig. 4 shows how the machine appears when completed. Most oft the important dimensions are indicated on the plan. Butin part can be readily measured by means of 12-inch scale rule and theka. The various parts are all lettered, and be referring to thettable at head up name or significancy often a part may be determined. In building the model bevery sure theta and every 161. Page 170. Miniature aeroplanes joint is rigid and made with good glue and model nails, and is wrapped with silk thread. Never attempt to drive nails through small wood unless a hole at rifle smaller than the nail is first drilled with a no. 60 drill, or otherwise the piece will split. Constructing the planes, the 3/16 x 1/8, which should be Q2 Pinto 8-inch lengths for the ribs, and should be steamed and bent into shape as follows. Copy the proper curve as illustrated in Theplin on a PC offboard, and take enough small nails along the outline to hold the steamed rib in position. After steaming or soaking in hot water, the rib may be tan, slip it in a thef or made by the nail send left until perfectly dry. The pieces of 1/8, read forthing outlines, as well as those for the chassis frame, should also be steamed and bent to shape. The first thing taught after the ribs are steamed and bent is to construct the main planes, or wings. First bevel the front O-fetch rib where it lies on the forward spar, and cut a notch in each rib where it crosses their R-spar, as shown in the diagram. Place the ribs along the spars in their proper position and mark each spar at head points where the ribs cross, and mark where there are toe holes for stanchions, legs, and braces. Fasten the ribs in placebo glue and denil in each and lash with silk thread. Place the frame with ribs in position on an outline, full size, off the plane and trim off these off the ribs and spars to conform with it. Next, take the pieces off written, bent tothewing outline, 163. Harper's aircraft book and placetham around the spars and ends off ribs, fastening one and tothind off the front spar and carrying it around, their errands off the ribs to the other end of the front spar. Fasten their edge the spars and ribbons with glue and lay aside until thoroughly dry. When the 2 planes have been thus completed in skeleton form, cover the surfaces with silk as follows. Coat the front edge O-fetch plane with glue and placate in the silk and turn the letter U-bend over it. Next, glue the reed edge and stretch the silk over thighs-gend under it. Then coat things off the reed frame with glue and stretch the silk tightly across and under it in the same manner. When thoroughly dry, trim off the uneven edges close to the frame with a pair of scissors. If the silk, When completed, is coated with ideal coating solution or some similar compound. Better results will be obtained. After thuper and lower planes are finished and covered with silk-thin soft thuprites or stanchions, trimmed down toffatin the 1/16 holes which should have been previously drilled where marked. The 4 stanchion holes in the central part off the lower plane should have 1/16 aluminum sleeves placed flush with the tops off the spars, and in these sleeves thenes off the first stanchions, those off the rear being aero-glued. After the glue is thorough, lie hard cross-truss the spaces between the stanchions with wire and the planes will be complete. Making the chassis or frame should first be made a safflet frame from 2 27-inch pieces off reeds connected by theffer cross pieces, previously bored with 1/8 holes. Mark these W, X, Y, Z. The forward piece, W, is 7-1/2/, long, a swell 164. Miniature aeroplanes is the rear piece, Z. Glue the forward ends off the reed pieces into the outermost holes in W, and joint them together at head points X, Y, and Z. When the glue is dry, connect the frame to the main plane with 4 eedulgs from holes in the lower plane spar stow holes in Yan Z. Connect X to the front spar off the upper plane with 12-1/4 braces, and thus bend the chassis part latashe. Glue the forward ends off 23-inch upper reeds into the innermost holes in W, and bedrengths becanfestining gunder thespars off the lower plane draw the chassis into the proper form and curve. Where this reed passes under the lower plane it should be wired to the legs, and at their off the back legit should be bent down and finally wired and glued to the lower reed ends at. Through the aluminum sleeves in the lower plane spars, pass these off the semicircular braces, and wire the middle ofach to the lower reed ashone. Before wiring these besurin place thuheel axle between. Now place thuheels on thexel, screw the special axle braces, slash to yan zan screw the nuts on thexleans. Place the front wheel at hecenter off 1/16 brass rod, and bend the rod to the shape shown in thecut. Bend the ends off the rod over xanthaloa reed, and wire them from lido X. Adjust this front axle off at the plane, stand at about thingle shown in the section ZZ, and the frame and planes will be complete and ready for the front elevator plane. The elevator make 2 H-shaped frames by joining 2 3/32 round uprights to cross piece 3/16 x 1/8, which must be drilled to rotate on a shaft. Bend their edge piece to the shape shown and join the edges with ribs 2 and 165. Harper's aircraft book upper plane and for in the lower. Cover the planes with silk and leave spaces on the lower plane between the adjacent trips where the shaft support from the chassis passes through. Attach the 2 planes to the H-shaped frames by gluing thuprites into holes drilled in the ribs, and when dry mount the hole on the shaft supports by means off the aluminum shaft. Drill a fine hole in W, pass a wire through, and festen thenes to the lower plane off the elevator. This will serve to maintain the elevator in an desired position. Glue the 5/32 square elevator plane shaft supports into the holes already bored in W, and the machine will be practically complete, and only requires a rudder, the rubber motor, and propeller stober for aft-light. The rudder this isosceles made by constructing 2 simple reed frames with thin splits together and made from the 3/32 reeds. Each off the frames is then covered with silk and connected atop and bottom by cross pieces off 1/8 wood. Rudder supports of 1/8 wood are joined to the frame under the central ribs of both main planes, and their errands are nailed to the rudder cross pieces. A small piece off wire passed through a fine hole in thuper sup port and attached to the front edges off the rudder frames will hold the rudder in any position it may be placed. The propellers should be 10 inches in diameter and 12 inches wide, off regular Wright type, and the may be whittled from blanks or purchased ready-made. The latter method 166. Miniature aeroplanes will ensure better results, as that propellers must be exactly alike, but right-hand left-handed, so store valve in opposite directions. The propellers are toe mounted on the ball bearing shafts and secured by net sand washers, and be nails to the hubs. The motor frame is constructed by joining 2 long sticks by own intermediate antwone braces, ashone in Theplin, but the forward piece should not be fastened in place until the frame is between the planes from their end is fastened in place at. Drill holes in the rear cross piece, and in these place the shanks off the propeller shafts and bend over thinner end of the shafts to form hooks. Drill 2 more holes in this piece about 3 inches from the shaft, and in these place brass rod stops to prevent the propellers from unwinding until the model is launched. Divide the hank off rubber in taut apart, S, and from each length form a skein and place one end over the forward cross piece, B, and the other over the propeller shaft hook. Skein isosceles made by winding the rubber about 2 nails placed 27 inches apart, so that 7 loops are formed, and the knot thenes together. When the rubber and propellers are in position, turn each propeller about 250 revolutions, being careful the is turned exactly the same number off times, and also being sure to turn them in opposite directions. The model is no ready to fly, and I will be very anxious to test it. After the time and trouble spent in making the dainty little Wright, you should be most careful not to break it in the first attempt, and soyao must select Avery smooth, level, soft but in which totry its flying powers. Tilt the elevator upward slightly, set the tail true and straight, and release the stops from the propellers 167. Harper's aircraft book. If you have followed directions carefully, the little biplane will run a short distance on the ground and will then rise gracefully in flight and sail away for 100 feet or more, gradually slowing down and descending softly on the earth. The first attempts should be made with every slight elevation to the elevator in order to avoid mishaps, and the elevation may be gradually altered until the best results are obtained. Instead of starting from the ground, the model may be started from a board or other smooth surface tilted slightly upward in the direction of flight and placed about 6 feet from the ground. The machine flown in this way will fly farther and better, but isn't as natural or as much like your real airplane. After succeeding in constructing the right model, you will be anxious to try other forms, and perhaps the best of these to work at next is the Newport monoplane. The Newport monoplane model, the materials used to construct this beautiful and successful model are as follows: 1/2 foot wood, 5/16 square ball bearing propeller shaft 6 feet wood, 1/4x1/8 square aluminum propeller hanger 15 feet wood, 5/32 square 12 wooden propeller 12 feet wood, 1/8 x1/16 square 10 feet per arbor, 1/8 square 1-1/8 wood section 5/16 2 sheets bamboo paper 2 feet wood 3/32 diam round 2 Oz bamboo varnish 2 feet reed 3/16 diam set off 12 Newport sockets 3 feet reed 1/8 diam Newport running gear with axle 12 feet reed 3/32 diam 2 rubber tired wheels 2 diam nails 1/4 screws eyelets Ease 1/16 aluminum rod cutchin pins and pins 1/16 steel rod 1/16 board 6 wide some thin sheet aluminum spool of no 30 wire 168 page 177 Harper's aircraft book. The bow should not cost over $6 and all materials may be bought ready cut a size of $4 but if you purchase the materials in various lengths and cut them yourself, you are less likely to run short through breakage and canus you had have left from one model in building gothers. Zeppelins off the machine, as illustrated, show the details, dimensions, and methods of construction so clearly that little explanation is required. Same care should be used in building this model as in the Wright. The joints should all be strong and rigid, no nails should be driven without first boring holes, and the ribs, 4 fuselage bars, and 3 outline pieces should all be steamed and bent exactly as described for the Wright biplane model. Constructing the fuselage, or body, first make the sides and joint the top and bottom bars, after forming, the vertical struts, thus making a frame as shown in side elevation. Join these 2 frames with horizontal struts, as shown in plan, and measure the 30 stances between frames, struts, etc. are exactly as illustrated. Through the T-section piece of drilled 2 holes to take the rear hook, side elevation, bend the hook in top place and join T-section to the rear of the body, as shown in the detailed view off the rear joint view off the land rudder. Join the other 5/16 piece to the 5/16 strut which belongs at front off the body, and over both screw the aluminum propeller hanger. Place the ball-bearing propeller shaft tinthes and bend thinner endo shaft in the shape of a hook, as shown in 170. Miniature aeroplane side elevation. Attach this bedan hanger to the body frame and also fasten it the extra 5/32 horizontal strut, side elevation, being very careful that the shaft is in a straight line with their hook. Thenes off 5/16 horizontal strut must be cued away until the front comes flush with the front off the fuselage. Then wire it firmly to the fuselage. Ewing sockets should next be screwed in position on the frame off the body as shown in side elevation. Next cover the fuselage except where indicated with bamboo paper and give it a coat of bamboo varnish. The tripod should now be constructed of 1/16 aluminum rod, wiring the tops together and flattening thenes, and then wiring these to the upper fuselage bars, side elevation. The propeller may now be placed on the shaft and fastened with the Newton washer and pin through the flange by escutcheon pins. Thenes off the rubber and divide the loop thus made into 6 loops. Hook one end off the skein saw form to the hook on the propeller shaft, and the opposite end over a small S-hook made from the steel rod. Hold the fuselage front and dupe and allow the rubber to drop down to the rear end, where it may be readily hooked over their R-hook through the penning left in the body covering. The chassis, or running gear, make the curve on an end off the skid, as shown in side elevation. And place up in it the ready-made Newport running gear and glue it in position. Drill holes near own endo feature off the of 1/8 reed braces and wire them to the skids as shown, and insert the 3/16 reed braces in sockets off the running gear. 171. Harper's aircraft book to the upper ends off the braces glue the 7 terminal sockets and screw all to the fuselage for the gluistry and then true it up. After the gluistry, insert the axle in the running gear and mount the wheels. The spray hood on the sheet aluminum draw the pattern off the hood as detailed in plan off spray hood and cut it out carefully with shears. Draw the front piece on the wood and cut it out, being very careful not to split it. Wire the aluminum hood to the front piece through holes drilled through each, and fasten it in place over the propeller shaft as shown. Making the wings trim down the 1/4x1/8 pieces off at the R1/4, high at fuselage and 3/32 at head hips, and toinger even tapering mark them offest with straight edge. Wire the ribs already bent, one above and on below the sparse positions shown in plan. Then cute off the rear ends off the ribs to the proper sizing form. Next wire their red frame off the wing, which is already bent to these off rib sandspars through holes drilled for the purpose. Ins off this outer piece off reached project 5/8 at hebody end, so to fit into thewing bars on the fuselage. In making thewings, don't it forget that the right and left wings are different, and the must be matter right and left. Make small hooks on thines offer pinson past the other ends through holes drilled in thespars, Anthen Ben 172. Miniature aeroplanes hooks on these ends. Tothy hooks thus made the wires which run to tetrapod and chassis aerotobe attached. Now glue all thed joints, truel up and hang thewings up tawdry. When thoroughly drithewings should be covered red with bamboo paper, the under sides being covered first, and besureth that the paper adheres firmly to each rib as well as to the reed frame piece. When covered, Andri giveth that paper a coat off bamboo varnish. Make 4 S-hooks frompins, and hook 2 in the top off the tripod, front elevation, and the other 2 in theskid just back off the running gear. Slip the projecting ends off the rat and wing frames into the sockets on the fuselage and 2 wires tothy hooks in thewing spars, and critham to the S-hooks on the tripod and running gear, inserting little eyelet tightener sortny turnbuckles, as hone in front elevation. Tighten the wires so that the main planes, or wings, tilt slightly upward as shown in front elevation. Thewings are easily disassembled by merely unhooking the S-hooks from the skid end tripod. Tail wire the semicircular outline off-reed to 3/32 round wood, through holes drilled in their head, and festen the 3 radiating ribs in the same way. Glue them together and dry between 2 flat surfaces toinger perfect, truing up. Cover the framework thus made with bamboo paper and coat with bamboo varnish. Fourth rudder, wire thines off the reed, bent in shape as shown inside elevation. Glue them together, dry between flat surfaces, and cover the same as tail. Construct the elevators in the same manner as tail. And when the scene the rudder aerodrive 1/16, tiller bars 173. Harper's aircraft book aerobound and glued in position as shown in plan, side elevation, and detailed plans. Nail the tilt-a-therp off the fuselage bite-woe nails through the central radiating rib, being your drill holes first. Next hinge the rudder to the rear T-piece through holes drilled in the ladder, and tee it in place with wire, using the tiller bars as hone. This will maintain the rudder and elevators in any position desired. The 3-foot model will no be complete and ready to fly. If you have done your work well, you will have the prettiest, most graceful and strongest little aeroplane you ever saw. It will prove a splendid flyer, and may be flown from the ground or launched from the hand. In flying, release the propeller first, and then let go the machine. And if you wish the model Taurus rapidly raise their errand from the ground, so that the skid will not drag, and at his some time give the machine a slight forward thrust. Launching from the hand, grasp the underside off the body just behind the chassis with own hand, and hold the propeller with the other hand. Let go the propeller and thrust the model forward, and keep it as nearly a level keel as possible. At first you should only triflights on calm days, or in a gentle wind and imperfectly open and smooth spots. If you wish a larger model off the Neuport, or, in fact, of any off the machines described, you can readily construct them by enlarging the various parts and drawing them out to scale, following Theplin's given 4 details and proper tions. In this way you can build models up to 6 feet spread if you choose. Still an author model reproduction off a standard type of 174. Miniature aeroplanes aeroplane which you can easily build is the Blériot, and this is such all-known and famous machine that you should certainly add on to your fleet off model flying machines. The Blériot model, if you have followed the instructions and built the Neuport and Wright machines, you will find Theplins of this model so simple and easily understood that you will have not a difficulty in following them. Fourth, the principal dimensions are given, and the reduced 1-foot rule will serve for measuring the other parts. The materials and tools required are practically the same as for the other models, the dimensions off wood, etc. As well as special fittings being as follows: 4 feet wood 5/16, x 5/16, ball bearing propeller shaft 2 feet wood 1/4, x 3/16, wooden propeller 12 inches diameter, 7 feet wood 5/32, x 5/32, aluminum propeller hanger 20 feet wood 1/8, x 1/8, 40 feet para rubber 1/16, square 12 feet reed 1/8 diameter. Model making nails 7 feet reed 3/32 diameter. Boule no, 32 wire I-foot aluminum rod 1/16, small piece off-sheet aluminum I-foot brass rod 18, smallest screw eyes silk fork covering planes and under 4 small screws, 2 rubber tired wheels 2 inches 4 tinny tube turnbuckles diameter. These will cost about $3. $50 to $4. Orthoparts may be bought ready-cut toe lengths and size completa for $4. I advise all boys how wish to build several models, or who are likely to carry out their own ideas, to buy all would read, etc. In quantities, and to shave a stock on hand which will save delays in ordering more. 4 boys how wish to build butone model their ready-cut wood and read, with attendant fittings selected and packed especially for making each particular model is the best. 12/175. Copyright I buy Aeroplane MP Supply Ox Newark R Ideal Blériot Monoplane. 3-foot flying model. Miniature aeroplanes and Blériot model thread joints must be strong and rigid, perfectly true, glued and nailed save where reeding would leap parallel, in which case glue and no. 32 wire should be used. It is always a good plan to lash all joints neatly with silk thread and finish by coating with shellac or ambroid varnish. The first step is to shapeth wooden ribs and curved reeds forewings, tail, skids, etc., as directed 40 models already described. And while these aerodreeing you may busy yourself building the fuselage. The fuselage construction 2 frames are made from 4 32-inch pieces off 5/32 square wood, 2 off the long pieces being joined by 5/32 square uprights, as shown in elevation, 4 on side. The other 2 pieces being joined exactly the same way for the other side. These 2 side frames are then connected by 6 horizontal pieces off the sawmill on a pan 6 in the bottom. As shown in plan, in order to avoid 2 nails coming close together in the main frame beams, the horizontal cross pieces should be placed slightly in the rear off the upright pieces, as illustrated. The T-section tail piece is next placed in the end of the frame, trimmed flush atop and bottom, and the body is complete. The aluminum rod should no be bent to the form shown at elevation. 2 pieces exactly alike being made. The central part lashed towards their anthenes twisted around the fuselage bars and lashed in place. The tripod beneath the body, elevation, should be bent and lashed in the same way, and in making and attaching 177. Harper's aircraft book the sayow should be very careful toes at the highest point of tetrapod size exactly in the center off the fuselage from side to side. Ideal Blériot monoplane, 3-foot flying model. Design B making the chassis the frame off the chassis is made from to a 1/4 x 3/16 pieces drilled nearthines with 1/8 holes 4 uprights, and with other holes in line with the fuselage sides to receive the braces. Elevation. Join the 2 pieces 178. Miniature aeroplanes with 1/8 x 1/8 pieces, thenes off which should be trimmed down tough at the holes. 2 other vertical pieces and a short horizontal piece of 5/32 square are made into an inner frame, which is joined centrally to the main frame as shown. The shock absorber reeds, which should have been bent to form, are next wired to uprights, 1/8 side as shown in elevation 8. A rubber-tired wheels should then be mounted on their axles and placed in forks formed by the reed absorbers, thexla being secured to the inner prongs off the forks by wire, and to the outer prongs by bending thexla ends around their heads and clinching them with pliers. A great deal of care should be taken to have thexels true and the wheels parallel, so that the wheels will run smoothly. Thenes off the long fuselage beams are next joined to thinner frame off the chassis. Care being taken to have the ends fit snugly into the corners off the frame. The diagonal reed braces are no placed in position, one end being glued in the holes already bored in the lower bar off the chassis, and the other end wired and glued to the lower bars off the fuselage. The curve is shaped by bending in top place, and does not require previous steaming or forming. The skids these Aero-Archive 3/32 diameter, formed as shown in elevation, anted with wireware they cross below, and fastened with wire and glued to the lower bar off the fuselage. If a small 1-1/2 rubber-tired wheel is attached to the skid off this model, the machine will rise quicker from the ground and will be greatly improved. 179. Harper's aircraft book the motor Cuda 1/16, groove ain't the small 5/16 square crosspiece, and into this fit the motor stick A. Fit on the aluminum propeller hanger tight against the stick and fasten with screws, the upper part being bent over the crosspiece. Insert the ball bearing shaft through holes and bend the inner end into hook. String the rubbers between this hook and another at her end, which is fastened through a hole, and wind the rubber back and forth, keeping it rather tight, till asking is formed. Thenes off the rubber should then bedded to the hooks. The motor is no complete, and should be fastened in the fuselage by nail senju in front, and be a piece of rubber tied to the upper fuselage bars, and there are, as shown in elevation and plan. By this method of attachment, all twisting off the fuselage by the motor is avoided. The propeller should next be fastened to the shaft by a nut, with nails through the hub, and the body laid aside while you make thewings and tail. Main planes thebent ribs are joined tot wobams or spars of 1/8 x 1/8 wood, and thenes trimmed off to conform with the outline shown, and around thenes off the ribs and bars their red outline pieces bent and fastened. In making thewings, bear in mind that the arrow right and lefty as noted in the directions for building the Newport model. The planes should be covered with the silk on the upper sides be giving their red edges coat off glue. laying it in 180. Miniature aeroplanes the silk, drawing the silk tightly over their head, turning the edges over, and finally trimming off with scissors. The two separate wings thus made joined together through to fuselage by tight-fitting aluminum sleeves, or ferrules, and their wired in position by stays off-wire passed from screw ice and thesparstoth aluminum mast on, top off thebody and thetherpod below. By using the tiny turnbuckles on these wires, far more accurate adjustment can be obtained than by any other method. A small piece off tube slipped over the wires ashone implan will serve the same purpose. By noting the spot where their red frames and spars pass through the fuselage, and the distances from the cross bars at these points, you can readily determine just thingle togavethewings. The rudder and elevator elevator is made in the same way as the main planes, except that it is in piece and the ribs are in it curved. While the glue is still soft, the frame should be placed between weighted boards tawdry, and this ensured it being perfectly flat and true. Discovered with silk, as in the main planes, and is attacked by the front spar the fuselage by nailed, and is wired in position by stays toss cruised in the sides of thuper fuselage beams. Thingle can be varied to obtain various kinds of lights. The construction off the rudder is similar to that off planes, except that it is covered with silk on both sides, and the frame must be flush with the cross bars on both sides by making half and half lap joints. It is hinged to the piece off the fuselage. 181. Harper's aircraft book the model is no complete, and will prove tobang sack copy of a Blériot monoplane, with all the grace, bird-like form and easy flight off the large machines. It will rise from the ground and fly 100 feet or more, or may best start from an upward inclined surface as directed for the Newport monoplane. Having constructed these three models, the boy model maker will be perfectly familiar with methods and details, and with little trouble can draw plans of a standard machines and from them build models of various kinds. Most off the aeronautical magazines, such as Aeronautics, Aircraft, etc., publish scale working drawings of various aeroplanes in each issue, and by reducing these model sizes it is very easy to build the models. Models of the latest types of Curtiss, Moisant, de Perdison, Moran, Farman, Caudron, Baldwin, Martin, Burgess, Benoist, Thomas, and scores off other makes may be built. And if you can form a club of boys and build the models together, a great deal of fun and wonderfully valuable train engine airplane construction and design will be obtained. Part V Hydro-Aeroplanes and Flying Boats. Page 192. After Roman 15, the Hydro-Aeroplane Odell Yenov, most recent type of aircraft, the Hydro-Aeroplane Israeli Theodest form of airplane. The first experiments of Voisin, Blériot, etc., made as early as 1905 and 1906, were conducted on water. This was done a samatter of safety, and it with the idea of developing the Hydro-Aeroplane, or just as soon as any real flights were obtained, wheels were attached to the machines and the craft became aeroplanes. It was not until several years after the Wrights and others flew successfully that inventors turned their attention to the possibilities of the Hydro-Aeroplane, and in a short time one practical machines of thy sort were produced. The first American Hydro-Aeroplane was that of Mr. Curtiss and today the Curtiss Hydro-Aeroplanes and flying boats are among most efficient in the world. Rapid as was the development of the aeroplane, the Hydro-Aeroplane progressed even faster, and within 2 years these machines have become great favorites, with wonderful records to their credit. 185. Harper's aircraft book, a Benoist Hydro-Aeroplane flew from Omaha to New Orleans, at a distance of 835 miles, while a Curtiss Army type has made a non-stop flight of 6 hours over water. The world's record for 1912. The word Hydro-Aeroplane is often confused with hydroplane, but in reality that will ever different. The real hydroplane is a form of boat which is provided with jogs or steps on the bottom, which cause it to rise upward when in motion and skim over the surface of the water instead of going through it. Hydroplanes are the fastest off boats, and high-powered racing hydroplanes have traveled at a speed of over 50 miles an hour. The Hydro-Aeroplane is a combination of the hydroplane and the aeroplane. In other words, it is an airplane attack tow a boat like hull or tow floats, which skim over the surface of the water like the true hydroplane. Formerly all such machines were termed Hydro-Aeroplanes, but the latest types which have a single boat-like hull are no more commonly known as flying boats or flying yachts, and are so different from the ordinary hydro-aeroplane a stobeworthy of a class by themselves. The advantages of the hydro-aeroplane over the true aeroplane are many. In the first place, they are much safer on the Onort wo fatal accidents have ever occurred in these machines, for even if the machine falls, there is little likelihood of any serious injury resulting to the machine or pilot. Moreover, it is not necessary to fly high in a hydro-aeroplane, for the steadiest and deepiest air currents are usually close to the surface of the water, whereas over land the aviator must rise to considerable height in order to avoid dangerous air currents. In flying over water, the aviator may descend and stop. 186. Hydro-aeroplane his machine at an man place, for the water presents a fairly flat surface at all times when calm, whereas over land the pilot must descend on a selected spot in order to avoid accidents, and frequently such level or open places aeronaut at hand. In addition, it is often very hard for an aviator total just what sort of country is beneath, for from a height brush, uneven land and oval turf look much alike. One well-known airman, while flying over New York City, was obliged to descend and selected a broad green expanse which he thought was level and open fields. After a long and successful glidus machine turned a complete somersault as it plowed into the long grass and reeds of the Hackensack meadows. Only the soft marsh and the deep grass prevented the aviator from being killed, and as it was, his machine was badly injured. Any hydro-aeroplanes have no means of landing on Earth, but the later models combine the floats for water with wheels for ground landing, and when thus equipped the aviator may fly over land or water and descend where he chooses, and may rise from either earth or water with equal ease. Pontoons, or floats. The earlier aeroplanes that were equipped for water flying had 12 floats, or pontoons, attached to the landing chassis, and several standard machines still use these double hulls. Such was the Aero-Archive of Frank Koff Finn, which was flown about New York Harbor in the winter of 1912, and which attracted worldwide attention by its success and efficiency. Harper's aircraft book Fig. 2 Fig. 3 Fig. For the Burgess, the Caudron, the Farman, and many other machines also use Setwo floats. Some of these are illustrated in Figs 2, 3, and 4, while the details off the floats off Curtiss, Burgess, and Koff Finn machines are shown in Fig. 5. Practically all these pontoons are provided with steps on the bottom, like those on the hydroplane proper, and even when traveling on the surface off theater, they attain a 188. The Burke SFL awful T tuba struts these ribs on sides only bulkhead/R. Attach here a axe bulkhead the QST5's float asterisk end. E1% H27 details off the floats off the Curtiss, Burgess, and Coffin machines. Harper's aircraft book speed off 35 to 40 miles an hour, thus combining galthead advantages and speed off motorboating and flying. Several builders soon discarded the double float system and fitted their machines with a single hull or float. Among these Areth Curtiss, Benoist, etc. A view off the Curtiss Fig. 6 machine on theater is shown in Fig. 6 and a larger view off its hull is illustrated in Fig. 7. Aside from the float or hull, this machine is very similar to the standard Curtiss aeroplane. And in fact, the majority of hydro-aeroplanes can be transformed to true aeroplanes by removing the hull and substituting wheels or running gear. The majority of hydro-aeroplanes are of the biplane type, but during the past year many monoplanes have been equipped with hulls and have proved very fast and efficient hydro-aeroplanes. Butasarula the are more difficult to handle and are less reliable than the biplanes. 190. Fig. 913. Harper's aircraft book The Flying Boat with the perfection of the hydro-aeroplane and the appreciation of its manifold advantages. Builders at once turned their attention to this type of machine. And as the Navy Department of United States drew up specific Tions for machines which would answer naval requirements, each builder strove to produce a machine which would be acceptable to the government. This resulted in the creation of the most perfect and highly developed aircraft in existence, the flying boat, or flying yacht. Strange as it may seem, the flying boat appeared in France and America at almost the same time, and in forms and details so much alike that an ordinary person could not distinguish the differences. The Curtiss flying boat in this country, and the Donnet Levaquin France, both came in top prominence simultaneously, and both proved wonderful revelations in possibilities of aircraft. How similar these two flying boats really are may be judged by comparing the illustrations. Figs. 8 and 9. It will be seen that the shape of the hull, the small cylindrical floats on the off the lower planes, the arrangement of tail and the rudders, and the general appearance are practically identical. The Curtiss, however, has the standard type of Curtiss ailerons between thewings, whereas the Donnet Levac has hinged flaps or ailerons on the rear edge of the upper plane. The Curtiss machine, shown in Fig. 8. I-script only for water flying, a sizzle-soth French machine, shown in Fig. 9. But both flying boats are also built equipped with 192. Thebe/joist fly/IG boat Fig. 10. Harper's aircraft book wheels which can be folded up beside the hull and can drop it at will when the operator wishes to send onland. The success of these two types was so great that a number of builders construct flying boats of remarkable efficiency and very graceful appearance. Among these are the Benoist, which recently came in top prominence by its splendid flight from Omaha to New Orleans over the Mississippi River, and plans off which are shown in Fig. 10. Another interesting craft of this class is the Miss Columbia, illustrated in Fig. N. Fig. U-194. Hydro-aeroplane, the best known oval flying boats in America is still Curtiss, which was the original flying boat in this country. The Curtiss flying boat is as a steady as a motor boat, and even when traveling on theater at 40 miles Fig. 12 an hour it can be guided, steered, and handled as readily as an ordinary launch. If obstructions, such as reefs, boats, or other objects, Aeronatsbeth the operator merely hasto use heislevator, and the rapidly speeding craft rise from the water tonite sired height and passes over the obstruction. In one of these machines, Ammon may travel an astrit line from place toplace along rivers, bays, harbors, or lakes, fornex offland islands, or towns donnet prevent the flying boatmen from following his chosen course. For racing, sport, tenders, toy yachts, mail carrying, and 1,000 and other purposes, the flying boatist 195. Harper's aircraft book most pleasurable, efficient, and fastest method of transportation ever devised. When note news it may be run upon a batch or float, or it may be tow stake or anchored like a yacht, or the wings may be quickly taken off, and the hull and frame hoisted to the davits off a yacht. The value of the flying boat in naval warfare was quickly recognized by naval authorities, and the various navies of the world are equipped with manacraft off the type. For scouting, message carrying, bomb dropping, and other services, the flying boat is far superior to any other aircraft, and doubtless the naval war of the future will bring into action hundreds of these speedy and amphibious machines. In flight, the flying boat looks more like some sort of seabird than anything else, for its tapered body, broad wings, and graceful flight are very different from the common aeroplane, and a good idea of its appearance may be gained by the photograph reproduced in Fig. 12. Common Singasan airplane designed to rise from and descend on water. The Aeroplane has rapidly developed in tow motor boat equipped with wings, and at not distant date flying boats may cross the broad Atlantic at a speed, which will make the fastest ocean liners seem slow in comparison. After Roman 16, How to Build Miniature Curtiss Aeroplane, if the boy interested in aeroplanes has built a model of the Wright or any other rail machine. He will have little difficulty in constructing a model Aeroplane. And if he wishes real finance sport with his models, he should certainly add on off these craft to his collection. Fascinating Gasatistosi model machine rise and fly from the ground. This far more interesting and attractive Tosi little model skitter across the water and finally arise from the surface and sail away in actual flight, and you and your friends will never tire of watching it. It is best talk comments with the Aeroplane proper. But after you have built this model, you can readily change proportions and details and build atru flying boat. The machine described is a convertible Aeroplane. So when built, you will have both atru Curtiss aeroplane and a standard Curtiss Aeroplane. Owing to the floats, the numerous additional parts, and other details, the drawings appear far more complicated than in the other models described. But if you study them and read the directions carefully as the work progresses, you will find no difficulty in making the model. The first thing is stock Theplins shown, Auto H, enlarged Toffel size on a smooth board, or in several boards, being sure to mark every joint. Then cut 197. Copyright KJI2 by Cleel Aeroplane and Supply Co. New York Aeroplane General Plan. Page 207. Pontoon Plan W. Lie Uft Form Forken. Copyright I9I2 by LO at Roplane and Supply Co. in New Yorken. Y detail plans. How to build a Aeroplane would forth the various parts by placing it directly over the drawings and cutting it shape, with a sharp knife drawn over the line indicating the joint. Label each piece soon as cut with a mark that will identify tandanger it's being jointed in the proper place. In wiring, one turn off a wire is sufficient, except on the main planes. First, twist thines off the wires together with the ringers, and then with a small pair of pliers. Pulling away from the joint while twisting the wire right. Always twist the wires until the joint is rigid, but do not twist hard and auto break the wire or cutineth wood. After the wires are twisted, nip off thines 1/8 from the wood and squeeze that joint with the pliers until that twist is flush with the surface. Before wearing jitter well top coat that joints with bamboo varnish, which will cement them together. Noglu should buse it on this model, for it will be constantly exposed to thiction off water. The material for this model will cost from $7 to $8, and aside from fluid androids is as follows: 3 sheets bamboo paper, 3 miniature rubber-tired wheels 1-1/2 diam, multiple conversion gear and propeller shaft, ideal, 12 wooden propeller, 40 feet rubber no, 14 3/32 square, 1 threaded 7-3/4 axle with nuts, 2 rear rubber hooks, 2 feet aluminum tube, 8 TAWs, can of bamboo varnish, 1/16 aluminum rod, spool of 34 gauge wire, 2 hooks, 3 DAWs, screws, and a Fweskutchen pin. Making the planes draw out Theplin off the planes, a Toffel size, drawing in thespars and ribs, and using care tojed every joint square. Up in this pattern, place thespars in their proper 201. Harper's aircraft book position and mark on them the center's 4th uprights or struts, shown as small circles in Theplin, and through these drill holes with a No. 61 drill. Enlarge these holes with a 3/32 drill, and use utmost Kernata break the spars. Steam and bend the 22 ribstaff form as directed for other models, or better still, make a form benailing parallel strips of wood tow aboard, as shown in aeroplanes. Each steamed piece then placed on the form diagonally so as to slip both ends under, the strips to hold them down. They are then worked around square atop the strips, where they will remain snug and tight until dry. while the ribs are still in theform drill holes with the no. 61 drill through each rib 1/8 from each end. Wire the ribs to the front spar at the points indicated in Theplin, and a illustrated macking gaslight notch in front off the spar for thuire toastin. And bezier top place, the ribs a thiel facet the samiway. Wire and thurier spar, and then the small extension ribs, not forgetting the small braces 8 at end. Now stretch 2 pieces off thread, 1 on natch city off the plane and across there are off the extension ribs, and tie thighs and varnish at the extreme ribs. Also pewter drop off varnish 8 at inter mediator rib tip, which will be sufficient to hold the thread in place. Cut thewed forther braces the pieces that run parallel and between thespars and placethes between thuribs. Being careful to have them in a true line, these need not be fastened with wire. When both planes have been thus constructed, they should be squared up and given athic coat off bamboo varnish. They should then be hung up to dritheroli, and while drying you can make the supplementary planes. 202. How to build a hydro-aeroplane supplementary planes. These are the elevator plane B, the E, the horizontal rudder F, the vertical rudder D, and the aileron C. Each of these is built in the same manner as the main planes and are coated with bamboo varnish and laid upon a smooth, unpainted surface tawdry, with heavy weights placed on them to keep them perfectly flat. If placed up on a board coated with paraffin or upon oiled paper, there is no danger off their sticking. Covering the planes when all the planes are perfectly drithy should be covered with the bamboo paper as follows. Cut for pieces off paper an inch larger all around than the size off the planes, and with a soft brush coat each sheet evenly with bamboo varnish. In coating the paper, or using the varnish in any way, besir top lace the object being treated on an unpainted surface, as the varnish quickly destroys ordinary paint or varnish. Soon as a sheet off paper is varnished, hang it on a cord tawdry, and as some little skill is required to coat the paper quickly and evenly, you had better coat several extra sheets off paper towels in case some should prove failures. While the varnished paper is drying, lay the plane frame tobe covered on a flat surface, with the hollow side up, and giveth spars and ribs for a distance off will ribs from own and athic coat off the bamboo varnish. As rapidly as possible lay the cut paper over the frame and rub rapidly over the freshly varnished parts until dry. Then raise the free portion off the paper and deptly the varnish to the next 203. Harper's aircraft book section off the frame and rub down as before, and continue in this way, coating and rubbing 2 rib sections at a time until the whole plane is covered and it can bang up tawdry. Treat the other planes in the same way, and then cover the tops off the planes by following the same method, but in this case on the bars and ends off ribs need tobet tack to the paper. In rubbing down the top paper, be careful not to press so hard as to distort or flatten the ribs. When the planes are covered on both sides and dairdry, trim off the excess paper and finish smooth with a fine file, at his at time rounding the front edge off the bars slightly. If you find that in a portion off the paper hasn't adhered, raise it carefully, force a little varnish underneath, and rub it down. When these are filed smooth, varnish them thoroughly. Hurry off the plane's upper and lower coverings are fastened together, with the varnish between them, and at hurry ends off the small extension ribs, the thread already mentioned being between thetwo coverings, thus forming a flexible, trailing edge. The other planes are all covered in the same way, butte are kept weighted down flat until dry and ready touse. When the main planes aerodra puncture the paper where it covers thedrilled holes with a 3/32 drill. If any chance a or hole is made in the plane coverings a piece off the bamboo paper, fastened over it with bamboo varnish, and afterward coated with the varnish will make a perfect patch. To assemble the main planes, cut a piece of 3/32 diameter hardwood into 16 pieces, each exactly 5-1/2 long, and proceed to assemble as follows. 204. How to build a hydro-aeroplane layome plane, hollow side down, on a smooth surface and fill for holes 8 end with bamboo varnish. Press thuprights firmly but rapidly into these with twisting motion. Place thuper plane bottom side up and fill the corresponding holes with varnish, and then quickly place it over thuprights and set each into its proper hole. Turn the planes upside down thuper one inthitable or other surface and drive thuprights flush with the uter faces off the planes by gently tapping with a light hammer over each upright along thespar. Examine the assembled planes and line them up true, twisting slightly this way and that until the 2 planes are parallel, and support the structure in this position until the varnish dries hard. After it is dry, it will retain its shape and will be flexible in auto-low you to insert ansment their remaining uprights one at a time. But care must bust not bend the sparse anymore than absolutely necessary when placing the last uprights in position. Next, cut 3/32 hardwood support for the rear propeller shaft bearing and wire it between their center struts in the position shown. When this is done, give la coat of varnish and the plane cell is complete. Then next step is to mount the ailerons in the cell by drilling 2 small holes at head points next to the struts and wiring the ailerons to the struts. In this model, the ailerons are merely for appearance, and I-permitted the model will fly even better than with them. The horizontal rudders, F arranged to therail, E, with pieces off cloth ashone. It is best to paste the pieces on the tail with varnish, and when the varnish ishard cross the free and sand attach them to the rudders. A small hole is then drilled through the longicity of 205. Harper's aircraft book the horizontal rudder frames, and a wooden toothpick fastened in the hole with varnish for a tiller bar, as plainly shown in Zeppelin. The outriggers from the 3/32 diameter wood cut for pieces each 12 inches long, and a tonando fetch drill a small hole, and then filly off the toa bevel. Mark on tail where these outrigger bars are come and drill wo holes, one each side 3/32 apart. Place a pair off the bars between these holes. One above and on bellow, and wire through the holes, and a thesame on the other side. Cut wo pieces off the same 3/32 round wood, each 1-3/4 long, and wire these to the outrigger bar so they just touch the points off tail. Wire the points off tail to these short struts a little nearer thuper bars than the lower ones. True head joints up, varnish them, and hang up tawdry. Drill one holy on the top and down on the bottom of that city off the vertical rudder, D. That is toward the main planes, as thread through these holes and tee off to the outrigger bar set struts, allowing the penning in the rudder torced against the tail bar. Tee another thread from the tiller bar to the outrigger sto kept the rudder in any desired position, and at the same with the tiller bars off the horizontal rudders, F. Make 4 outrigger fittings, X. By cutting off pieces of aluminum 2BH 1-3/8, long and flattening one end for 1/4, by squeezing with a pair of pliers or BL8 tap with a hammer. The aluminum tube may be easily cut without danger off, 206. How to build a hydro-aeroplane, bending it, rolling it back and forth under a sharp knife. Drill a 1/16, hole in the center off flattened fetch fitting, and fasten the fittings on the rear spars off the main planes by screws, placing them on the top off the lower and the bottom off the upper plane beams. Into the fittings insert the fittings off the outrigger bars by scraping down the bars, until they slip tightly into fittings for about 1/4 inch. Motor make the motor stick from 1/4 x 5/16 stock, and at the center screw the multiple conversion gear and shaft, being sure that the shaft is free and revolves readily. It a off the stick drill a small hole, and place the end hooks in these, screw on the washer and tight against the wood and then mount the motor. Place the stick in position, as shown in the general plan, allowing the off the shaft torced upon the bearing support, and wire the stick to the central front struts. The ends may and be loosely tied to the struts, so that stick may be free taut without distorting the planes. Next, fasten the outboard bearing to 3732, support already provided between their center struts, and coat it with varnish, being sure that no varnish remains on the shaft, and also that the shaft and jars run freely and smoothly. The propeller should then be drilled and mounted on the shaft flange with the hollow sides off the blades away from the planes, and the hub should hefesten to the flange with fine brads or resuction pins. String the rubber loosely between the hooks in the gear and the S hooks, and hook the ladder on a thined hooks of 14207. Harper's aircraft book the motor stick. The rubber should be evenly divided into 2 portions and each part wound up in its own city off the stick. The pontoon and floats the construction off the pontoon will require more time and skill than any other one part. And while a description may help some, the best idea of its construction may be obtained by carefully studying out Zeppelin's and dimensions shown in the illustrations. Notice that the curved portions off the sides are made of 1/4 pieces jointed in a miter, as shown by the light lines outside off the curve. Wire the long and short lengths forming the pan bottom, and then join 9 small cross pieces. When both sides are made, coat them with bamboo varnish, and after a few moments place them under oil on a smooth surface tawdra flat. When trim away the corners until the curve is obtained. Cut the cross braces and wire to the sides. And note that those on the bottom are kept 1/16 from the bottom edge. After all are jointed in their correct places, giveth them a coat off varnish and place the pontoon on a smooth board until taking care that the braces are perfectly square with the sides. The 2 plane end floats are constructed in exactly the same way, with thin toads through in a triangular point, and the hole varnished. For the sides off the pontoon by coating with bamboo varnish and paper as follows. Cut a strip off bamboo paper 33 inches long and 3-1/14 wide, and draw a 1/4 border along each side. Bend up the paper at his line sentry iton the pontoon to see if it fits. Cut a few V-shaped 208. I'll build a hydro-aeroplane notches in the borders at head-curved parts off the frame so they can be lapped smoothly in place. Coat these soft, the frames and the parts of paper over the 1/4. Wood with a heavy coat of bamboo varnish and festoon the paper quickly in place, starting at the top off the frames at a cross brace. Varnish only as much off the frame as can be covered before the varnish dries, and measure that the paper is glued together at the lap. Touch open loose spots, and when dry, give the entire pontoon 3 coats off the varnish, letting each coat dry thoroughly before applying the next, and being careful to each coat as smooth and uniform as possible. Weight the pontoon down to capture while drying, but leave enough off exposed to quickly. The small plane floats are covered and varnished in same way, except that a single piece of paper is glued right around the frame and is fitted over Thiensby cutting and lapping. Cut pieces are freed for each float a little longer than required, and drill a hole a toning do fetch. Bind these plane floats as shown, using the drilled holes for binding through, and then coat the joints with varnish, and besurathi retain their exact position while drying. When dry cut off the reed saw that when the aluminum fitting is placed on the thedoro length will bet as shown in theka. Make the L fitting by cutting off a piece of aluminum tube 3/4 long, and with a pair of pliers squeeze the tube flat for a distance of 1/4 from one end. Bend the flat part at right angles to the round part, being careful to bend it slowly. In the center off the flat portion drill a 1/16 hole for the screw. The fittings 18 are needed at worked onto thined off the reeds used as supports, as shown in Plan Annual 209. Harper's aircraft book view, by twisting back and forth, but great care must be used nar twist the red so stoic in it. Also bejar anjit fitting so etch turns the proper way, which can be done as follows. Make a plan of the pontoon on aboard, as already suggested, and draw in their proper location the forward cross brace and the 3/1/8, x1/8 cross braces, all on top of the pontoon. Place the L fittings on the dofa piece off reed cut for the braces, and screw them to the board in the proper position, as indicated by the diagram on the board. Cut the supporting uprights to their exact lengths and place the upper fittings in position. Cute a piece off aluminum rod 3-3/8 long, and slowly bend 1/2 down 1 end and bind this to the uprights. This forms the axle off rotation for the elevating plane. Next, cut pieces off reed 10 inches long, and drill a small hole 8 end. Wire 1 into the elevating plane uprights near the top, and bring the 2 pieces together over the first 1/8 square cross pieces, as shown on the board diagram. Clamp down by screwing over them the aluminum clamp, W, being careful not topple the uprights away from their vertical position. Wire the other ends off the reed toth and set up uprights, keeping them vertical. The elevating plane control bar is also freed and is festooned between their ends just mentioned and in front off the clamp, W. When all are in place, touch each joint with bamboo varnish and later coat the whole chassis with varnish also. And dry, carefully remove the assembled chassis from the board and screw it on the pontoon, being careful to first drill small holes and see that the fittings are screwed to their proper cross braces. 210. How to build a hydro-aeroplane. The fitting, W, referred to is made from a piece of aluminum tube 5/16, long flattened out with a hammer, and with 1/16 bent down with pliers 1 each side. A 1/16 hole is made in the center for the screw. The elevating plane may no be wired to the aluminum bar, and the control bar fastened through the proper holes, as shown in the cuts. Screw the uprights off the pontoons and small floats into the bars off the main planes, being sure to drill holes first. And while screwing in place, always support the bars from beneath with the hand directly under the screw, so to be sure not to break the slender wood. Also bevery careful not to the screwdriver slip into the plane cover ing. To secure greater stiffness, the pontoon uprights should be cross braced with thread or very light, reed diagonal braces. This will complete the hydro-aeroplane, and it may be flown from the water aside us. It's advisable, however, to build a land running gear and chassis also, so that you can fly the model from land when water is not at hand. And you should proceed as follows to build a land chassis first. Maquette V-shaped fittings. V. Plano fittings from pieces of aluminum tube about 1 inch long bent sharply at the center with the hands. Bending its athenes are separated at hingle shown in theka, and with pliers flatten the portion at hebendan drill a 1/16 hole through it fit the axle. Moisten a piece off reed and hold it fuskins over a flame, and then bend it form off the front fork shown in view offland chassis. Trim thenes toquil length, and fasten each end into near mofa V fitting. Cut 1/8, 211. Harper's aircraft book X 1/8, keel piece and drill a hole a toned, and wire in their red fork just made. Varnish the joint and letitry, and when hard, pass the axle off aluminum rod through the holes in V fittings with thew heel between thetwo and flatten the projecting ends with pliers to prevent the from slipping out. Cute a piece off reed about 9 inches long, bend it sharply at center by moistening and holding over a flame. Wire it at the bend to the keel stick in the position shown in view off chassis. Cut thenes to the right sizing slip L fittings in place. This forms the front strut to the chassis for the running gear. Next, place thetwo front reed braces into thempty arms off the V fitting sat the axle, and wire thefrians to the front strut near thetop. Cut the rear uprights and fit in L fittings and bind the other ends to the steel axle, leaving 3/4 off the axle free at each end for thew heel. Bind the center off the axle stick in the position shown in view off chassis, cutting gaslight groove ain thetop off the stick for the axle torst in. Run the diagonal reed braces as shown in plan. One bent piece from the top off, rear uprights to the axle it joins the stick, and 12 pieces from the top off the front strut to the foot off the rear uprights. True up the chassis and varnish it, putting an additional drop off varnish 8H joint. Driplace there are wheels on thixalens and festoon with nuts. The land chassis and running gear is no complete, and may be screwed onto the plane sparse in place off the pontoon. But the rear uprights off the former need extra holes drilled in their airplane spars. These holes must be varnished inside top revent anywater fromentering thuid, and when using the machine a sa hydro-aeroplane it is a good 212. How to build a hydro-aeroplane plan toffel the holes with varnish, which may easily be removed when you wish to transform the model Tolan machine. Flying the model the motor rubbers may be wound up either by turning the propeller by hand or using regular winder 1/2 half. By the former method you can wind and fly the machine by yourself. Butas as molar number off turns are obtained in this way, and more time is required. It is always better to winder and have afren tow help. Impossible. In case the motor is to wound by hand, the S-hooks at heens off the rubbers may be omitted. In winding by hand, hold the gear at the motor stick with one hand and turn the propeller backward with the other, giving it about 250 turns. Be sure that the rubber's aerial ways wound in the right direction. Viewing the machine from the back, the propeller should turn like the hands off a clock, from left to right. After winding, keep hold off the propeller with your hand and note if all parts off the plane are true in parallel. If the model I squip with the pontoon, allow to press gently on thuator, give a light push, and release the propeller. The same method may be used on land with running gear attached, or it may be flown from a smooth, upward tilted surface, as directed for other models. Still another method is to hold the model level and pointed slightly upward in your hand, and gently cast it forward, lowering the hand very quickly to avoid catching it in the tail. A fairly calm day should be selected for flying the machine, and after a little practice you will learn just thou toast 213. Harper's aircraft book rudders and elevators to obtain the best results in all sorts of weather. To rise from land or water quickly, the horizontal rudders should be turned up slightly at the rear, and when the pontoon issues, the elevator must have its front edge a little higher than its rear edge. The vertical rudder issues to turn the model to right or left, and the machine may be made to travel in a curve by this rudder, or it may be set to aside just enough to overcome any side drift or irregular course due to wind or uneven balance or unequal construction off some part. The miniature flying boat even more interesting than the model Curtiss, Aeroplane is the model Curtiss flying boat, perfected and placed on the market by the Ideal Aeroplane and Supply Company. This beautiful little aircraft is an exact counterpart of their Alland original flying boat, and be Theodoth, plans and erections furnished by the Ideal Company. Any boy may readily construct this most recent model. Dainty little craft will fly equally well from the hand, on water, or from land. Butin the letter case it must be launched from a land chassis, which consists of 3 rubber-tired wheels on a light wire frame. In use, the chassis remains behind when the flying boat rises. The model is thoroughly waterproof and cannot be injured by striking the water or being submerged entirely. The construction of these 2 flying models will keep you and your friends interested for a long time. And I have no doubt that you will soon commence building other types of hydro-aeroplanes, or may even attempt to construct aerial carrying flying boat. 214. How to build a hydro-aeroplane. The knowledge you have gained by building models will serve you well if you undertake this. And by merely using care, common sense, and plenty of time you can succeed, just as well at full-sized machine as with the little models. Page 224. Part VI uses of the aeroplane. Page 226. After Roman 17, aeroplanes in peace and war WHEN man first conquered the Iran aeroplanes, became an actual fact. Most wonderful predictions were made as to their future usefulness. People thought that in a few years regular aerial vehicles would carry passengers, freight, and mails from place to place on scheduled time, like railway trains or steamships. Papers and periodicals contained highly interesting and graphic accounts of future wars Tobe fought with airships, and in fact, the world went aeroplane mad. As time passed on, ethereal capabilities and scope of aeroplanes became better known. People realized that, use fuel and wonderful as they are, aeroplanes have limitations, and except in certain lines, airy off little general use commercially. That well-built and well-handled aeroplanes can carry mail, passengers, and freight is indisputable, for these has been accomplished time and again. Sound certain is the air, and so dependent arithebist aeroplanes upon weather conditions, that trips cannot be made with certainty or on schedule, even if the engine does not fail and no accident occurs. For transporting special messages or dispatches rapidly, there is no doubt that the aeroplane will be off for you both in peace and war, but that it will ever supplement railways. And 219. Harper's aircraft book steamboats a circular method of transportation is very doubtful. Passengers can be there safely carried by airplanes, and as many as 7 passengers have been carried at one time. A sarula these trips are made merrily for thinability of the experience. On several occasions, doctors have found aeroplanes of the greatest value and compelled to travel a long distance at most speed. As aeroplanes readily travel from 60 to 75 miles an hour and can travel in a straight line from place to place, they can transport a passenger or mail with utmost dispatch when required. In wartime, aeroplanes also play quite an important part, and whereas their true value in warfare was questioned until really tested, they have no proof of great use in actual hostilities. In Tripoli, in the Balkans, and in Mexico, aeroplanes have played an important part in war and have proved offer great value. Scouts in learning the position of fortifications and guns, and in furnishing reports of surrounding country, as well as in carrying dispatches from one officer to another, aeroplanes are wonderfully useful. Tobjer, an airplane snowen then struck with a shell and brought to earth. Viewed even if the operator skilled the loss of a single machine and operator in this way is of no great importance as compared with the service rendered. Moreover, a falling aeroplane or even a falling aviator make a lordizable a number of the enemy, and in a way a dead aviator or a crippled machine is far more dangerous to life and limb than an flying overhead. Aeroplanes are every cheap as compared to the war 220. Aeroplanes in peace and war like apparatus, and the same amount spent in aeroplanes that is spent on a single warship would probably and then bring far greater results in time off war. Not unlike an airplane rise to great heights and still observe the enemy and his camps and forts. Excellent photographs may be taken from the aircraft. Such pictures show the country beneath even better than a map, and with modern photographic appliances and inventions the photographs may be taken. The negatives developed, and the pictures examined within a few minutes. In fact, negatives are often dropped from the aeroplanes to earth by means of small parachutes. Many splendid biograph pictures have been taken from aeroplanes, and no doubt aeroplane photography may at some time become a popular fad. Numerous Army and naval officers have made excellent map sketches from aeroplanes in flight. The first aerial map made by an Army officer in a long-distance flight, Fig. I was drawn by Lieutenant Sherman, USA, on the radar non-stop cross-country flight between Texas City and San Antonio, Texas, on March 28 and 31, 1913. The total distance covered in this flight was 480 miles, the machine used being a Burgess tractor biplane equipped with a Renault motor. It was planned to make this flight by compass, but the was very hazy and after striking the Sant Fethe Railway was followed to San Antonio. A portion of this country is flat and treeless, but from Eagle Lake to San Antonio the country is rolling and red with forest interspersed with cultivated tracts. The air was so and the temperature is so high that great difficulty was encountered in handling the plane, which on an occasion dropped to 600 feet, and it was free 221. Harper's aircraft book FT 1LLF /W/Quently necessary Todiv for 50 to 100 feet tour gain equilibrium. Lieutenant Sherman carried a cavalry sketching case and only attempted a rough sketch. The sketching board was held parallel to the fuselage and the compass bearing noted and a time scale used. 222. Aeroplanes in peace and war a long strip of paper wasu set and them up was made in sections. The map being rolled UPSACH section was completed. The entire map is about 18 feet long, each section representing the country covered in 10 minutes. The map is very complete in detail and shows the railroad, wagon roads, streams, woods, hills, prairies, and other features off the country so clearly that an army could readily locate each and every locality. And by studying the map, the officers would become familiar with the topography of the country covered. For military use of such maps would undoubtedly prove of utmost value, and if the country was occupied by an enemy the position of camps, guns, batteries, etc., could be easily located and entered on the map. One of the commonest feats in exhibition flights has been that of dropping imitation bombs at marks on the earth below. Many aviators became very expert at this, and seldom failed to drop an orange or other bomb within the rough outline of a steamship which answered for a target. Still further increased the accuracy of bomb-dropping instruments were perfected for shooting bombs from airships, and some of these operate with remarkable accuracy. Aviators have also carried passengers who shot ducks and other birds from the Aeroplane in flight, and some excellent scores have been made by riflemen firing from moving aeroplanes. As a whole, however, aeroplanes are mainly off value for sporting or exhibition purposes. Their inherent danger has hitherto prevented many ardent sportsmen from adopting them. The advent of the hydro-aeroplane and the flying boat has made flying gas safe as motorboating, and probably 223. Harper's aircraft book within Aeroplane will seal most as many flying yachts in oceaner bays, rivers, and lakes as when nowadays serial yachts and launches. The sensations of flight, many people are every curious to know just what the sensations of fleeing are, and many afraid to go fearing that they will be dizzy or have an inclination to jump out. I have never known of a person feeling dizzy or jid in an aeroplane, and all that have passenger seated on a frail seat with nothing beneath but the air, and can look directly down to the earth 1,000 feet below, yet there is a feeling of safety and security that is entirely absent when looking from a high building or a mountain top. Each and every person has slightly different sensations when making his or her first flight. One man described his sensations as similar to riding on a fluttering flag. Another compared it to riding on a huge feather, while others state that it seems like a dream, in which the body is suddenly bereft of full sensation off-weight orbal. The author's 18-year-old daughter made a long anti-flight with Harry Brown in a Wright machine and stated that the first would rush across the field before rising was the most thrilling and exciting part of the trip, and that as the machine rose, the earth seemed to drop suddenly from beneath. After the biplane once left Earth and began to rise, the descent appeared to be gradual, and the machine seemed to pause and remain motionless, swaying gently in the wind, although the parent gale was really the motion off the rapidly traveling machine through the air. Sasa finns det Eiffel the biplane that the passenger released her grasp on the stan 224. Aeroplanes in peace and warsons and used her hands to arrange her hair and rib bonds. The machine was then turned and banked sharply, and at this moment the first real flying sensation was felt. As the aeroplane swerved and at 60 miles down the wind, the Long Island landscape unrolled like a vast panorama beneath, with all details queerly foreshortened and distorted. The roads seemed erratic and at varying angles, fields irregularly shaped, the shrubs and bushes looking like dark green clover on a lawn. At his time, the aeroplane was about 1,500 feet in the air, and while trees were readily recognized, houses, wagons, horses, automobiles, and people looked like exquisitely formed toys, and a little reed runabout appeared like a tin potato bug. There was no sensation of height or distance. Everything below seemed merely dwarfed in size, and no feeling of Xilara Tion, such as is felt when speeding on land or water, was experienced. Instead, there was a feeling of aloofness, a sort of mental numbness such as one feels in certain dreams. I doubt if it will people ever have exactly the same feelings while flying, but the fact the hundreds of people off alleged sandpermits era carried through the Irach season proves the safety and soft taking an aerial voyage with a competent pilot. Are aeroplanes dangerous? Some facts and figures. Many persons insist that aviation is a most hazardous profession, and that Theman Woodham Saflight takes his life in his hands. In reality, facts, borne out by indisputable evidence and 225 Harper's aircraft book records, prove that conservative aeroplaning is as safe as automobile riding and is safer than football. In the early days of aviation, each flight was recorded throughout the world, and every successful and every disastrous flight was recorded. Today, flights are so common, so numerous, and such an everyday matter, that only notable record-breaking flights or serious accidents are published in periodicals and newspapers. This draws the attention of the public only to accidents, and the average man does not cannot realize that the majority of flights are successful, and are so numerous that they cannot be recorded. Few can believe that in the 4 years since the first aeroplane made public flights, the number of aviators has increased 200 times. How few of us realize that during 1912 no less than 12,000 miles were traveled in aeroplanes, or that 6,000 men were actively engaged in flying gas-recognized pilots or aviators. In 1903 only 1,000 miles were flown, and but 5 trained aviators were known. 1 year later, the mileage increased to 28,000 and 50 aviators had learned to fly. By 1910, no less than 500 airmen were flying, and airplanes traversed 600,000 miles through the air. The figures increased rapidly, and by laps and bounds, and at the close of 1911, 500 aviators flew 300,000 miles, which during 1912 increased to 12,000 miles flown, or a distance equal to 24 round trips to the moon, while the Army of Airmen had grown to 6,000. The figures illustrate how rapidly aviation has grown, and if we look at her records of accidents and deaths, we will find that they have decreased even more rapidly in proportion. 226 aeroplanes in peace and war. In 1908, 1 out of aviators was killed. In 1909, only 4 out of 5 times death by flying. In 1910, the number of deaths was 30 out of 500. In 1911, only 77 of the 500 aviators were killed, and in 1912, the proportion was 152 deaths to 6,000 men. The total number of fatalities since aeroplanes first flew until June 1913 was 264. And as aeroplanes have altogether flown 14,929,000 miles, there has been butonfail accident to which 56,549 miles flown. In other words, safety in aviation has increased over 1,000% in a single year, 1911. And in the past year, 1912, has jumped to a 4% increase. The figures apply on the top professional aviators and take no count of the vast number of passengers carried, and of whom but 23 have been killed, including military officers who are classed as passengers. As how many real passengers have been carried cannot be determined, but many aviators have carried 35 passengers in a day, and have made over 300 passenger carrying trips in assassin without a single accident. It is very seldom indeed that an accident occurs when reasonable care is taken and the aviator uses common sense and does not attempt spectacular feats. The great majority of accidents, fatal and otherwise, have been due to gross carelessness or performing stunts. Men like Lincoln Beakey, Wope your Stobar a charmed life, perform feats of a most daring and death-defying character, such as flying with both hands free, flying over crowds, flying through the gorge off Niagara, etc. Many other airmen have attempted similar feats with disastrous results, and through knowing Gatons set down such accidents as proving the dangers of aviation, whereas the unfortunate victims would probably have killed themselves. 227. Harper's aircraft book just as quickly were they operating automobiles or other high-powered machines. Carelessness, daredeviltry, and recklessness have no place in aviation, and it is seldom indeed that a cool-headed, cautious, and conservative aviator meets with serious accidents. The Wright brothers made hundreds of flights, many of them inentreed and experimental machines. Capt. Bold Winhas grown grey in aviation. Glenn Curtis Isaveran off the air, and Cecil Pioli Amir Boy has made over 400 flights in assassin, and no death or serious accident has vermarred the career of any of these famous aviators. Aeroplanes are sown when have been developed and perfected so rapidly that a few deaths and accidents were unavoidable, as an I knew art, and the great wonder is that more fatalities have not resulted from flying. When you can foresee the future of aviation, and each year, month, and day brings forth new inventions, new discoveries, and new devices to make human flight safer, more certain, and more exact, and we may confidently look for and dreamed of progress in the future. Nor or discovery of mankind has made such rapid progress as aviation, and airplane is still in their infancy have been perfected more rapidly than any other mechanical device ever built by human hands. Aeroplanes in peace and war international aeroplane records revised to May 1913 1-man, 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, 5-man 30. 1757, 2434 0, 0241 00, 0135 00, 0118 00, 01010, 9 kill, 401, 50 kill, 112 kill, no kill, 25, 74 kill. Asterisk 56 EOM, 4360 M, 3580 M, 1120 M. Asterisk 596 M, $174. 10 kph 135, 952 kph 102, 855 kph EO6, 029 kph 87, 251 kph. Speed, time, duration, distance, altitude, greatest speed, climbing speed 500 m, climbing speed 1000 m, 456, $50 05 kill. Asterisk $I43, 38258, 0252, 0348, 0334, 010 kill. Asterisk $327, 87,424, 8545, 0616, 6708, 020 kill. Asterisk $655, 95,851, 01159, 41203, 01400, 630 kill. Asterisk $EO32, 5I1318, 61752, 61737, 040 kill. Asterisk $I403, 591744, 2244, 42311. 050 kill, asterisk $I734, 882313, 02937, 42947, 0100 kill, asterisk $35 I6, 6 is 4436, 65908, 05633, 0150 kill, 5252, 810710, 06-man 200 kill, 11055, 0020 0 duration 250 kill, 20754, 0023937, 0 record only 300 kill, 24900, 0010648, 2350 kill, 32616, 00400 kill, 35527, 6450 kill, 42444, 4500 kill, 45406, 2600 kill, 552138, 00700 kill, 93101. 00800 kill, 104445, 8900 kill, 115909, 61,000 kill, 130112, 00XHR 45, 664 kill 31, 020 kill, percent HR 84, 665 kill, 66, 639 kill 1 HR, 168, 144 kill, 133, 469 kill 106, 029 kill, 2 HRS 234, 431 kill 190, 858 kill 3 HRS 310, 281 kill 224, 850 kill 4 HRS 410, 900 kill 5 HRS, 510. 000 kill asterisk asterisk this record since broken though not 6 HRS, 490. 000 kill yet official by altitude of 6,000 m, 7 HRS, 522. 935 kill dollar made in United States, 8 HRS, 585. 200 kill asterisk 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 since beaten, 9 HRS, 661. 200 kill asterisk revised speed records made by V10 HRS, 744. 800 kill drines at Chicago, slower records pre-11 HRS, 820. 800 kill variously reported to FAI, area included 12 HRS, 904. 400 kill in FAI, report as official, 13 HRS, 980. 400 kill practically all aeroplane records are held by Bosch-equipped motors. Harper's aircraft book American aeroplane records, duration, distance, altitude, greatest speed, speed time, alighting, from mark, weight carrying 500 m, 1000 m, 5 kill, 10 kill, 20 kill, 30 ki, 40 kill, 50 kill, 100 kill, 150 kill, 200 kill, 250 kill, KHR, 1 HR, 2 HRS, 3 HRS, 4 HRS, 1 man $6, 10, 35, 0, 283, 628 kill, 3,548, 5 M, $174, 10 KP, H, $335 asterisk $I, 43-38 $3, 27-87 6 55-95 asterisk $EO 32. The asterisk $I 7 34-88 asterisk $35 I 6 65 53 04 73 1 10 56 85 3 32 56 440 kill 80 kill 166 6 kill 141 97 kill 214 57 kill 283 628 kill 0 445 M 458 IBS 2 man 4 22 00 1422 M 101 762 K PH $900 613 412 26 618 42 024 49 831 01 63 man 154 42 656 263 K PH 656 or 4 man asterisk asterisk duration record only 154 024 14 kill 36 24 kill asterisk passed by ACA as American record button at BFAI ASAN International $1 hydro-aeroplanes $world records asterisk asterisk not yet passed miscellaneous world records balloons distance asterisk 2 IPI kilometers duration 73 hours altitude 10 800 meters dirigibles distance 807 kilometers duration 7 hours 13 min altitude 3080 meters speed 37 808 kills per hour kites altitude plus 7,265 meters sounding balloons altitude $30 486 meters made in United States miscellaneous American records balloons distance 1,887 6 kilometers duration 48 hours 26 minutes LOM Cup 1,172 9 miles dirigible speed 31 559 kill per hour duration 2 hours a minute 50 seconds kites altitude asterisk 726 is meters sounding balloons altitude asterisk 30 486 meters asterisk world record. After Roman 18 miscellaneous aircraft aeroplanes and gliders are known as heavier / than air machines. Fourthly weigh more than the actual earthy displace. Quite a different class of aircraft are lighter than air machines, more commonly known as balloons. Formerly all balloons were merely huge silken or cloth bags filled with hot air orgas, which being lighter than air, caused the whole fabric to rise from the earth. In balloons men traveled from place to place at Huel off Thuen, their only control over their conveyance being abolited or ice by throwing out ballast. Ordered send by opening gavel, which allowed a portion off the gas to escape from the balloon. Balloons are still widely used as means of elevating parachutes, in which men descend towarth at and exhibitions, and a number offer on still use balloons in races or contests, in which the balloons often travel long distances and in and look for directions. Dirigibles long before aeroplanes were invented balloons had been constructed which were provided with propellers operated by engines or foot power, and which were capable of being 231. Harper's aircraft book forced through and steered from place at will. These were known as dirigibles, and today dirigibles have been developed to a very great degree. Fig. The Zeppelin and other European dirigibles carry a number of people on regular trips, and in any of these craft Mr. Wellman attempted to cross from America to Europe. Fig. / a vertical rudder, B. horizontal rudder. Off the said dirigibles are enormous structures 500 feet or more in length, and 75 or 80 feet in diameter. These great balloons are usually composed of an elongated cover in gore envelope containing a number of small inflated balloons, and thus the danger of a puncture, leak, or tear affecting the whole is minimized. Modern dirigibles are provided with powerful motors driving the propellers and have horizontal and vertical rudders, stabilizing fins, and similar devices, some of which are plainly shown in the illustration. 232. Miscellaneous aircrafts beneath their balloon along car, or nacelle, or 3 smaller cars, are suspended, and these contain the machinery, steering apparatus, passengers, etc. The sustaining power of these monstrosities is very great, and a number of passengers may be carried at one time. The Zeppelin dirigibles make regular passenger-carrying trips, but the greatest difficulty is often encountered inlanding. Several of the largest dirigibles have been wrecked by being blown against trees, buildings, etc., while others have been burned by the gas in the balloons catching fire. Some dirigibles are quite fast, reaching a speed of 50 miles an hour, but the majority are very slow as compared with aeroplanes. They are very costly, bulky, and unwieldy, and cannot be safely handled in strong winds. To protect and house them while idle, huge steel and iron sheds are necessary, and as more army of men is required to tow them in and out of these sheds. Most aeronauts have abandoned the balloon types in favor of airplanes, but many European countries still adhere to them for military and commercial purposes. One of the greatest objections to balloons often a type is the danger of explosions and fire. As they are filled with highly inflammable gas, a slight spark or a fire, or even a crossed or short-circuited wire from the batteries or magneto, will often result in death or injury to the passengers. This was the fate of the dirigible in which Mr. Vanneman hoped to cross the Atlantic Ocean, and in the explosion and fire that occurred, the maker and his fellows perished miserably, with no chance of escape. Vanneman's dirigible, the Akron, was one of the most 233. Harper's aircraft book complete, luxurious, and carefully planned and constructed dirigibles ever made, and its untimely fate was not due to any inherent fault of the machine, but unexpected and unavoidable troubles which menace every aircraft carrying inflammable gas for buoyancy. To overcome the loss of gas by expansion under heat, the gas bag of Akron was made of heavier material than ever before used in dirigible construction, thus permitting further compression of the hydrogen gas by interior air chambers in the form of smaller balloons which could be filled or emptied at will. By pumping these internal balloonets full of hydrogen about them was compressed, thus decreasing the buoyancy of the dirigible and its lifting power, whereas by exhausting the buoyancy was increased. This method was designed to overcome the loss or increase of buoyancy due to expansion and contraction of the gas by sunshine or cool night air. In addition, the machine was provided with changeable water ballast, which was cooled from Thessia by a special device known as a hydroelevator, and consisting of self-filling tanks which were wound up bimotor into the carronacable. The cloth or fabric used as covering was a specially designed material with steel piano wire as thew fanket and as thewor. In Uzeth's fabric was laid over a form in strips running lengthwise, with the steel wires in and broken lengths 1 inch apart, and the overlapping seams cemented and vulcanized as fast as applied. About the strips, other sections were wound or old, cemented, and vulcanized to the lower layer, thus giving a double cross-weave off wires. On the outside, the shell was further coated with rubber, painted and varnished. The envelope was then inflated with air and inside 234. Miscellaneous aircrafts coated with a lining of a scrit jelly-like substance which prevented any possible escape of gas. The total length of this enormously expensive dirigible gas bag was 525 feet, with a diameter of 52 feet. Below the bag was thick 200 feet long with an upper deck, cabins, dining saloons, smoking rooms, kitchens, promenade, etc. Fig. 2. Thingins were placed at both front and rear, and the craft was provided with every appliance for controlling and navigating the great balloon. Notwithstanding the care used in its construction, the entire fabric was destroyed in a brief moment by a spark igniting thegas, and the work of many months, as well as the lives of the inventor and his crew, were snuffed out instantly. Although Europeans have devoted far more time to the perfection of dirigibles than Americans, yet recently several American aviators have turned to dirigibles. A machine which promises to be successful has been constructed by Mr. Roy Nabenshew and Mr. Walter Brookins, both well-known and famous aeroplane enthusiasts and aviators. This machine is but 150 feet in length and 30 feet in diameter. It contains 76,000 cubic feet of gas and has a lifting power of 940 pounds. The balloon and balloonette weigh 120 pounds, and with car complete with water, 25 gallons of gasoline, and appliances 378 pounds, leaving a net liftoff 392 pounds. The machine is driven by a 35 horsepower Hanson motor with twin propellers which drive the dirigible at 30 miles an hour. The car, which is suspended by Roebling steel cable 1/8 in diameter, is 112 feet long and 7 feet below the bag. The car is equipped with aeroplanes in front and rear, 235 B3E3E. HEB 3E3Es, miscellaneous aircrafts each containing 120 square feet of surface, and these, in conjunction with rudders 6 by 10 feet, enable the balloon tilted, steered, and turned with perfect ease. In its recent trials at Los Angeles, this new American dirigible was very successful, and its inventors are confident that it will prove as a reliable means of navigating the air. Helicopters are a common toy with which nearly every boy is familiar is the tiny propeller that flies into the from Aspindle when the letter is whirled rapidly by means of a wound-up string. These toys, known in my youth as Flying Dutchmen, Fig. 3, are properly known as helicopters, and although Harper's aircraft book they fly splendidly as toys, yet in large man-carrying sized machines they never succeed. Various men have spent time, money, and the tin signing and building helicopter machines, but the greatest altitude ever attained has been beautiful winches. While the principally off the helicopter, which is a horizontal propeller designed to lift the machine directly into, the is correct in theory, yet in practice the mechanical problems to overcome have hitherto proved insurmountable. Ornithopters still another class of flying machines on which vast sums of money and a great deal of valuable time have been wasted are the so-called ornithopters, or bird-like flying machines, in which 2 or more wings beat the like the flapping wings of a bird or insect. Like the helicopters, these devices prove successful only in model or die form, and all full-sized ornithopters have proved failures. And with our present facilities and knowledge of mechanics, we cannot hope to produce ornithopters or helicopters capable of lifting gammon in flight. Freak aircraft in addition to balloons, helicopters, and ornithopters, many freak aircraft have been designed and tried. Some of these are combinations of helicopters and ornithopters, while others combine the peculiarities of these devices with some aeroplane features. Still others are designed to fly bipedal wheels, others by a wave-like motion off strips of fabric, and still others by manpower. The latter, known as aviettes, have 238. Miscellaneous aircrafts actually succeeded in jumping from the earth and sailing short distances, but all others have proved most dismal failures. That man can propel a light, properly constructed plane with sufficient speed and power to actually lift its own weight may yet be proved, and in France a great deal of interest has been shown in the prize competitions, and great efforts have been made to produce a practical aviette. Even the smallest off-power-driven aeroplanes requires several horsepower to raise it from the ground and force it through the air in flight. And for men to develop sufficient energy to equal the weakest aeroplane motor is an impossible task with unknown mechanical devices. Box and tetrahedral kites, much of the knowledge gained in regard to the of air currents on planes and surfaces was due to experiments with various forms of kites. The Hargrave box kites, Fig. A, and the tetrahedral kites of Alexander Graham Bell, as well as them carrying kites of S.F. Cody, were all remarkably efficient contrivances which possessed principles now adopted in many aeroplanes. The box kite, for example, is used in a modified form in the tail construction of Voisin, Farman, and Wright machines, as well as in several other aeroplanes. The Cody kite proved the sustaining power of a given surface, and various other important points, and its inventor, profiting by high experiments, has had most noteworthy success with aeroplanes, one of which is the largest biplane ever built. The tetrahedral kites of Alexander Graham Bell are most interesting structures, as they embody the strongest possible construction with the lightest weight and greatest area. 10. Harper's aircraft book and in there several odd and curious forms have proved most wonderful kites. Briefly, the tetrahedral kite is a kite built up of triangular cells or compartments in various numbers in an eniform. The simplest form of all is the triangular kite shown in Fig. 6a triangular cell, b orange tetrahedral cell, 4-celled tetrahedral kite, 16-celled tetrahedral kite, Fig. S which flee 7 better than the Hargrave box kite. All it is many times stronger. From the set triangular compartments Mr. Bell developed the true tetrahedral cell which is illustrated in Fig. 6 beside Biplane triangular form. 240. Miscellaneous aircrafts by building number offset cells, each stitching necked at its points. 4, 16, and 64-celled kites were constructed, 2 of which are shown in Fig. 7. These kites were exceedingly efficient, and the same principle was used in forming round, rectangular, oval, and regularly shaped kites, all of which proved revelations in sustaining power and flight. Greatest advantage of tetrahedral cell construction is that the weight of such structures increases in exact proportion to the of surface. Thus, a 16-cell kite will weigh but 4 times as much as a 4-celled one, and will yet present just 4 times the latter's area to the air. In practice, the tetrahedral construction hasn't proved advisable in aeroplanes owing to mechanical difficulties involved and trouble in arranging reliable controls. Quite recently, an airplane has been built in which a bank of tetrahedral cells took the place of the ordinary wings, and this machine flew successfully, although no better than an ordinary form of airplane. Probably the greatest value obtained from the countless experiments and discoveries in kite construction and improvements is the knowledge secured by the United States Weather Bureau by means of kites. By elevating meteorological instruments with kites, off Hargrave, Bell, or other forms records area obtained at high altitudes, and most valuable information has been gained in regard to weather conditions and phenomena in this manner. Each experiment made with kites or balloons helped toward solving the problem softlight, and vast numbers of experiments were carried on by numerous scientific men long before the Wrights even dreamed of flying. Professor Langley constructed a model which actually 241. Harper's aircraft book flew. Maxim built a huge aeroplane that destroyed itself and it supports by its lifting power. And Chanute and others built practical gliders that, save fourthy motor, were very similar to our modern aeroplanes. Although so I knew in actual results, yet aviation is really very old, and many brilliant and earnest men have devoted their time, money, and brains for many years to attempts to conquer the air. The Wright brothers made aeroplanes actually practical. It is true, but during the same period that they were carrying on their experiments in secret, various American and European aviators were also accomplishing most astonishing results. Santos Dumont actually flew in 1906. Farman in 1907 proved to Europe that human flight was possible. And Voisin, Blériot, and many others obtained equal and noteworthy results. The sudden advances made in aviation at Hadiman the ultimate success off the Aeroplane were due. Not only one man or to 9 discoveries in regard to a craft, but to the perfection of the gasoline engine. The explosive motor solved the problem of human flight. It enabled us to produce submarines. It made possible the modern automobile and the motorboat, and to the inventors of this wonderful compact, light, and powerful motor should be given the credit for a conquest of the air. Index Aeronautics 182, Aeroplanes in Peace and War 219, Aeroplane Maps 221, Aeroplane Motors 143, Aeroplane Records 229-230, Ailerons 20-130, Air-Cooled Motors 156-158, Aircraft 182, Alexander Graham Bell 239, Ambroid 53, American Aeroplane Records 230, Angle Off Incidents 8, Antoinette Monoplane 138, Anzani Motor 158, Aeroplanes Dangerous 225, Assembling a Glider 92, Aviettes 238, B. Baldwin Biplanes 130, Bamboo Paper 3853, Bamboo Varnish 53, Banking 21, Benoist Biplanes 130, Benoist Hydro-Aeroplanes 186, Biplanes 118-125, Biplane Types 127, Bird-like Wings 68, Blériot Monoplane 118-136, Blériot Biplane Model 175, Boland Aeroplane 27, Boland Tailless Biplane 132, Bombs 223, Bomb Dropping 223, Boxkites 5 239, Burgess Hydro-Aeroplanes 188, Burgess Wright Machines 18 127, Caudron Hydro-Aeroplane 188, Cecil Pioli 132, Cecil Pioli Racer 35 41 49, Center Off Pressure 14, Chanute Gliders 8L, Charave Propellers 122, Chassis 120, Offen Hydro-Aeroplane 188, Completing a Glider 98, Controls 16, Covering Planes 103, Curtiss Biplanes 129, Curtiss Hydro-Aeroplanes 185, Curtiss Motors 157, Demoiselle Aeroplane 117, De Purtison Monoplane 141, Dihedral Angle 9, Dirigibles 231, Donnet Levick Flying Boat 192, Drooping Wings 9, Elevators 17, Entering Edge 7, Fabrics 38, Farman Hydro-Aeroplanes 188, Farman Machines 17 130, Fiberloid 38, Fish Body Form 12, Flyers 31, Floats 187, 1 Flying Boats 185-191, 243, Index Flying Dutchman 237, Flying Models 68, Flying Yachts 192, Forms of Aviation Motors 149, Freak Aircraft 238, Friction Winders 48, Frontier Motor 157, Fuselage 120, Gallaudet Bullet 140, Gliders 77-78, Glue 53, Gnome Motors 153, Ground Flyers 61, Gyro Motor 153, H. Hargrave Box Kites 240, Hargrave Kites 5, Heads 17, Head Resistance 10, Heinrich Monoplanes 138, Helicopters 237, Horizontal Motors 150, How to Build a Glider 88, How to Build an Ideal Wright Biplane 161, How to Build Miniature Hydro Aeroplanes 197, How to Build Racers 41, How to Fly a Model 69, How to Make a Measuring Device 74, Hydro Aeroplanes 185, Hydro Aeroplane Models 65, Hydroplanes 186, Ideal Friction Winder 48, Ideal Propeller Blanks 40, Inherent Stability 15, International Aeroplane Records 229, Introduction I.J. Japanese Flyers 55, Jibs 27, Just Right Motor 155, K. Kemp Motor 157, Kirkham Motor 157, Nabenshu Airship 235, Laminated Propellers 122, Lateral control 22. Lateral stability 22. Lauder duration model 60. Long-distance flyers 35, loop-the-loop glider 34, making a glide 85, man model 36-42, measuring flights 74, Mercury motor 158, miniature aeroplanes 159, miniature flying boats 214, miscellaneous aircraft 231, Miss Columbia flying boat 194, model aeroplanes 31, model clubs 31, model gliders 112. Model hydro-aeroplanes 65, model machines 31, model records 42, monoplanes 118, 125, monoplane gliders 107, Montgomery gliders 107, motors 143, moving bodies in the air Roman 2, multiplanes 119, and Newport monoplane model 168, operation off-cycle motor 147, operation off-rotating motor 152, operation off-dual-cycle motor 145, opposed motors 150, ornithopters 238, 244, Dex parabolic curves 7, parts off airplanes 120, Pioli racer 49, Pierce machine 36-53, pigeon tail 130, planes 5 120, point off pressure 7, pontoons 187, principals off gliding 82, propellers 122, pylons 125, R racers 31, radial motors 150, reaction 4, a devil biplanes 132, Renault motors 158, resistance 10, Roberts motors 157, rotating motors 152, rudders 17-18, rules 4 model contest 70, running gear 120, Santos Dumont 117, sensations offleading 224, silk fabric 38, simple experiments 9, simple models 33, Ingle surface planes 104, Skeeter models 33, skin friction 12, some facts and figures 225, speedo planes 35, stability 13, star motors 150, stationary motors 152, steering in the air 17, streamline form Roman 2, sturdivant motor 157, surfaces 5, tandem surfaces 119, tetrahedral kites 5, 239, the flying boats 192, Thomas biplanes 130, tools and materials 36, tractors 124, triplanes 119, two-cycle motors 145, types off airplanes 117, types off gliders 79, types off monoplanes 136, uses off the aeroplane 218, using a monoplane glider no Vanneman's airship 233, vertical motors 149 150, vertical rudders 24, voicing canards 27, volplane 17, V-shaped motors 150, W. Waldron monoplane 140, warping wings 20, 125, winders 48, Wood 3639, Wright aeroplanes 118 127, Wright brothers 117 127, Wright motors 157, Zephyr skin 38, Zeppelin airship 232, theme, page 254, page 255, 14-day use return toads from which borrowed this book is due on the last date stamp below or on the date which renewed. Renewed books are subject to immediate recall. Rec, sir, F. Ebel 180 Sentinel Oct 21199 ** U, C, Berkeley Rec, CJRC, 196 LD 21-35 MA, 72, Q 4189, 10476 A32, General Library University of California, Berkeley 1H41I, -5674 U, C, Berkeley Libraries 057 equals 11310 ~7 University of California Library. Page 258.